Chapter 253. In this battle, the enemy experts are also few. Other than the scaly dragon king Sima Chue, there are no other essence talisman martial grandmasters. Gazing at that golden tower, Yang Zhaoge fell into deep thought. Who grinned and said, even if there is an ambush, it won't be wrong to destroy this devilish domain formation first. We can't let the 9 serenities descend here, right? Furthermore, by destroying the demonic domain Great Formation, the enemy will also lose their geographical advantage. Yang Zhaoge did not answer as he surveyed his surroundings, looking at those intersecting spirit patterns as he began unceasingly deducing and analyzing them. After the incident of Clear Concealed Lake, having learnt his lesson, Yang Zhaoge grit his teeth and put in more effort in the Tao of formations. Although due to time constraints, it was impossible to have earth-shattering changes in a short period of time, there was still considerable progress. At the end of the day, the ultimate goal of this devilish domain grand formation is to allow the 9 underworlds to descend. It is a formation that can break through the boundaries of space and time. Yang Zhaoge pondered, then, if they want to hide something, could it also be in the area of spatial distortions? Opening the door in reverse, sending us from the 8 extremities world into the 9 underworlds. It doesn't feel like. Yang Zhaoge unceasingly deduced the principles of the formation, countless thoughts flashing through his mind at lightning speed. While he and who had stopped here, the other experts of Broad Creed Mountain did not cease their attacks. An essence spirit martial grandmaster chopped out with an 8 scenery spirit saber, his true essence transforming into 8 screens of light, enveloping that tall golden tower within. In the next moment, the 8 light screens shattered together. Even the golden pagoda, which was already on the verge of collapse, began to completely collapse. Yang Zhaoge carefully felt the collapse of the golden tower as well as the changes in the devilish domain grand formation. Suddenly, Yang Zhaoge detected a problem. The devilish domain grand formation before him, compared to the one he had destroyed at Clear Concealed Lake, was much more powerful when it was in operation. There was no difference, it was exactly the same. But when the formation began to reverse and collapse, there was a slight difference. The golden tower was collapsing, and the red door of light was completely obliterated. The chain-like black runes broke one after another. The dense black demon chi in the air began to pour into the bodies of the fallen evils, causing them unbearable pain. Everything was so similar, as if the scene of the incident at Clear Concealed Lake had been replayed. There was only one difference. Accompanied by the collapse of the tall golden tower, Yang Zhaoge could vaguely feel it. The power of this infernal domain grand array seemed to be secretly being directed to other places. Yang Zhaoge abruptly raised his head, not bothering to speak any further as he leapt off the pillar of the divine palace. Next, he picked it up and shot swiftly towards the collapsing golden tower. Seeing Yang Zhaoge carrying the massive stone pillar as he rushed towards the golden tower, the other Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners were all slightly taken aback. The core of the formation is already about to be destroyed. What is he doing, greedy for merit? But if we're talking about greed, there are so many of us watching. What's more, you took the lead in breaking through the formation and helped everyone break through. You should have a share in the credit. The Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster closest to that golden tower also looked at Yang Zhaoge in shock, frowning slightly. No need to worry, Zhaoge. That saber of mine can guarantee the destruction of this golden tower. Not waiting for him to finish, Yang Zhaoge hurriedly cut him off. Elder Tsong, first protect this tower, don't let it collapse. As his words left his mouth, everyone was rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied. Even the remaining decimating abyss martial practitioners and fallen evils present. They were all stunned on the spot, unable to recover as they looked at Yang Zhaoge. Never in his wildest dreams would Elder Tsong have thought that Yang Zhaoge would suddenly say something like this. He looked shockingly at Yang Zhaoge. What exactly? Halfway through his words, a wary look suddenly flashed through Elder Tsong's eyes. He appraised Yang Zhaoge with a scrutinizing gaze. He thought of a possibility. While he felt that this possibility was very absurd, however absurd it was, it could not compare to Yang Zhaoge's current actions, which were like 2 completely different people. Fallen to the dark side. The other Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners all looked rather hesitantly at Yang Zhaoge. If it was said that Yang Zhaoge had fallen to the dark side, they would also not believe it. First, not mentioning the incident at Clear Concealed Lake. The descent of the 9 underworlds had been stopped by Yang Zhaoge. In the descent of the Wang ancestral ground this time, in breaking through the devilish domain Grand Formation, Yang Zhaoge had also played an important role. If one had to find a martial scholar of the 8 extremities world whom the decimating abyss and the 9 underworlds wanted to kill the most, if Yang Zhaoge claimed to be number 2, no one would dare claim to be number 1. For such a person to fall to the dark side, it was really hard to believe. However, Yang Zhaoge's current abnormal actions were really hard to understand. Could it be that in breaking through the formation earlier, he had been temporarily aroused by the devilish intent within his heart? The 9 underworlds specialized in digging holes in people's hearts. No one knew when they would suddenly fall for it, only able to remain vigilant at all times. The tall golden tower had already completely shattered, collapsing downwards as it was about to be reduced to rubble. Yang Zhaoge could not be bothered to explain as he leapt into the air, descending the pillar of the divine palace, forcibly suppressing the shattered golden tower. Luckily, his usual reputation and performance had left too deep an impression in everyone's hearts. While they were suspicious, they did not stop him in the end. Suppressing the collapsed golden tower, Yang Zhaoge's expression was still grave as he concentrated on analyzing the changes in the formation. Seeing that Yang Zhaoge was completely unable to spare any attention to speak, Ahu hurriedly said, "Elder Tsong, young master feels that our trip this time has gone too smoothly, and that the other side has probably set up a trap." Hearing his words, Elder Tsong nodded slightly. "Yes, I also feel this way. However, whether it is an ambush or something else, we can't just watch as the 9 underworlds descend. First, destroying the devilish domain Grand Formation would definitely not be wrong. No matter what the other side plans, their target is still the 9 underworlds' descent. And once the great 9 underworlds door opens, the consequences will undoubtedly be unimaginable. However bad the result, it can't be worse than this." The other Broad Creed Mountain martial grandmaster experts all nodded. Now finally understanding the sudden changes in the formation, Yang Zhaoge said, "The 9 underworlds descending here is indeed an extremely bad result, but it is still not the worst." Elder Tsong and the others were slightly taken aback. Yang Zhaoge sucked in a deep breath, raising his head to look into the distance. "With the 9 underworlds descending here, at least we are prepared for battle, especially with eldest apprentice uncle here. Even if the door to the 9 underworlds truly opens, we can still fight to the death to obstruct the evil devils, buying time for the clan's other experts to arrive and for the nearby civilians to evacuate. However, what if another gate is suddenly opened in another place that we are not prepared for without any sign, leading to the arrival of the 9 serenities?" All the Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners present were shocked. Be it Clear Concealed Lake or the Wang family's ancestral ground, the reason why they could obstruct the descent of the 9 underworlds was because the formation of the devilish domain Grand Formation and the opening of the 9 underworlds door required a certain amount of time. At the same time, setting up a great formation required time and treasures. It was not impossible to find it. It was possible that it would be detected before the formation was properly set up. This gave the martial practitioners of the 8 extremities world a chance to wreak havoc. But what if a door to the 9 underworlds was instantly opened at a certain place without any signs and without any process? Just the thought of it sent chills down everyone's spine. To be continued. Chapter 254. Yang Zhaoge's words caused a chill to run down the backs of all the Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners present. That Broad Creed Mountain martial grandmaster who was clashing with the head of the Wang family stared at his opponent, asking in a loud voice, "Is it really so?" The head of the Wang family was a little confused, but when he came back to his senses, a trace of hatred flashed in his eyes. They had all been used, becoming bait and cannon fodder to draw Broad Creed Mountain over. However, the old man quickly reined in his emotions and still had a blank look on his face. He snorted in exasperation. "I don't understand what you're talking about." Although his reactions were also fast, the slight changes in his gaze were all seen by the Broad Creed Mountain martial grandmaster who was currently attentively observing him. This Broad Creed Mountain elder's heart instantly grew cold. After repelling his opponent with a single saber strike, he turned and shook his head towards Elder Tsong and the others. "I'm afraid it's true. Elder Tsong and the others sucked in a breath of cold air as they looked at the shattered golden tower. Yang Zhaoge had already leapt down from the pillar of the divine palace, standing on the ruins of the collapsed golden tower. He extended his palm, pressing it against the golden tower as he carefully analyzed the changes in the flow of devilish qi within. After a while, Yang Zhaoge said with a rather solemn expression on his face, "It's a little too late. The grand formation's reversal has already begun, a great amount of devilish qi being sent into the distance. What I am doing now is only temporarily delaying this process." Elder Tsong's expression turned gloomy. He wished he could slap himself. In the distance, another broad Creed Mountain martial grandmaster shouted in a low tone, "Senior apprentice Brother Tsong, stabilize your mind. Regret is also an obsession, and can easily be exploited by devils." Saying thus, he looked at Yang Zhaoge. "Can you confirm where the newly opened Great Nine Underworld's door will be?" Yang Zhaoge closed his eyes, opening them after a while as he said in a heavy tone, "South Heaven region." All the broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners felt even more bitter within their hearts. The South Heaven region was directly opposite the Fire Domain's Sacred Sun clan. Instead, there were many elite broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners stationed there. Other than the Central Heaven region where Broad Creed Mountain was located, of the first seat elders of the South, North, West, East, Sand region and Gan region, the first seat elder of the South region was the strongest. However, it was also precisely in order to guard against the Sacred Sun clan, standing against them. Therefore, the experts of Broad Creed Mountain, the South Heaven region's first seat elder included, were all stationed at the border of the South Heaven region, where it intersected with the Fire Domain. Broad Creed Mountain's arrangements in the South Heaven region were towards the south and not the north, with the north precisely being the Central Heaven region. This resulted in the Southern Heaven continent, except for the southern border. The defense of the inner regions was very weak. If a spatial rift suddenly opened in the central region of the South Heaven region, the descent of the 9 underworlds would definitely result in massive destruction, and it would be very hard for Broad Creed Mountain's lineage to react in time. Especially when they still had to consider what the Sacred Sun clan would do. Time was tight to send reinforcements from Central Heaven State, and it was hard to make it in time. Harboring a final hope, someone asked Yang Zhaoge, if the other party had made such arrangements, why would they have waited for us to fall into their trap? They couldn't have taken the initiative to destroy the devilish formation core here. To achieve the goal of changing the location of the Demon Gate's opening? I also hope that I'm wrong, but sadly, that's not the case. Yang Zhaoge shook his head. Whether it is fallen practitioners or those with devilish intent, they are all unable to destroy the core of the devilish domain grand formation. Therefore, they can only set up a deceptive formation, borrowing our hands to help them complete their plan. Yang Zhaoge laughed. At this critical moment, it is indeed the one and only method that can accurately determine whether or not a person harbors devilish intent. It works every time. At this time, Yang Zhaoge could still talk and laugh casually. Everyone here, regardless of their cultivation base, admired his temperament and bearing. It was just that most people were unable to laugh like Yang Zhaoge. Elder Tsong shook his head forcefully. Forcing himself to calm down, he chopped down an enemy with an 8 scenery spirit saber, immediately inform Elder Shur, as well as our clan and the South Heaven region. We will purge the remaining decimating abyss martial practitioners here. Seeing this, the Wang family head finally laughed madly. Even if I die here. Being able to see your Broad Creed Mountain in such a sorry state, this old man can already be considered not to have died in vain. Ha 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 ha. The faces of Elder Tsong and the others were all very ugly. The other party had dug a huge pit for them, but they had no choice but to jump into it. Destroying the devilish domain grand formation here, preventing the descent of the 9 underworlds in Yunwu County, would instead cause another Great 9 Underworld's door to instantly open elsewhere. If they did not destroy the devilish domain grand formation here, could it be that they would just sit and watch as the 9 underworlds descended before their very eyes? While the former was more dangerous, the latter was indisputably not a good result either. After working so hard for so long, having to choose between the worst and the worst, no one would be in a good mood. Ah, who looked at Yang Zhaoge with a bitter expression on his face. Young master? Still pressing his palm on that golden wreckage, Yang Zhaoge muttered, "The decimating abyss has an expert making such intricate improvements to the devilish domain grand formation that opens the great 9 underworlds door within such a short period of time. I just don't know if it can accurately pinpoint the exact location where the great 9 underworlds door will reopen. It would be fine if it opened randomly, but if it can pinpoint the exact location, that would really be hard to come by." Yang Zhaoge's mind sunk into the devilish formation, the scenes before him turning illusory as an ear-piercing howl that resembled the mournful wailing of the deep abyss resounded by his ears. Finally, the scene before him was that of a plain in the South Heaven region. On the flat ground, there were farmlands everywhere, even a number of large cities, densely populated. A large river flowed past, nourishing the farmlands on both sides, creating a scene of bountiful fertility. Seeing this scene, Yang Zhaoge was speechless. He could virtually see what would happen after the descent of the 9 underworlds, this place transforming into hell on earth. Within the air, the black devilish chi suddenly dissipated, a figure descending from the heavens, resembling a descending divinity, light illuminating the great earth. It was precisely the Iron Lion King Shatai. Having originally already held the absolute advantage, almost about to slay Sima Chue, after hearing the news from his fellow disciple, he had no choice but to let go of his opponent this time, first rushing over to where Yang Zhaoge and the others were. "I've already tried to inform the clan and the South Heaven region as quickly as possible," Shatai asked. "Roughly how much time do we have?" Yang Zhaoge answered, "Roughly the time it takes for an incense stick to burn." Shatai silently calculated, even if Master hurries over with the help of the clear chi robe, he might not make it in time. The others all shut their eyes painfully. If even the combination of Broad Creed Mountain's #1 expert and the clear chi robe could not make it in time, then Broad Creed Mountain would really have no way at all. Here, they could only be anxious, unable to do anything at all. This feeling was just as unbearable as closing their eyes and waiting for death. Of everyone here, only Yang Zhaoge stared fixedly at the ruins of the Golden Tower before him, his gaze flickering unceasingly as he seemed to be thinking about something. Looking at Yang Zhaoge, Shatai asked in a heavy tone, "Do you have a way?" After pondering for a moment, Yang Zhaoge met Shatai's gaze. "There is a certain degree of risk, and I will need eldest apprentice uncle's help." Everyone's spirits rose greatly, Shatai's expression not changing. "No need to hold back, just speak your mind." Chapter 255. For a time, everyone's gazes fell on Yang Zhaoge. His expression calm, Yang Zhaoge said earnestly, "I want to re-establish the devilish domain grand formation here." As these words left his mouth, Yang Zhaoge saw everyone exchanging looks. Shatai's eyes also revealed a hint of surprise, but he quickly calmed down and asked, "You just said there's a risk. What do you mean by risk? What do you need my help for?" Yang Zhaoge speedily answered, "Rebuilding the devilish domain grand formation here, using it to guide the devilish chi that was previously sent to the South Heaven region back here." Hearing his words, Shatai did not interrupt as he looked quietly at Yang Zhaoge, waiting for him to continue. "In that case, first solve the crisis in the Southern Heaven continent, and then deal with the one in front of us." Yang Zhaoge continued, "I will be controlling it. At the same time, I will need an expert on the level of eldest apprentice uncle to make a move, using your fist intent to reseal the great 9 underworlds door that has been opened here. The risk lies in the fact that we cannot destroy the core of the demonic domain great formation in advance. The door of the 9 underworlds will truly open for an instant. If we do not seal it in time, there is a possibility that the 9 underworlds will truly descend." Yang Zhaoge said, "That way, it would be equivalent to us choosing the former between the worst and the worst. We would have to fight a bloody battle here to block the 9 underworlds evil devils who have invaded the 8 extremities world, buying time for the other experts of our clan to arrive and reinforce us." Shatai glanced deeply at Yang Zhaoge. "The key does not lie with me. Any late essence talisman martial grandmaster would be able to do it. The key lies with you." Yang Zhaoge nodded, saying quietly, 70% certainty. 70%. Shatai repeated and said, "If it's really 70%, then that's enough. Let's go." Yang Zhaoge looked at the people beside him. "Elders, please arrange according to my instructions." We will rebuild the formation as soon as possible. Time is very tight. The group of Broad Creed Mountain martial grandmasters exchanged glances, looking first at Yang Zhaoge, then at Shatai, before agreeing emotionally. Although they had doubts and worries in their hearts. However, time was of the essence and no one dared to hesitate. If there was even a slight delay, the 9 underworlds would descend on the unguarded southern heaven region's fertile land. Very quickly, accompanied by Yang Zhaoge's low roar, rise. Numerous black spirit patterns instantly surfaced on the great earth. Countless runes circulated. The black light soared into the sky and turned into clouds of black mist that covered the sky. Blood-red lightning kept striking down from the black mist. The black formation patterns flickered with a gloomy brilliance, giving off an extremely filthy feeling. A terrifying aura emerged once again. It did not give off an evil feeling, but it caused one's mind to waver, making it difficult for them to stabilize their minds. The strange power seemed to be inciting the deepest desires, evil thoughts, and obsessions in the hearts of everyone present. He continued to magnify it. In the center of the black light array, a golden tower rose from the ground. As the golden light surged, it seemed to have a life of its own as it continued to grow. Under the guidance of the radiance, black runes shuttled through the air like black chains, wrapping around the golden tower. Then, as if they were enduring a huge force, all the chains became taut. As straight as a ramrod. The top of the golden pagoda radiated a blood-red light, which gradually condensed into the shape of a door. This red door of light rippled like water. The light gradually projected onto the ground in front of the golden pagoda, reflecting another large door. Within the area enveloped by the devilish domain grand formation, the black mist instantly became denser and denser. Afterwards, it became viscous like mud. The devilish chi had already begun to form a terrifying devilish domain. It enveloped the surrounding area. Outside the devilish domain, the first seat elder of Broad Creed Mountain's sand region and the other Broad Creed Mountain experts all looked worriedly at the terrifying devilish domain that enveloped the vast land. They had already received Shatai's notice and knew that the devilish domain grand formation was currently being rebuilt under their control. However, such an action that was akin to playing with fire still made everyone feel uneasy. However, in comparison, this was already a slightly better result. At least it was much better than the 9 underworlds directly descending on the defenseless South Heaven region. It was just that if Yang Zhaoge and Shatai failed, the 9 underworlds would descend on Yunwu County beneath their feet. At that time, everyone would have to be on the front lines, blocking the initial invasion of the evil devils. Previously, before they had broken through the devilish domain grand formation for the first time, upon learning that Yunwu's Wang family was about to cause trouble, the Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners had rushed over at the first possible moment. In order to guard against any unexpected situations, they had already begun arranging for the ordinary citizens and low-level martial practitioners of Yunwu County and the surrounding area to evacuate. Now, they would not be flustered, able to fight freely in Yunwu County. This was an important reason why the Sand region had to bear the risk and prevent the South Heaven region from being ambushed. The Sand region moved urgently, and the news was also transmitted to Broad Creed Mountain in the Central Heaven region as well as the South Heaven region at the fastest speed possible. The location of the Great 9 Underworld's door could change. The other North Heaven region and the other regions also had to be informed, just in case. The Sand region's first seat elder gazed into the distance at the devilish domain grand formation that had already completely engulfed the Wang family ancestral ground, muttering to himself, Yang Zhaoge, you must succeed. Within the devilish domain grand formation, in the core region, the black mist had disappeared. In its place was a strange space enveloped by a red light. Within this space, the golden tower stood erect, the reflection of the red door of light becoming clearer and clearer on the ground. The crevice between the 2 doors on the ground distorted and shook unceasingly, causing the ground to distort intensely as well. It was as though something was about to bore out from the ground, ripping a massive deep chasm in the ground. As this chasm split open, it was the path that led to the legendary 9 underworlds. The terrifying aura that bewitched one's heart surged to the extreme at this moment, causing one's mind to waver. Yang Zhaoge's expression was heavy as he stood beneath the golden tower, pressing his hands on its surface, at the same time swiveling his head and looking calmly at the great 9 underworld's door that was gradually about to truly open. Half succeeded, Yang Zhaoge said, the devilish qi that leads to the South Heaven region has been drawn back. Hearing Yang Zhaoge's words, everyone also let out a sigh of relief. If the great 9 underworld's door opened here, while the South Heaven region was not affected, also opening a door to the 9 underworlds, then everyone's feelings would really not be something that could be described with depression and fury. Everyone's attention was focused on the Golden Tower. The Golden Tower suddenly shook. Huh! Yang Zhaoge's expression changed slightly. Someone wants to interrupt my movements, dragging the devilish qi back? On that door of red light at the top of the Golden Tower, a strange image suddenly surfaced. Raising their heads, everyone suddenly let out a shocked cry, Elder Liu? Raising his head as high as he could, Yang Zhaoge saw a figure reflected on that door of red light. It was a white-haired old man. He also recognized the other party. It was, shockingly, a long-time elder of Broad Creed Mountain. That Elder Liu's expression was currently gloomy, also carrying hints of madness, as he held a black jade talisman within his hand, currently crazily infusing his fist-intent true essence within. Shi Tai's face was sunken as water, while Yang Zhaoge's gaze was cold. An illusory scene of red light also appeared before Elder Liu, from which he could clearly see Yang Zhaoge and the others. Slightly taken aback, knowing that his identity had already been exposed, he could not help but let out a strange laugh. The good son of Yang Di, it's you again? Chapter 256. Looking at Elder Liu, Yang Zhaoge smiled but did not speak, focusing on controlling the devilish domain grand formation. Looking at Elder Liu, Shi Tai said slowly, after Senior Apprentice Uncle Wang, Senior Apprentice Uncle Liu, is it the same for you? Elder Liu snorted. For someone like you who has already stepped into the late essence talisman stage before reaching middle age, how could you possibly understand us? He said coldly, words are useless. Let's see who's the real deal. Yang Zhaoge nodded. I very much agree with these words. As he said this, Yang Zhaoge's left hand remained pressed on the Golden Tower, his right hand drawing one rune after another in mid-air. As the runes landed on the Golden Tower, it instantly stabilized once more, the blood-red light at the top of the tower growing even stronger. The door projected on the ground grew clearer and more real, gradually condensing into a complete form. The great earth began to split apart. Beneath the split ground, it was not soil and stone, but a world of red light. The distorted space did not lead to the underground of the 8 extremities world, instead leading to the legendary 9 underworld. The abnormal, bewitching aura reached an unprecedented peak at this moment, causing one to almost go mad. Within the environment of the red light, Elder Liu seemed to have suffered the backlash of the formation as an abnormal blood-red color first surfaced on his face, before it turned completely pale. The black jade talisman in his hand shattered with a bang, the flying fragments of black jade hitting his body and face, actually piercing deeply into his flesh and blood, causing his entire face to blossom. Yang Zhaoge. Elder Liu howled like a wounded wild beast. The silhouette of the red door of light shook, Elder Liu's figure gradually disappearing. Inform the clan of this matter in time as well, Shi Tai said without even looking back, Elder Tsong beside him bowing in acknowledgement. Yang Zhaoge said, Eldest apprentice uncle, it is still a fake door now. This is the final moment before it becomes real. Looking at the terrifying crevice on the ground, feeling the aura of the 9 underworlds that surged to the heavens within, Shi Tai walked forward, countless spirit talismans beginning to appear around his body. The spirit talismans transformed into numerous spirit arrays. Numerous talisman arrays converged, forming a light projection that resembled an altar and a pagoda, enveloping Shi Tai's body. The altar shrank, becoming more and more condensed, merging with Shi Tai's entire body. From the inside out, it was clear and translucent, emanating boundless radiance. At this moment, Shi Tai seemed to have transformed into the indestructible sea-stabilizing divine needle, a cornerstone. He took a step forward and arrived above the crimson abyss, his whole body stepping on the abyss crack. The abyss trembled visibly. Shi Tai then punched out. His punches were slow, heavy, and condensed to the extreme. They looked unbearably slow. However, it was filled with a sense of immortality and immortality. It was as if this punch could stop the vicissitudes of the world, the alternation of the sun, moon, and stars. At this moment, the crimson abyssal crack seemed to be frozen. Time and space stopped. Only the ferocious aura of the 9 underworlds continued to rise, as if it had been infuriated by Shatai. An incomparably terrifying existence was about to rush out from the crack. The profound light divine armor on Shatai's body flickered with black light. His punch was as heavy as 1,000 mountains, causing the edges of the spatial rift to distort. The power of suppressing the ocean and supporting the heavens forcibly suppressed that crimson deep abyss crack. The crimson crack resembled a wound of the 8 extremities world. At this moment, it twisted intensely, wanting to struggle and expand. However, it was locked in place by Shatai's fist intent, unable to expand any further. There seemed to be a ferocious beast trapped within the crack, wanting to break free of its cage and descend into this world, rampaging rampantly. The Great 9 Underworld's door was successfully locked in place by Shatai. However, Yang Zhaoge and the others still could not let down their guard. Above the Golden Tower, that door condensed of blood-red light had already begun to dissipate like smoke into the wind. The radiance of the tower itself also gradually dimmed, as it seemed to have turned into an ordinary stone tower. The numerous black spirit patterns entangling the Golden Tower similarly broke apart and dissipated. The domain of devilish qi that enveloped the Wang family ancestral ground did not dissipate at all, instead gradually beginning to change. The black domain of devilish qi was currently gradually turning blood-red. Currently, the source of the devilish domain's power had already become that terrifying Great 9 Underworld's door. The original formation, having exhausted its power and having completed its mission, began to dissipate completely. However, only now did an even more terrifying devilish domain descend into this world. The true devilish domain, enveloped by the majestic blood-red devilish qi, Yang Zhaoge and the others all felt the various negative emotions within their hearts being magnified many times over. As compared to when they had been within the black devilish domain earlier, it was even more difficult to stabilize their minds now. This was especially so with the descent of the 9 underworlds bringing them extremely great pressure. At this moment, uneasiness and even wariness and fear were all growing unceasingly. The impulses to destroy and slaughter that accompanied it were also increasing unceasingly. Everyone, Shatai included, had to restrain the various evil thoughts within their hearts, ensuring that they would not be corroded by the 9 underworlds. This way, with their attention diverted, their strength would all be reduced. Shatai, suppressing the Great 9 Underworld's door, faced the greatest pressure. The crimson deep abyss down below distorted even more intensely. Vaguely, there seemed to be dark red blood about to surge out from within the crimson deep abyss. Yang Zhaoge sucked in a deep breath, picking up the pillar of the divine palace and expanding the immortal crane wings on his back, he rapidly glided towards the crimson deep abyss. Having arrived above the deep abyss, Yang Zhaoge patted the pillar of the divine palace. There were numerous patterns of light on the pillar, flickering with a dazzling light as it smashed down towards the crimson deep abyss down below. Suppressed by the pillar of the divine palace, the crimson deep abyss that was currently locked in a contest of strength with Shatai instantly plummeted. Shatai exhaled and roared, his fist intent unleashing to the maximum as the blooded water that was surging out of the crimson deep abyss was instantly suppressed back within. The aura of the 9 underworlds skyrocketed violently, seemingly unable to contain its rage, unwilling to retreat. The blood-red devilish qi was broken apart, a group of people rushing in. It was the first seat elder of the Sand region and the others. Seeing the changes occurring in the devilish domain, knowing that Yang Zhaoge and Shatai's plan had most likely succeeded, they hurried over to reinforce them. While the first seat elder of the Sand region was far inferior to Shatai, he was still an Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster expert, also a powerful force. With his addition, the Great 9 Underworld's door instantly fell into a complete disadvantage, beginning to close up. The aura of the 9 underworlds skyrocketed, a final feeling of madness emanating from within. Now, from the red light of the deep abyss, numerous streaks of black light suddenly shot into the skies, striking towards Yang Zhaoge and Shatai. Elder Tsong and the other Broad Creed Mountain Martial Grandmaster experts all came forward, blocking for Yang Zhaoge and Shatai. But that black light was incomparably violent and brutal. Even with the cultivation bases of Elder Tsong and the other Essence Spirit Martial Grandmasters, they were all sent flying backwards one after another. As the black light exploded, a Spirit Vessel Martial Grandmaster of Broad Creed Mountain, in a moment of carelessness, had his right hand directly blown off. 9 Underworlds Yin Thunder. Yang Zhaoge's pupils dilated slightly. Seeing that Shatai and the Sand Region's first seat elder had already stabilized the crevice, Yang Zhaoge controlled the pillar of the Divine Palace, suppressing those incoming 9 Underworlds Yin Thunder. After being suppressed by the pillar of the Divine Palace, the remaining Netherworld Yin Thunders turned into jet black lightning beads. But it was still enough to shake the pillars of the Divine Palace. Yang Zhaoge and the pillar of the Divine Palace fell together onto the ground. Then, he saw a jet black orb of thunder roll to a place just inches away from him. Right at this moment, an enormous figure suddenly charged out from beside him. It lowered its head and picked up the lightning pearl with its mouth before swiftly running off into the distance. Yang Zhaoge stared wide-eyed. Pan Pan. To be continued. Chapter 257. Pan Pan suddenly rushed out. His usually fat and clumsy frame was now as fast as lightning as he lowered his head and picked up the orb of thunder before Yang Zhaoge before speeding off into the distance. In the next instant, a loud boom resounded, and the jet-black lightning exploded with a loud bang, soaring into the sky. Yang Zhaoge stared wide-eyed at the dense smoke roiling in that direction, a massive, deep crater having been blasted out where he had been. The 9 Underworlds Yin Thunder exploded, a brutal chi overflowing in all directions, affecting Yang Zhaoge's senses as he could only worry helplessly. Consecutively wielding the Eye of the Thunder Emperor and the Pillar of the Divine Palace had been extremely taxing on Yang Zhaoge, as a feeling of weakness assaulted him like a tidal wave. Suddenly, Feng Yunsheng and Hu cheered in unison. Then, he saw a fat figure emerge from the thick smoke with some nimbleness. Pan Pan returned to Yang Zhaoge's side in a charmingly naive manner, extending his tongue to lightly lick him. From the looks of it, it had thrown away the yin lightning in time and was not injured by it. It was only grazed by the aftershock. Yang Zhaoge instantly heaved a sigh of relief as the feeling of fatigue and weakness surged even more madly, virtually wanting to drown him within. Back then, Yang Zhaoge had forcibly raised his spirits and turned to look in another direction. There, Shatai and the first seat elder of the Sand Continent worked together, and finally completely suppressed the Crimson Abyss. Yang Zhaoge sucked in a deep breath, forcibly standing up. Retracting his left hand, he exhaled, punching out with his right hand. Under the stimulation of the martial Dao Fist intent, the demonic domain Great Array, which had already been extinguished, suddenly lit up again, and its power was extremely strong, as if it was the final radiance of the setting sun. "Eldest apprentice uncle, make your preparations," Yang Zhaoge said in a heavy tone. Shatai nodded his head. Then, numerous black runes wrapped around Shatai's body like chains. The black spirit patterns converged with Shatai as their center. Yang Zhaoge abruptly squatted down, one knee on the ground as he punched the ground with his right fist. The demonic domain Great Formation suddenly reversed, and the black formation patterns all began to reverse with Shatai as the center, drawing in the seemingly endless blood-red devil chi in the surroundings. They surged towards Shatai. Shatai's expression was firm and unwavering. His entire body seemed to have transformed into Vajra, eternally sturdy and unmoving. He was like a rock by the sea. No matter how the storm raged or how the waves crashed against it, it remained motionless. When the black runes drew the blood-colored demonic chi to his body, Shatai's hands suddenly formed a ring and slapped down towards the crimson abyss below. Large amounts of blood-colored demonic chi. Through his body, it was continuously poured into the crimson abyss. Yang Zhaoge let out a long breath before inhaling deeply, resembling a whale inhaling water. He stood up again and strode forward. With a single leap, he arrived behind Shatai. Yang Zhaoge's left fist, retracted by his waist, mightily punched out, landing squarely on Shatai's back. Shatai received Yang Zhaoge's fist calmly. The devilish domain grand formation circulated in reverse, all the spirit pattern chains coiling together behind Shatai's back, forming a devilish, complicated pattern with Yang Zhaoge's left fist as the center, inscribed within the air. Below, the crimson abyss emitted an unwilling will, but with an unstoppable momentum, it finally closed. The shattered earth mended once again. The distorted space and time. Everything returned to normal. The 9 underworlds, which was about to descend, was forcibly blocked back. Yang Zhaoge let out a long roar, that strange rune hovering between his left fist and Shatai's back beginning to change. The rune transformed into a streak of light. It split into 2, one in front and one behind, respectively landing on Yang Zhaoge and Shatai. One portion transformed into a mark that resembled a brand, landing on the back of Yang Zhaoge's left hand. The other portion entered Shatai's clothes, disappearing without a trace, but also transformed into a similar pattern. It remained on Shatai's back. At this moment, Yang Zhaoge's heart could finally be at ease. Surveying their surroundings, the domain of devilish qi had already dissipated, no traces of it left to be seen. That bewitching, terrifying aura that caused one's heart to tremble in fear had also disappeared. Above their heads, the sky was clear. Seeing the light of day once more, it was as bright and clear as before. The Sand Region's first seat elder came forward, asking, "Elder Zhaoge, how do you feel?" Shatai shook his head, "I'm fine. I'm fine too." Yang Zhaoge answered, "However, after this, eldest apprentice uncle and I both need to cultivate, slowly dissolving the devilish mark. When it has completely disappeared, there will no longer be any future problems." Now, it was equivalent to Yang Zhaoge and Shatai sharing the pressure of the opening of the Great 9 Underworld's door. Before the devilish mark disappeared, if one of them died, the other would have to bear even more pressure. If the two of them both died, and the devilish mark had still not completely disappeared, there would be a possibility of the Great 9 Underworld's door here in Yunwu County of the Sand Region reopening. The Sand Region's first seat elder said, "We will escort you back to the clan as soon as possible. Leave the aftermath here to this old man." Yang Zhaoge said, "In that battle just now, I expended quite a bit of my vitality. It'll be fine as long as I recuperate and recover. After recovering, with the devilish mark on my back, I won't be affected too much when fighting with others. As long as I don't die, the devilish mark will not reopen." Being able to successfully resolve this massive crisis, everyone here now revealed heartfelt smiles on their faces. Turning, Shatai gazed at Yang Zhaoge, a rare warm smile appearing on his usually cold, stern face. "Zhaoge, it's all thanks to you this time." This simple sentence caused everyone to jump in fright. Shatai praising someone was already an extremely rare thing to see. Praising someone like this was even rarer. Especially when the other party was still a young man, a martial scholar. When the news spread, it was simply too shocking, hard to believe. However, looking at Yang Zhaoge opposite Shatai, everyone, the Sand Region's first seat elder included, felt at ease within their hearts, instead feeling that it was only natural, that it should be like this. Yang Zhaoge smiled, "Eldest apprentice uncle speaks too seriously. It's all thanks to you, all thanks to every single fellow disciple of Broad Creed Mountain here, all thanks to everyone. This battle was incomparably dangerous. If we were not careful, we would have to seal the Great 9 Underworld's door, engaging in a battle to the death with the 9 Underworld's evil devils, buying time for the other experts of our clan to come to our aid. Forcefully shouldering the risk borne by the South Heaven region, taking the initiative to charge into battle, this isn't something that just anyone can do." Yang Zhaoge cupped his fists, bowing towards the surrounding people, "It's all thanks to everyone here." Elder Tsong sighed emotionally, "No, it's all thanks to you, Zhaoge. Otherwise, we wouldn't even have the chance to choose, only able to watch as the worst-case scenario came true." Looking at Yang Zhaoge, he sighed within his heart. This young man had actually borne an extremely great amount of pressure. No matter what the situation was over in the South Heaven region, with the devilish domain grand formation having been reactivated here, if the plan failed and the 9 underworlds really descended here, Yang Zhaoge would definitely be blamed quite a bit. Even if he had saved the completely unprepared South Heaven region, reducing the overall losses, people would often unconsciously overlook the possibility of it not coming true, instead remembering more that Yang Zhaoge had restored the devilish domain grand formation that had originally already been destroyed, causing the 9 underworlds to descend here in the Sand region. The more one did, the more mistakes one made, the less one did, the less one made. Not doing anything was not bad. Daring to step forward at a critical moment required both responsibility and courage in the first place. The group of Broad Creed Mountain martial grandmasters all solemnly cupped their fists towards Yang Zhaoge. This time, it was all thanks to you, Zhaoge, that we were able to turn the tides. Chapter 258. With the descent of the 9 underworlds having been stopped, the Battle of the Sand Region's Yunwu County's Wang family ancestral ground also finally came to an end. In this battle, Broad Creed Mountain's martial practitioners had similarly suffered losses, but fortunately, it was only a few. Supporting each other, temporarily treating their wounds, under the arrangements of the Sand Region's first seat elder, they began to deal with the aftermath, cleaning up the battlefield. In this battle, the Wang family of Yunwu County had been virtually exterminated, with only a small number of them having been captured and interrogated afterwards. Other than that, a portion of the decimating Abyss martial practitioners, the remnants of Black Nightmare Mountain included, had also been captured alive. What awaited them was similarly cruel interrogation, even death. Following behind Shatai, Yang Zhaoge left the Wang family ancestral ground. In the distance, there was still a large amount of desert, but having left Yunwu County, signs of human habitation could be seen. Because of the natural environment, the population of the Sand region was less than that of the Heaven Domain's South Heaven region. However, there were also quite a few densely populated areas, where many ordinary commoners lived. Looking at these people, Yang Zhaoge smiled slightly. Feeling something, he swiveled his head, seeing Shatai gazing at the distant town, a hint of a smile also appearing on his usually cold, stern face. Yang Zhaoge let out a long breath, raising his left hand. On the back of his left hand, there was a pattern that resembled a brand. This mark was crimson like blood, as though it was not just engraved on the flesh and blood of Yang Zhaoge's hand, but instead seemed to have penetrated deep into his very soul. Looking at this from the side, Ahu scratched his big head. Young master, you have performed a great merit this time. However, having such a thing imprinted on your hand is also very troublesome. According to what you said, before this devilish mark is dispelled, if something happens to you and Eldersha, the great 9 underworlds door here in the Sand region may descend once more. Will the remnants of the decimating abyss specifically come to kill the two of you? Yang Zhaoge nodded. This is a very possible thing. Therefore, we have to be careful of this problem from now on. Ahu pulled back the corners of his lips. This really is a headache. Yang Zhaoge looked at the devilish mark on the back of his left hand. It's also not completely a bad thing. Other than some risks, other than the clan's reward, there were also some additional gains this time. Ahu was somewhat at a loss. He also looked at the back of Yang Zhaoge's hand. What other gains were there? Yang Zhaoge stroked his lower chin with his right hand, looking at his left hand as he said, through this operation as well as this mark which is now left on my hand, I have gained a much deeper understanding of the 9 underworlds and the decimating abyss. Know yourself and know your enemy. Only then could one win 100 battles. The reason why the situation in Yunwu County was so dangerous was that no one expected the decimating abyss to change the operation of the demonic domain Grand Array to produce such a change. I was caught unprepared and could only adapt to the situation. Yang Zhaoge put down his left hand. While adapting to the changing circumstances is a word of praise, isn't it also a kind of helplessness? If everything goes according to plan, the risk will be much lower. Feng Yunsheng was also observing the devilish mark on Yang Zhaoge's body from the side. Noticing her gaze, Yang Zhaoge raised his brows. How is it? I told you before. Last time at Clear Concealed Lake, I wasn't familiar with this formation. Afterwards, I carefully put in some effort. Only now have I truly displayed my skills. Seeing that he was purposely acting as if he was asking for praise, Feng Yunsheng couldn't help but laugh involuntarily, and her mind became much more relaxed. She gave him a thumbs up and said, yes, it's because I was inexperienced last time. Please don't take it to heart. Yang Zhaoge nodded satisfactorily. Very good, this child is worth teaching. Because of the devilish mark, Yang Zhaoge and Shatai did not intend to continue staying in the Sand region, instead returning to Broad Creed Mountain in the Central Heaven region. Before leaving, the two of them arrived at Suzhou City. Fei had been specially transferred to Suzhou to temporarily fill the vacancy of Suzhou's deacon because of the chaos in the Sand Continent. This time, the trouble did not occur in Suzhou but in the neighboring Yunwu County. This made Fei somewhat useless. But he did his duty faithfully. They firmly guarded Suzhou to prevent the enemy from creating a diversion, allowing the situation in Suzhou to be abnormally stable. Now that the incident in Yunwu County was over, there was no longer a need for Fei to remain in office. After all, when he first came to Suzhou, it was a special case. However, he had no way of returning to Broad Creed Mountain together with Yang Zhaoge, Shatai, and the others. He still had to wait until the situation had completely stabilized and the next acting elder of Suzhou had arrived. Only then could he return to Broad Creed Mountain. Seeing Yang Zhaoge and Shatai, after paying his respects to Shatai, Fei looked at Yang Zhaoge, lightly punching him on the shoulder. "I've heard everything that happened. Good job." Without re-establishing the devilish formation, the location of the Great Nine Underworld's door had changed. The Sand region had been preserved, while the South Heaven region had suffered. To Yang Zhaoge and the other martial practitioners who had participated in the attack on the Wang family ancestral ground, there would naturally be some responsibility. However, it would be shouldered by everyone. Even Elder Tsong, who had personally destroyed the Golden Tower, would not be singled out as a scapegoat. The decimating abysses heaven and earth great shift this time had surpassed everyone's predictions. If they really had to be held accountable, Broad Creed Mountain's entire strategy had been schemed against by the enemy. It was not their fault. And with the re-establishment of the devilish formation, while the South Heaven region had been preserved, if they had not been able to block the Nine Underworlds back, causing it to descend in the Sand region, Yang Zhaoge, who had proposed this solution, would have to bear at least half the blame. Even if Broad Creed Mountain's higher echelon experts all knew that Yang Zhaoge's plan had actually avoided the worst possible outcome, reducing their losses, with no fault being meritorious. However, in the eyes of the middle and lower echelon martial practitioners, especially those of the Sand region, they might not be able to understand this point. At that time, innumerable blame would come crushing down on Yang Zhaoge like a landslide. Maintaining silence, one would be safe for a short period of time. At the same time, it would be hard to punish the masses. Even if punishment was meted out, it would be everyone being punished together, the punishment not being too heavy. Stepping forward bravely, one's life would be at great risk. Even if one was lucky enough to survive, there was also the possibility of being singled out by the masses, being cursed by everyone. Looking at Yang Zhaoge, Fei sighed lightly. "Good job, Zhaoge." Yang Zhaoge smiled slightly. "If it were you, eldest apprentice uncle, they would also have made the same choice." Fei also smiled, patting Yang Zhaoge's shoulder. Retracting the smile on Yang Zhaoge's face, he hesitated for a moment before saying, "There is something that I feel that you should know." Saying thus, Yang Zhaoge glanced at the nearby Shatai. "Eldest apprentice uncle already knows." Hearing Yang Zhaoge's words, Fei froze where he was. His will was firm and steady. After a moment of shock, he regained his wits, falling into deep thought. Looking at the uncontrollable grief that surfaced within Fei's eyes, Yang Zhaoge also let out a great sigh. "Currently, it is still impossible to verify, it is only my personal guess. Saying this, it is just in case, and I mean in case it is true. I want you to be mentally prepared." Within the devilish domain grand formation at the bottom of Clear Concealed Lake, Fei had also clashed with that masked martial grandmaster. Carefully thinking back to that scene, he knit his brows tightly. Shaking his head, Fei took off the wineskin at his waist, fiercely gulping down a mouthful before wiping his mouth, saying emotionally, "Relax, I'm fine." After taking their leave of Fei, Yang Zhaoge, Shatai, and the others immediately returned to Broad Creed Mountain. While it was a long and arduous journey, with Shatai bringing them along, they still very quickly returned to the clan. Someone was already waiting there, bringing good news. The escaping Elder Liu has already been captured by Elder Yang. To be continued. Chapter 259. Elder Liu was the person who had previously hidden behind the scenes and directed the Devil Chi from the Sand region to the South Heaven region. An Essence Talisman martial grandmaster expert, another higher echelon expert of Broad Creed Mountain who had been corroded by the 9 underworlds and the decimating abyss after Elder Wang. After his identity had been exposed, he had immediately attempted to flee. However, in the end, he had still not been able to escape the clutches of Yang Zhaoge's father, Yang Di, as he had been captured and brought back. When Yang Zhaoge saw him once more, while this old man's spirit was dispirited and listless, his gaze was arrogant and fearless as he just smiled coldly at Yang Zhaoge and Yang Di. This included the old sect Yuan Zhengfeng as well as Fang Zhun and Shatai. All of them frowned as they looked at Elder Liu. Senior Marshal Brother Wang's problem is his lifespan, Yuan Zhengfeng said slowly. What about you, Junior Marshal Brother Liu? What caused you to end up like this? Elder Liu turned to look at Yuan Zhengfeng and sized him up with a strange gaze. After a while, Elder Liu said, Senior Brother Yuan, I haven't called you that in a long time. Ever since you became the sect leader, I've been calling you sect leader. Yuan Zhengfeng's expression did not change, but there was a hint of emotion in his eyes. In the outside world, every single descendant of Broad Creed Mountain was a heaven's favored son. For example, while Elder Liu was not a peak expert within Broad Creed Mountain, leaving Broad Creed Mountain, he would immediately be a hegemon-level figure. Essence Talisman Martial Grandmasters outside of the 6 great sacred grounds were few and far between. Being able to become an Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster, Elder Liu was already an achievement that surpassed countless people. However, there would always be a higher mountain. Even if they were all geniuses, there would always be a higher mountain. There were also differences in strength between them. For example, Yuan Zhengfeng and Xin Dongping were the most outstanding figures of their generation. As for Elder Wang and Elder Liu, they were geniuses among geniuses. However, compared to Yuan Zhengfeng, he paled in comparison. Elder Wang had joined earlier than Yuan Zhengfeng, while Elder Liu had joined later. Looking at the white-haired old man in front of him, Yuan Zhengfeng seemed to see the image of the elegant young man who had asked him for advice on a difficult problem in martial arts. However, Elder Liu continued to speak in a strange tone. Senior Brother Yuan, I've always found it strange. Aren't you worried at all? Yuan Zhengfeng's gaze hardened as he gazed at Elder Liu, while Elder Liu was also looking at him. After becoming a martial saint, the power and position that will be brought about will not be mentioned for now. Dealing with the pressure of the sacred Sun Clan's Huang Guanglei will also not be mentioned for now. Most importantly, Senior Brother Yuan, your lifespan is about to run out because of your old injuries, right? Elder Liu chuckled and said, although you are a transcendent martial grandmaster, your lifespan is shorter than other transcendent martial grandmasters. How much lifespan do you have left? How about 10 years? If it's 10 years, what about 20? Yuan Zhengfeng's gaze turned calm as he looked calmly at Elder Liu, saying candidly, if I were to estimate it myself, if I don't step into the martial saint realm, it should be around 10 to 15 years. Elder Liu's expression was a little sorrowful. Right, I also only have around 10 years left at most. A few years ago, chatting with Senior Brother Wang, he mentioned that his lifespan might already be less than 10 years. It is true that his cultivation base is higher than mine, but he is also much older than me. Now, he doesn't have many years left. Elder Liu looked at Yuan Zhengfeng, Senior Brother Yuan, watching yourself step by step towards the end of your lifespan just like this. How do you feel in your heart? Yuan Zhengfeng asked mildly, is this the reason? Elder Liu said, let me face sabers and swords, let me battle with other martial practitioners, I will not fear it. Even if the enemy is stronger than me, even if the chances are small, I will still have the chance to struggle. While it is rare for the weak to defeat the strong, it is not impossible. Until the final moment, victory and defeat are still unknown. Elder Liu's expression turned cold. However, my current opponent is the heavens. Having worked so hard till now, I can already see clearly that under normal circumstances, there is already no hope for me to advance any further in my cultivation base. In this battle for longevity against the heavens, I am unable to win. I have already lost, with no chance of victory at all. Looking at Yuan Zhengfeng, Elder Liu laughed bitterly. Senior Brother Yuan, your old injuries prevent you from having sufficient confidence in breaking through into the martial saint realm. However, that is because you are our clan's chief, Broadcreed Mountain's current strongest expert. Surrounded by powerful enemies in the outside world, you do not dare to take the risk lightly, because if any mishap occurs, Broadcreed Mountain might collapse. However, you at least have hope. You can go all out, have the possibility of winning. Just like in battle with a powerful enemy, you can be killed by the enemy, but you can also defeat the enemy. What about me and senior brother Wang? We can only quietly wait for death. Elder Liu said hoarsely. Death originally wasn't scary, but having no hope at all, watching it approach bit by bit, yet everything I do is futile. Things that originally weren't scary also gradually became boundless terror, enveloping one's heart. Yuan Zhangfeng looked straight at him. Therefore, joining the 9 underworlds resolved your problem? Elder Liu chuckled strangely. Even martial saints have a limit to their longevity, while true 9 underworlds evil devils are undying and inextinguishable existences. Yang Di said mildly, in the Earth domain, I once killed 9 underworlds evil devils that had occasionally appeared. The smile on Elder Liu's face was very mocking. I don't know if those you killed were truly pure 9 underworlds evil devils, but if they were, do you think you really killed them? True 9 underworlds evil devils, even if they are destroyed, will be reborn in the depths of the 9 underworlds, because devils are undying and inextinguishable. Elder Liu pointed at his heart, smiling strangely. As long as the obsessions, evil thoughts, and desires of the human heart are not extinguished, devils will never perish. Not just humans, as long as there are living beings that still have their desires and obsessions in this world, even if devils are destroyed for a time, they will still be able to be reborn in the end. Yang Zhaoge had always been listening quietly by the side, not interrupting. Now, he suddenly laughed. Then do you know that when devils are destroyed and reborn, it is actually equivalent to a completely new existence? If you place your hopes on this, obtaining eternal life, do you think that would still be you? Glancing at Yang Zhaoge rather hatefully, Elder Liu snorted coldly, you are not an evil devil, also not having been to the 9 underworlds before. What are you boasting about? Yang Zhaoge spread his hands apart. All right, let's not discuss such a complicated issue for now. Let's talk about something simple and crude. Elder Liu, since you know about devils being reborn after being destroyed, you should also know that not all devils can be reborn. The so-called true 9 underworlds evil devils are related to their level of power. Looking at Elder Liu, Yang Zhaoge said neither hurriedly nor slowly, with your current cultivation base, having fallen to the dark side, it still does not reach the standard for rebirth. Flames of fury arose within Elder Liu's eyes as he glared hatefully at Yang Zhaoge, panting heavily. The increase in strength brought about by falling to the dark side will allow me to break through the bottleneck that I have always been stuck at, successfully ascending to the next level, obtaining even more longevity, advancing towards a higher level. Very soon, I will obtain the chance to attain eternal life. As for you, even if you become martial saints, so what? Yang Zhaoge said mildly, oh, that's a pity. You no longer have that chance now. Chapter 260. Looking at Yang Zhaoge's casual manner, Elder Liu felt his heart burn with rage. It was precisely this youth before him who had spoiled his and the decimating abyss's plans, also extinguishing his final hope. Once, if he had praised this youth, saying that a tiger father would not beget a dog son, it would have been a great honor for him. Now, however, this youth had decided his fate. Yang Zhaoge said calmly, you want to use the lives of countless life forms as the price in exchange for your own advancement. Whether this is right or wrong, I won't judge it here. After all, in your eyes, the lives of millions of people may not be comparable to your life alone. You are free to think this way. But on the other hand, if your plan fails, you will naturally have to bear the corresponding price. Elder Liu, you should have long since been mentally prepared for this, right? No matter how much you emphasize your pain and helplessness, your unwillingness and struggles, it won't change this. Yang Zhaoge smiled mildly. It can't be that you want to tell us that you feel that it is only natural for you to obtain what you want after you succeed, while nothing will happen to you if you fail, right? Elder Liu panted heavily, staring fixedly at Yang Zhaoge. Yang Zhaoge met his gaze calmly, his expression not changing at all, filled with playfulness. Yuan Zhengfeng waved his hands lightly, Zhaoge. Yang Zhaoge smiled slightly, nodding towards Yuan Zhengfeng before taking a step back, no longer speaking. Gazing at Yang Zhaoge, his gaze sweeping across the devilish mark on the back of Yang Zhaoge's left hand, Elder Liu was slightly taken aback. After pondering for a moment, he generally understood the situation. He was no longer agitated, but his gaze was even colder as he looked at Yang Zhaoge. Little thief, don't be happy too early. Yang Zhaoge raised his brows slightly, the corners of his mouth revealing an expression that resembled a smile whilst also not a smile as he looked at Elder Liu, not speaking. Yuan Zhengfeng sighed, looking at Elder Liu, saying, Junior apprentice brother Liu, at this point, there is no point in saying more. Like senior apprentice brother Wang, what do you know regarding the 9 underworlds and the decimating abyss? Speak, if Shatai makes a move, it won't look good on everyone's faces. Elder Liu let out a muffled groan. From Elder Liu's interrogation, he had gained some information regarding the decimating abyss. He had gained a greater understanding of Broad Creed Mountain. However, the question that all of Broad Creed Mountain paid the most attention to was whether any of the higher echelon experts of Broad Creed Mountain had also been corroded by the decimating abyss and the 9 underworlds. Unfortunately, Elder Liu did not give him an answer to this question. Just like Elder Wang back then, experts at their level were all roped in and corroded by the decimating abyss alone. Unless there was a huge incident like the incident at Clear Concealed Lake, which required many experts to work together. It was also difficult for them to determine whether the other was from the decimating abyss. Instead, because of Elder Liu's exposure, it was like pulling out the carrot and bringing out the mud. Among the middle and lower ranked martial artists, those who had been corrupted by him were also exposed. Exiting the disciplinary hall, Yang Zhaoge followed behind Yuan Zhengfeng and the others, the atmosphere in the group somewhat heavy. Fang Zhun said softly, "It was my mistake. Elder Liu's recent departure from the mountain and transfer of some resources were all approved by me. I'm still not vigilant enough." Yuan Zhengfeng waved his hand. None of us knew what was needed to set up the demonic domain formation. You can't be blamed for this. The resources that you approved were all within Junior Brother Liu's authority. He walked a few steps in front of them. Swiveling his head to look at Yang Zhaoge and Shatai, he smiled, "You did very well this time. It was all thanks to you. Otherwise, with the Great 9 Underworld's door opening unguarded in the heart of the South Heaven region, the results would have been too horrible to contemplate." Shatai said, "It was Zhaoge's idea." Yuan Zhengfeng nodded, smiling. "That's right, Zhaoge has performed a great merit again. But my Broad Creed Mountain's resources have long since been emptied in order to reward you. Now, what should I reward you with?" Yang Zhaoge chuckled. "Grand Master, you just have to think about it a little." They didn't feel offended, instead all laughing. After entering the clan's main hall, Yuan Zhengfeng sat down on the main seat, saying, "Other than the problem of the 9 underworlds and the decimating abyss, another major matter has occurred recently." The old man's expression turned somewhat solemn. "There is definite news that during this period of time, while our clan was dealing with the decimating abyss, the Sacred Sun clan obtained a purple essence containing jade in the southern wilderness. Currently, Yang Di and Fang Zhun were already aware of it, but this was the first time Yang Zhaoge and Shatai had heard of it." Yang Zhaoge knit his brows. The purple essence containing jade was an extremely rare treasure, even rarer than the imitation killing jade. Similarly, it was already a thing of legend, not having appeared in this world for many years, generally believed to have already been completely extinct. In terms of preciousness, this thing was much more important than the imitation killing jade, because it was of great benefit to the cultivation of martial saints. The Sacred Sun clan obtaining the purple essence containing jade held great significance, signifying that the possibility of the east-coming martial saint Huang Guanglie advancing a step further was even greater. A pity that the extreme yin crown is currently not in our hands, and the decimating abyss is constantly drawing in our attention. Yang Zhaoge shook his head rather regretfully. After Infinite Boundless Mountain had formed an alliance with Broad Creed Mountain and Jade Sea City, if any of the three had the extreme yin crown, they would be able to suppress the Sacred Sun clan's world-illuminating peak even as they restrained the Heavenly Thunder Hall, forcing Huang Guanglie to leave seclusion early no matter what. However, now that the extreme yin crown was in the hands of Turbid Wave Pavilion and the Sacred Sun clan had retracted their defenses at their world-illuminating peak, their hopes were very low. Yuan Zhengfeng said, "While we have been working hard on our plans, our opponents have similarly not been idle." Everyone nodded in unison. Now, Yuan Zhengfeng's sound transmission suddenly resounded by Yang Zhaoge's ear. "Speaking of this, you still have a great merit. Yang Di mentioned to this old man that you also contributed to that heaven-returning divine pill." Yang Zhaoge controlled himself not to look at Yuan Zhengfeng, maintaining a nonchalant look on his face. In the entire Broad Creed Mountain, there were only a scant few who clearly knew the secret of the heaven-returning divine pill. Even among Yang Zhaoge's side, only who knew about it. Currently, the people in the Great Hall, Shi Tai and Fang Zhun, also did not know about the matter of the heaven-returning divine pill. This could be said to be Broad Creed Mountain's current top secret. Other than those who had handled it, only the old clan chief, Yuan Zhengfeng, knew about it. Glancing at Yang Di, warmth arose within Yang Zhaoge's heart. According to the results of their initial discussion, the main credit should be given to Yang Di alone as much as possible. But from the looks of it now, his father was still very concerned about him. Yang Di's expression was similarly as per usual. Like Yang Zhaoge, neither father nor son revealed anything at all. Now, an old man and an old woman walked in. They were precisely the two grand elders of Broad Creed Mountain. Other than them, there was also another old man, shockingly the Xin Dongping, who had never once left the martial repository. For a time, all of Broad Creed Mountain's core decision-makers here, other than a long-time elder who guarded over the heaven-sealing gorge, were all present. Looking at them, Yuan Zhengfeng said slowly, "You all already know about the matter of the Sacred Sun clan obtaining the purple essence containing jade. To us, time is already of the utmost urgency. Therefore, this old man has decided to formally enter secluded cultivation in the next few days, attempting to break through into the martial saint realm." Chapter 261. Hearing that Yuan Zhengfeng had decided to go into seclusion to break through to the martial sacred realm, most of the people present had heavy hearts. Broad Creed Mountain's current #1 female expert, the Grand Elder of Broad Creed Mountain of the same generation as Yuan Zhengfeng, Elder He, looked at Yuan Zhengfeng and said in a heavy tone, "Chief, your old injury." Yuan Zhengfeng's expression was tranquil. "We've already dragged it out for a long time. If we don't fight now, we might not be able to in the future. For a long time now, the external situation has been too grim. This old man has wanted to risk it all, but I didn't dare to leave and go into seclusion. The current situation is the best we've seen in years. If you don't dare to make a move now, then there's no need to make a move. Of course, the more crucial reason is that if this old man does not succeed, and the Sacred Sun Clan's old man Huang succeeds, the situation that had just taken a turn for the better with great difficulty will instantly reverse, and will also be unprecedentedly grim. We can only hope that Turbid Wave Pavilion will also stand on our side. Otherwise, whether you and I can even talk peacefully here will become a question." Yuan Zhengfeng sighed softly. "Now, we don't have master to shelter us from the wind and rain." Yang Zhaoge was the only young disciple here as he quietly listened to the conversation of Yuan Zhengfeng and the others. Yuan Zhengfeng's master, Yang Di's Grand Master, Yang Zhaoge's Great Grand Master, was precisely the chief of Broad Creed Mountain after the exalted Heaven Shaker Zhon Dongge, the Heaven Diviner Zhon Shilo. In terms of seniority, Zhon Dongge was Yang Zhaoge's Grand Senior Apprentice Granduncle, as well as Yang Di, Shi Tai, and the others. Still, due to the unique influence of these two legendary figures, ever since Yang Di and Shi Tai's generation, it had become customary to address them as Ancestor Hantian and Ancestor Heaven Diviner. This form of address was extended to even younger Broad Creed Mountain disciples. The Heaven Diviner Zhon Shilo was also Broad Creed Mountain's final martial saint up until now. Ever since his death, Broad Creed Mountain had not produced another martial saint. Yuan Zhengfeng and Xin Dongping, who had originally been favored to step into the martial saint realm, were both stuck at the bottleneck of transcending mortality martial grandmasters. Beside Elder He, Broad Creed Mountain's other grand elder, Elder Zhong, gazed at Xin Dongping. "Where is senior apprentice brother Xin?" Xin Dongping sat there quietly, simply replying, "The heat is not there yet." Elder He and Elder Zhong both sighed. This old man has decided to go into seclusion. It's hard to predict whether this seclusion will be good or bad, and I don't know how long it will take, so I need someone to be there while I'm in seclusion. Temporarily take up this old man's burden. This way, this old man can go all out and attack the martial saint realm with all my strength. His gaze swept across Xin Dongping, Elder He and Elder Zhong. During this period of seclusion, I hope that you 3 junior apprentice brothers and junior apprentice sister can assist this person. Help our sect move forward steadily. Xin Dongping nodded quietly. All right. Elder Zhong and Elder He pondered for a moment before nodding. Since sect head senior brother has made up his mind, we will do as you say. Yuan Zhengfeng had long intended to enter closed-door cultivation to break through to martial sage. However, due to various reasons, he had not been able to do so. Everyone was already mentally prepared for this. Currently, the external situation was relatively safe, and with the purple essence containing jade, the Sacred Sun Clan's latent threat was becoming more and more pressing. Everyone knew this. Yuan Zhengfeng's seclusion this time was already imperative. Although it was a temporary responsibility, it was already close to deciding the candidate for the future sect leader. If Yuan Zhengfeng failed and perished, needless to say, the position of sect head would automatically be taken over. Yuan Zhengfeng's current arrangements were virtually his last words. If Yuan Zhengfeng successfully advanced a step further, he would most likely pass on his position like the Sacred Sun Clan's Huang Guanglia after emerging from seclusion, spending more of his time in secluded cultivation, seeking to break through a step further, rather than continuing to manage the clan's affairs. The more crucial thing here was the sacred artifact that suppressed Broad Creed Mountain, the Clear Qi Robe. It was generally agreed that the Clear Qi Robe was controlled by the clan's #1 expert. With the strong joining forces, it would be easy to compete with other peak experts. If the #1 expert was in seclusion or away, it would generally be controlled by the chief. The person temporarily taking over the position of chief would also mean that he would obtain the sacred artifact, the Clear Qi Robe. Other than that, the main control over Broad Creed Mountain's Guardian Grand Formation. It would also be taken over by this person. Yuan Zhengfeng's gaze now fell on Yang Di, Fang Zhun, and Shatai. Shatai's gaze was heavy, not rippling in the slightest. He had long since said that he would not take over the position of chief. Fang Zhun's gaze was as deep as the abyss, resembling the deep sea as no ripples could be seen at all. Yang Di's gaze was calm, resembling the vast blue sky, grand and lofty, exuberant. Beside Yang Di, Yang Zhaoge similarly had a calm expression on his face as he silently awaited the arrival of the final moment. Yuan Zhengfeng's gaze only swept past the 3 of them, not hesitating as he said mildly and simply, Yang Di, while you are Master's youngest, final disciple, Master has decided to place this burden on your shoulders. Are you willing to bear it? Yang Di's expression did not change as he stood up from his seat, then slowly knelt down before Yuan Zhengfeng. This disciple will strive to the utmost, not letting down Master and the clan's trust. By the side, Fang Zhun's expression was as per usual. Xin Dongping's gaze was quietly focused on Yang Di before Yuan Zhengfeng. Looking at Yang Di, Yuan Zhengfeng said, while you are only temporarily taking over the position of chief, everyone will know that Master is about to enter secluded cultivation in an attempt to break through into the martial saint realm. What the Sacred Sun Clan thinks is not important. Whether it is us or them, we all know that we are fighting against time. However, as the news spreads, it is hard to predict what Infinite Boundless Mountain and Jade Sea City will think. Yuan Zhengfeng encouraged, during this period of time, the situation is delicate. How you grasp it will depend on you. Yang Di said calmly, rest easy, Master. This disciple and the various senior apprentice uncles and senior apprentice brothers will all act carefully. Yuan Zhengfeng suddenly smiled, glancing at Yang Zhaoge. Zhaoge has performed a great merit this time. With his cultivation base, there is already virtually nothing left to reward him with. Let the outside world think that this reward was received by a father on behalf of his son. Everyone present laughed. Perhaps some outsiders would indeed think that Yang Zhaoge was helping Yang Di gain face, but deciding on Yang Di to temporarily take over the position of chief naturally wouldn't be just for this reason alone. However, thinking about it carefully, everyone could also feel that from a certain perspective, Yang Zhaoge was really Yang Di's lucky star. More importantly, Yang Zhaoge's current performance was something that no one of the entire Broad Creed Mountains' younger generation could compare to. Before the incident of Yunwu County in the Sand region, Yang Zhaoge had already been groomed as the successor of the next generation. If no major accidents occurred, he was very likely to become the next chief of Broad Creed Mountain in the future. Yuan Zhengfeng looked at Yang Di, follow master. He rose and walked towards the back of the great hall, Yang Di following behind him. Yang Zhaoge and the others watched Yuan Zhengfeng and his disciple leave, knowing that they were going to complete the handover of the clear Qi robe and Broad Creed Grand Formation. The great hall fell silent, no one speaking any longer. Elder He and Elder Zhong's gazes swept past Shatai and Fang Zhen, finally coming to rest on Fang Zhen. To be continued. Chapter 262. Everyone's gazes all rested on Fang Zhen. Fang Zhen's expression was calm and without ripples, as if what had just happened had nothing to do with him at all. Seeing Fang Zhen like this, it wasn't good for the others to continue staring at him as they all retracted their gazes. At this time, it seemed that no matter what he said, it would not be appropriate. Yang Zhaoge's eyes were focused on his nose on his heart as he waited there quietly. Yang Zhaoge felt rather emotional as he had finally achieved what he had been planning for from the very beginning. However, it was indeed unexpected that the external environment would turn into the current situation. The 9 underworlds, the decimating abyss, the sacred Sun Clan. Yang Zhaoge's gaze was a little distant as he pondered, not speaking. That day, Broad Creed Mountain's current chief, Yuan Zhengfeng, announced that due to his old age and lack of energy, his disciple, the former first seat elder of Broad Creed Mountain's martial inheritance hall, Yang Di, would be assisting him in handling the clan's affairs. Yang Di relinquished his position as the first seat elder of the martial inheritance hall, someone else taking over his position. After all of Broad Creed Mountain had learnt of the news, they all had differing thoughts. The comparatively older long-time elders all felt vaguely worried. In recent years, Fang Zhen's style of doing things had also become tougher. In comparison, however, Yang Di's style was undoubtedly tougher and more radical. Meanwhile, the attitude of Broad Creed Mountain's senior generation experts was the exact opposite as they felt invigorated by this. The martial practitioners of Broad Creed Mountain who had always been close to Yang Di's faction celebrated even more, running about as though the clouds had been dispelled to reveal the sun. As for the martial practitioners of Broad Creed Mountain who were close to Fang Zhen's faction, while it couldn't be said that they were mourning everywhere, their morale was also low. Yang Di's style was domineering and tough, but he wasn't narrow-minded. Everyone here was also of Broad Creed Mountain, so Fang Zhen's group naturally wouldn't be worried that Yang Di would settle scores with them later on. As long as he didn't cross the line like Eastern Tang's principal elder Yang Shu. However, it would be more difficult for them to rise in the sect in the future. He needed more solid results and more outstanding talents. Yang Di was magnanimous enough to let bygones be bygones while also changing his perspective. He began to consider problems from the perspective of the sect leader, from the perspective of the entire sect. Only talent mattered, ensuring the unity and stability of the entire sect. However, under the premise that both sides were equally talented and capable. It did not need to be said whether he would choose his faction or Fang Zhen's. This was only to be expected. If it were Fang Zhen or anyone else in his position, the situation would be the same. As the sect leader, he was the chief of all of Broad Creed Mountain, but beneath the chief, there would definitely be hardcore supporters. As it turned out, if the people on Fang Zhen's side wanted to rise, they had to be truly stronger than their competitors. As Yang Di's control over the clan grew stronger and stronger, with everyone being closely united by his side, truly being of one mind, such a situation would gradually disappear. At that time, there would no longer be any distinction between direct and non-direct descendants. However, this will take some transition time. From a certain perspective, the length of the transition period was also a reflection of Yang Di's capabilities. However, on the whole, it did not affect the overall situation at all. While Yang Di was only temporarily acting as chief, he could immediately guarantee a relatively complete control over Broad Creed Mountain. Having been the chief of Broad Creed Mountain for many years, Yuan Zhengfeng's prestige and authority were unquestionable. Within the sect, there were actually more neutral factions. They would support whoever Yuan Zhengfeng decided to be the sect leader. The only difference was how much support they had. As for Yang Di, with his own ability and prestige, he could ensure that these neutral Broad Creed Mountain higher echelon experts would give him strong support after he took over. Therefore, on the whole, while some people felt disappointed and worried, the internal change of Broad Creed Mountain's chief position, there were no ripples. On the way back to his lodgings, Yang Zhaoge met with his fellow disciples, all of whom were congratulating him. However, this was not because Yang Di's position had risen, but because Yang Zhaoge had risen along with him. The current Yang Zhaoge had reappeared in the internal crystal furnace, had made important contributions in the War of the Eastern Tang, had found a maiden of extreme yin for the clan, had ingeniously schemed at Cloud Portent Mountain to pull Infinite Boundless Mountain into their camp, had illuminated the heavenly connection meet at Clear Concealed Lake, had forcibly broken through Clear Concealed Lake's devilish domain Grand Formation, not long ago, in the incident of Yunwu County in the Wind Domain's Sand region, he had once again turned the tides. All these things had already long since confirmed Yang Zhaoge's current position. It would not be an exaggeration to say that even if something happened to his father Yang Di now, it would not affect Yang Zhaoge's current situation at all. No matter who succeeded the position of chief, Yang Zhaoge's position and treatment in Broad Creed Mountain were already as stable as Mount Tai. His current prestige and position stemmed more from himself, rather than from others. In everyone's hearts, the current concept of him being the Broad Creed young master Yang Zhaoge was deeply ingrained, and not the son of Broad Creed Mountain's newly appointed temporary chief, Yang Di. It was even to the extent that in many people's hearts, the title of Broad Creed young master was already gradually no longer suitable for Yang Zhaoge. Under the heavens, there were few who still viewed him as an ordinary youngster. His numerous achievements had already caused people to begin overlooking Yang Zhaoge's age. Therefore, everyone congratulating Yang Zhaoge at this moment was purely out of congratulating his father for successfully advancing a step further. It was more like a normal exchange of human relations. Yang Zhaoge could more or less feel this. He smiled in return, also appearing unfazed by honor or disgrace, as per usual. Walking on the mountain path, Yang Zhaoge suddenly halted, his gaze piercing through the dense forest as he looked in the direction outside the mountain. With the news of my father's temporary chief having spread, others will also be able to guess that Grand Master is in secluded cultivation, attempting a breakthrough into the martial saint realm. Stroking his lower chin, Yang Zhaoge pondered. As the news spread outside of Broad Creed Mountain, the entire Eight Extremities world was indeed shaken by it. The competition between Yang Di and Fang Zhen of Broad Creed Mountain's lineage was not a secret. The other 5 sacred grounds, as well as first and second-rate powers, had similarly been paying close attention to it. Now that it vaguely felt like the dust had settled, everyone sighed, at the same time adjusting their own plans based on the results. At the same time, those of the other sacred grounds also judged that this meant that Broad Creed Mountain's old chief, Yuan Zhengfeng, was finally going to attempt that final step, attempting a breakthrough into the martial saint realm. The news that the Sacred Sun clan had obtained the purple essence containing jade and that the Great Sun comes east Huangguanglia might very likely advance to a higher level also spread under the heavens. Receiving the news, Jade Sea City and Infinite Boundless Mountain both maintained their silence. If Yuan Zhengfeng successfully advanced a step further, Broad Creed Mountain's leading position in the alliance of the 3 clans would be completely established, and Broad Creed Mountain would also become a massive power that was completely not inferior to the current Sacred Sun clan. This was rather important as to what Jade Sea City and Infinite Boundless Mountain should do next. However, the pressure of Huangguanglia possibly advancing a step further was also real. Turbid Wave Pavilion still did not express any stance, while the Sacred Sun clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall appeared normal on the surface, great waves were surging within. At the peak of the Sacred Sun clan's world-illuminating peak, the current chief Huang Shu gazed in the direction of the northern heaven domain, asking quietly, "How are the preparations?" Chapter 263. Behind Huang Shu stood a middle-aged man, precisely the Twilight Lord of the 7 reigning suns. The Twilight Lord replied, "Everything is ready, only waiting for the old sect master to come out of seclusion. His voice paused for a moment before he continued, "If the situation is right, then we don't have to wait for the old sect master to come out of seclusion." Huang Shu nodded and turned to the side. There stood a quiet young man, like a shadow under the sunlight. It was his son, the world-illuminating young master, Huang Jie. Huang Jie exchanged a glance with his father, Huang Shu, and softly said, "It would be best if we can wait for grandfather to come out of seclusion." Huang Shu and Twilight Lord didn't ask any more questions. They nodded and withdrew their gazes from Huang Jie. Gazing in the direction of the northern heaven domain, Huang Shu muttered to himself, "Broad Creed Mountain, so many years, you have been an eyesore for long enough." It was not just the Sacred Sun clan. To the northeast of the Eight Extremities world, in the U region of the Thunder Domain's 6 regions, lay the Heavenly Thunder Hall of the current world's 6 great sacred grounds. The sky above where the Heavenly Thunder Hall was located was filled densely with thunderclouds all year round, causing one's heart to tremble with fear. The massive palace complex was constructed entirely of greenish-purple metal. It looked like the palace of the Thunder Emperor. In the core of the main hall, a bald old man sat on the main seat, looking at the people in front of him. The old man was bald and had a purple goatee on his chin. As he sat there, he did not exude any powerful aura and appeared very calm. But when others faced him, they would involuntarily feel their hearts palpitate, as if they were facing the most violent lightning. The bald old man was precisely the current lord of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, the Green Thunder Martial Saint known as Shocking Thunder all round, Shen Li. This lord of the Heavenly Thunder Hall's gaze swept across the higher echelon experts of the Heavenly Thunder Hall present, saying slowly, "The Sacred Sun clans Huang Guanglia and Broad Creed Mountain's Yuan Zhengfeng are both seeking to advance further in their cultivation. The situation is delicate. Even though I just suffered a defeat in the Sand region. If this old man was the leader of the decimating abyss, I would do it once more on Broad Creed Mountain's territory." Although he spoke slowly, his voice was deep and powerful. It was as if thunder was rolling down, full of pressure. On Shen Li's left and right sat the bigwigs of the Heavenly Thunder Hall. Behind one of the middle-aged men with a formidable appearance stood a young man with a calm expression and sharp eyes. It was the thunder-rumbling young master, Lin Ju. He was also the only Grandmaster martial artist and the only junior disciple who was allowed to participate. The middle-aged man before Lin Ju was naturally his father, the first seat elder of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, Lin Tianfeng. If the decimating abyss has infiltrated even deeper into the higher echelons of Broad Creed Mountain, this time would indeed be their chance, Lin Tianfeng said, but it would also depend on how much strength they possess. Before the heaven-equaling Yuan Zhengfeng enters secluded cultivation, he would definitely have made appropriate arrangements. Having Yang Di act as the chief is one of them. With the clear Qi robe and Broad Creed Mountain's Guardian Grand Formation present, ordinary people can't cause trouble. Lin Tianfeng said slowly, however, speaking of the 9 underworlds and the decimating abyss, there is someone in Broad Creed Mountain who is worth paying attention to. A Grand Elder of the Heavenly Thunder Hall opposite him nodded, the one who was defeated in the competition for Broad Creed Mountain's chief this time, Hidden Dragon Fang Zhan. Lin Tianfeng said, "That's right. Losing the competition with Yang Di virtually caused the name of Hidden Dragon to become a joke. Fang Zhan can only be a hidden dragon in this life, not soaring into the 9 heavens and transforming into a true dragon. The true dragon is someone else, his junior apprentice brother of the same clan, Yang Di. The reason why Fang Zhan had the name of Hidden Dragon was that year. He was the most outstanding amongst those of the same generation in Broad Creed Mountain. Amongst those of the same generation, there was no one who could surpass him. Whether it was within Broad Creed Mountain or outside of Broad Creed Mountain, everyone in the 8 Extremities world thought highly of him as Yuan Zhengfeng's successor, Broad Creed Mountain's new chief. In that era, amongst those of the same generation in the entire 8 Extremities world, only the current chief of the Sacred Sun clan, Huang Shu, and a few others, could be mentioned in the same breath as Fang Zhan. The Lin Tianfeng who was here now, compared to Fang Zhan that year, was also a bit weaker. When Fang Zhan's fame had risen that year, Yang Di had not even entered Broad Creed Mountain yet. However, in the end, Yang Di had caught up, causing the hidden dragon to be trapped within the deep abyss, unable to ascend to the heavens. Under such circumstances, whether or not Fang Zhen would lose his mind, whether or not he would be tempted by the 9 underworlds and the decimating abyss, was actually something that the entire 8 extremities world was concerned about. Hearing Lin Tianfeng mention this matter, those of the Heavenly Thunder Hall all nodded slightly. However, their gazes also inadvertently swept past the person seated beside Lin Tianfeng. That person looked similar to Lin Tianfeng in appearance, currently expressionless, yet was another first-seat elder of the Heavenly Thunder Hall. He was also Yang Shan's master, the person who had previously competed with Lin Tianfeng for the position of the next Lord of the Heavenly Thunder Hall after Shen Li. Once upon a time, his advantage had been immense, pressuring Lin Tianfeng to the point where he was virtually unable to withstand it. However, in the past year or so, Lin Tianfeng had consecutively performed great feats, not only reversing his disadvantage, he had even reversed the situation completely, instead gaining the upper hand in the battle. While the competition over at the Heavenly Thunder Hall was not as settled as at Broad Creed Mountains, Lin Tianfeng's current advantage was already exceptionally great. As long as he did not commit a fatal mistake, the other party would definitely be hard-pressed to make a comeback. Yang Shan's master was currently expressionless as he said, with the Sacred Sun clan having obtained the purple essence containing jade, Huang Guanglia having advanced a step further, virtually becoming a permanent fixture. Whether or not Broad Creed Mountain's Yuan Zhengfeng can succeed is still another matter. How should our Heavenly Thunder Hall proceed from here on out? Lin Tianfeng no longer mentioned the matter of Fang Zhen, instead saying, Yuan Zhengfeng's secluded cultivation this time will definitely not be peaceful. If the Sacred Sun clan's strength rises a step further, our clan should also make more plans for ourselves. Strength is the foundation of everything, whether it is in confrontation or cooperation. On the master's seat, Shen Li now spoke calmly, let's wait and see, waiting for a chance to act. Broad Creed Mountain's clear chi robe is a good thing. If the decimating abyss wants to cause trouble this time, it will definitely be a major move, possibly allying with the flame devils of the East Sea once more. At that time, Jade Sea City will not have the time to interfere with us. As Shen Li said this, his gaze swept across all the bigwigs of the Heavenly Thunder Hall present. Our clan's internal cleansing cannot be neglected. If the decimating abyss messes up our own, that would really be a joke. Everyone present nodded in unison, a long-time elder saying, the decimating abyss will also not go to the extent of making enemies everywhere. If they want to succeed, they will also have to concentrate their strength. Even so, we still have to dig out all the nails of our clan, Shen Li said mildly, how can we let sand be in our eyes? Everyone replied in unison, yes, Hall Lord. In Broad Creed Mountain, Yang Zhaoge returned to his lodgings, Ahu beside him beaming with joy as he was incomparably happy for Yang Di. Right, Ahu, how is the thing that I asked you to find earlier? Yang Zhaoge stroked his lower chin, pondering as he asked. Awakening, Ahu answered, young master, it's already gathered. I'll go get it for you. Saying thus, he brought over a few things. Other than a bow, there were also quite a few materials. To be continued. Chapter 264. After returning from the Sand region, Yang Zhaoge had asked Ahu to search for some things. Currently, the manpower and resources that Yang Zhaoge could mobilize had long since been no longer limited to the Yang family. The resources of the entire Broad Creed Mountain could also be mobilized by Yang Zhaoge in large amounts. Now, Yang Zhaoge's work could also be considered to be the center of attention, with quite a few people staring at him. Not mentioning the numerous major matters that he had previously accomplished, just the fact that Yang Zhaoge was a martial scholar and a disciple of the younger generation, being able to freely use most of the resources of Broad Creed Mountain, such authority was enough to draw the attention of the outside world, wanting to see what exactly he could do. After all, in all under the heavens, how many youngsters could possess such authority? It was not without reason that others were increasingly disregarding Yang Zhaoge's age and seniority. His many great deeds and the authority he possessed had long since been incomparable to those of the same age and generation. Many people were staring at his every move, trying to analyze it. Yang Zhaoge was well aware of this. Therefore, he had instructed Ahu to search for more than 10 times the number and variety of things that he truly needed. This was all for the purpose of confusing and concealing himself. The few things that Ahu had handed over were what he truly wanted. The other things might not be useless, but they were not urgently needed, and could only be temporarily kept in reserve. Holding that longbow, Yang Zhaoge lightly pulled the bowstring, drawing it back, able to feel the abundant spiritual qi and power within. However, wanting to wield this treasure as he pleased, Yang Zhaoge currently still lacked the strength to wield its power. Because this was a mid-grade spirit artifact. Wanting to completely wield the power of a mid-grade spirit artifact, one had to be an essence spirit martial grandmaster. Spirit vessel martial grandmasters could only wield a portion of its power, while martial scholars could not. Yang Zhaoge plucked at the bowstring, pondering as he asked, unable to find a high-grade spirit artifact bow? Ahu scratched his head. Young master. Currently, the only high-grade spirit artifact bows that we know of are the Sacred Sun Clan's Shooting Sun and the Heavenly Thunder Hall's Heaven Shocker. Even if Jade Sea City, Turbid Wave Pavilion and Infinite Boundless Mountain have them, we can also try to borrow them. If Shooting Sun and Heaven Shocker. I really can't think of anything else. If you want to steal or rob, my cultivation is still too low. Ahu looked at the bow in Yang Zhaoge's hands. In the lands of the Heaven Domain, the best bow that can be found is this Skyspeed. I also know this. Yang Zhaoge nodded. A mid-grade spirit artifact is actually already sufficient. It's just that the better the bow, the higher the chance. While he was temporarily unable to wield this high-speed bow, Yang Zhaoge was not in a rush as he placed it by the side, beginning to inspect other things. After inspecting all of the items one by one, Yang Zhaoge nodded in satisfaction. Very good. It is only because of Broad Creed Mountain's great assets that they could prepare everything within such a short period of time. I'm afraid it won't be that fast. Yang Zhaoge took out his internal crystal furnace once more. From within, a low, stable sound could be heard, clearly still in the midst of circulating. Lightly tapping on the internal crystal furnace, Yang Zhaoge opened the lid of the furnace, brilliant light instantly gushing out. Yang Zhaoge smiled slightly, patting the body of the furnace. Instantly, a purple light flew out from within, landing before Yang Zhaoge. It was precisely a dark green bamboo branch. Originally placed within the internal crystal furnace along with this bamboo branch were the incinerating light sword, the vapor sealing sword and the purple gold thunder sword, the three low-grade spirit artifacts. Now, they had long since disappeared. Meanwhile, that bamboo branch actually seemed to have grown quite a bit, the bamboo segment having now become two segments. Yang Zhaoge reached out and grasped the bamboo branch. He first kept it, then guided it with his aura qi, the many treasures that he had inspected earlier all falling into the internal crystal furnace together. Next, Yang Zhaoge closed the lid of the furnace, his hands simultaneously striking the two sides of the internal crystal furnace. The surface of the internal crystal furnace glowed with a myriad of colors. It began circulating mightily once more. Yang Zhaoge's gaze was calm as he silently gazed at the internal crystal furnace, his hands rhythmically striking the internal crystal furnace with a strange rhythm, causing the circulation of this furnace to always be under his control, moving according to his thoughts. Time slowly passed. Regardless of whether the outside world was turbulent or turbulent, Yang Zhaoge remained within his own world, quietly controlling the internal crystal furnace to concoct the things that he wanted. It had already been some time since Yang Di had temporarily assumed the position of chief. After Broad Creed Mountain had passed smoothly and everything had stabilized on the right track, the old chief, Yuan Zhengfeng, had finally officially decided to enter secluded cultivation. With Yuan Zhengfeng in seclusion, the matters on Yang Zhaoge's hands finally came to an end for the time being. The internal crystal furnace temporarily halted its circulation, its lid opening. Yang Zhaoge guided it, and three black shadows flew out from within. The three black shadows simultaneously landed within Yang Zhaoge's hands. They were three jet black arrows, flickering with a faint golden light, each of them around a meter long. Carefully observing the arrowheads before his eyes, Yang Zhaoge saw that the sharpness of the arrowheads flickered unceasingly. They did not look sharp at all, instead appearing rather illusory as they flickered. The arrowheads of the three jet black arrows seemed to be unceasingly changing between being real and illusory. Narrowing his eyes, Yang Zhaoge appraised them for a while before nodding in satisfaction. The first step is a success, but it still needs some polishing. Sticking his head over from the side, Ahu asked curiously, "Young master, what is this?" "Devil-shattering arrow," Yang Zhaoge answered casually. Ahu scratched his big head. "Something specially used to deal with the devilish domain grand formation?" Yang Zhaoge smiled slightly, not replying as he closed the internal crystal furnace, first placing it back into his shadow-shrinking pouch along with the arrows before asking, "Grand Master is entering seclusion today?" Ahu's expression turned somewhat solemn. "Yes, young master." Yang Zhaoge nodded, striding out first. Ahu followed behind him, the two arriving at the back mountains together. The so-called back mountains of Broad Creed Mountain generally referred to the three mountains, Water Ridge Peak, Converting Lake Peak and Gentle Wind Peak. The entire Broad Creed Mountain was formed of a total of 8 mountain peaks, all of them smooth as mirrors, their surface areas vast. They were all not naturally formed, instead having been carved out by experts of the clan that year after their original peaks had been shaved off. The 8 great mountains began from the earth and ended in the heavens. The highest heaven-rising peak was Broad Creed Mountain's main peak. Of the latter 3 mountains, Gentle Wind Peak was free to enter and leave, and many Broad Creed Mountain disciples were active there. Water Ridge Peak and Converting Lake Peak, however, were both forbidden grounds. Beneath the former was Broad Creed Mountain's #1 danger ground, the Heaven-Sealing Gorge, while the latter was the secluded cultivation ground of Broad Creed Mountain's peak experts. In the past, the founder of Broad Creed Mountain, the heaven-establishing Old Man Qiu Yuan, had entered secluded cultivation here. The exalted heaven shaker Zhong Dongge, invincible amongst the 8 extremities world, had also entered secluded cultivation here. The heaven diviner Zhong Shilo, who had led Broad Creed Mountain through its darkest years, had also entered secluded cultivation here. Now, it was Yuan Zhengfeng's turn. Looking at the people before him, the old man smiled. This old man's departure this time will be hard to predict, and it is also hard to predict how long it will take. Broad Creed Mountain will be in your hands. Yang Di and the others said, "We will do our best." Standing at the back of the crowd, Yang Zhaoge also bowed towards Yuan Zhengfeng from afar, watching as his Grand Master entered secluded cultivation. He looked up at the sky. The sun was shining brightly today. To be continued. Chapter 265. After watching Yuan Zhengfeng enter seclusion, Yang Zhaoge left, exiting Converting Lake Peak and returning to his lodgings. Along the way, he saw a figure standing there, seemingly waiting for him. Yang Zhaoge greeted him, "Senior apprentice brother Shu, you've finally returned? Has Suzhou City completed the handover?" That person was tall and sturdy, and his appearance was straightforward and upright. It was precisely Xue Fei. "Brother Fei." Ahu greeted them as well. Xue Fei nodded. "Zhaoge, Hu Ting." Yang Zhaoge led Xue Fei to his lodgings. After they had taken their seats, Xue Fei went straight to the point and asked, "Zhaoge, although you are currently still a martial scholar, you have already broken through 2 great devilish formations, and have also interacted with many fallen practitioners. Currently, in our sect, I feel that you should be one of the few people who understand the 9 underworld's demons, the demon domain, the decimating abyss, and the fallen evils the most. The reason I came here today is because I have something to ask of you." Hearing this, Yang Zhaoge fell silent for a moment before saying, "Does senior apprentice brother Shu want to ask, is it possible for fallen practitioners to regain their human form?" Xue Fei nodded slowly. "Perhaps it's an extravagant hope. But, if there's a glimmer of hope, and that person is really senior brother Shu, then I want to give it a try." Yang Zhaoge also didn't play dumb with Xu Fei, senior apprentice brother Shu. "To be honest, I also hope that senior apprentice brother Shu Songtao will be able to realize his error and mend his ways. However, it's a pity that from what I currently know, after a person comes into contact with devilish qi and completes their internal and external connection, their thoughts manifesting externally into reality, completely falling to the dark side, there is no way for them to regain their human form. I am not omniscient and omnipotent. I dare not say that there is no way, but based on what I know, I have no way." The two had a close relationship, and Xue Fei was a straightforward person who was also sufficiently resolute in his beliefs. Therefore, Yang Zhaoge was not afraid of telling him everything in a straightforward manner. Sure enough, when Xue Fei heard it, he sighed softly. I'm just holding on to a sliver of hope. But if it's you, Zhaoge, there's nothing you can do. I'm afraid it's really hard to say. Yang Zhaoge said softly, for all those who have fallen to the dark side, the one who makes the final decision is always themselves. After falling to the dark side, humans are no longer humans. Instead, it's the netherworld evil demons, another kind of existence in this world, or you could say that they're another kind of life form. Although the fallen evils have memories of their previous lives, the 9 netherworld evil demons kill people just like how we slaughter cows, goats, chickens, and ducks. To them, the feeling is more or less the same. The memories of their past lives are more like the memories of their past lives after reincarnation. Yang Zhaoge shook his head. If possible, we all hope that senior apprentice brother She can turn back, but is he himself willing? Of course, all of this is based on the premise that the masked man who tried to assassinate us is really senior brother She. Hearing Yang Zhaoge's question, Xue Fei silently removed the wineskin by his waist. Instead of drinking heartily like he used to, he sipped slowly. He said slowly, I understand what you're saying. Yang Zhaoge was silent for a moment, before asking, we don't know whether senior apprentice brother She currently has any lives on his hands. Even if the people he killed weren't from our sect, you and I both know that as humans, killing is a very important thing. It's completely different from killing people as demons of the netherworld. Yang Zhaoge looked at Xue Fei. In these few exchanges, we can feel that assassin. Although he doesn't use the martial arts he's most proficient in, his killing intent and killing intent are all biting cold to the extreme. He really wants to put us to death. Although we currently don't have a way to let the fallen evils regain their human form, it's not that we can't first capture him alive, then slowly find a way. But you and I both know. The difficulty of killing an opponent is completely different from the difficulty of capturing one alive, especially when it's an opponent who may not be weaker than us. When 2 people of similar strength fight, victory or defeat, life or death, is often decided in an instant. Hearing this, Xue Fei didn't say anything, but also nodded. Yang Zhaoge continued, I have the stone pillar from the Great Western Desert to suppress my opponent, so I have confidence in one-on-one. But what about you, senior apprentice brother Xue? Being able to capture him alive would naturally be the best, but are you prepared to risk being killed by him and still preserve his life? Xue Fei's gaze didn't fluctuate in the slightest as he calmly said, that's right, if this person really is senior apprentice brother She, this is what I plan to do. If he really has already committed too many crimes, I won't be biased. But before that, I have to try hard. Xue Fei stood up, saying, I have no parents, and was raised by master from young, growing up together with brother Dao. Even if I have to take the risk myself, I don't care. Yang Zhaoge sighed, similarly standing up, right now, we still can't confirm that masked person's identity. If we meet again, it's best if you don't treat him as senior apprentice brother She, or it will be very dangerous. If he doesn't use his original martial arts, only using the dark light killing art, he won't be your match. However, if you show mercy in all aspects, the one who will lose will very likely be you. The dark light killing art, this martial art, possesses great explosive power, and is also a martial art that purely kills people. Xue Fei nodded, rest assured, I will pay attention to the bare minimum. If someone wants to impersonate senior apprentice brother She and scheme against me, I will take good care of him. Yang Zhaoge said, if you think this way, that's naturally for the best. After sending Xue Fei out, Yang Zhaoge raised his head and looked at the sunlight that penetrated through the leaves of the forest, saying, with Grand Master in secluded cultivation this time, hidden tides are surging in the outside world. If our clan passes through this, the situation will be even better. But, this bottleneck will not be easy to pass. Xue Fei also halted, standing alongside Yang Zhaoge, similarly raising his head and appraising the mottled sunlight. While Grandmaster's chances of success are uncertain, and if he fails, there is still the risk of him perishing, the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall will not just wait for the results calmly. Especially if the Sacred Sun Clan's Huang Guanglia leaves seclusion successfully, the Sacred Sun Clan will definitely directly step into the Heaven Domain, heading straight for our clan. The decimating abyss may also make a comeback. Others aside, at the very least, they still have the scaly dragon king Sima Chue, a late essence talisman martial grandmaster expert. Also, Xue Fei frowned. His status was similarly already not something that ordinary disciples of the same generation could compare to. Perhaps his authority in mobilizing resources and manpower could not compare to Yang Zhaoge's, but he could also come into contact with much information that ordinary martial practitioners of the same generation did not know. Yang Zhaoge directly continued his words, also, there is still one person that we have to guard against. Exchanging glances, the two said simultaneously, the Devil Saint, Yuan Tian, one of the current 6 martial saints of the 8 extremities world, a peak existence amongst solitary practitioners. The Devil Saint Yuan Tian just so happened to be related to the decimating abyss and the 9 underworlds. After the incident at Clear Concealed Lake, having prevented the great sun heaven measuring ruler from reinforcing Clear Concealed Lake, Yuan Tian had disappeared without a trace, but no one dared to think that this was a coincidence. This person's destructive power was far from what the likes of Sima Chue could compare to. Or perhaps it should be said that up till now, all the known decimating abyss martial practitioners added together would still not be enough to be beaten by this person with a single hand. To be continued. Chapter 266. Leader, member, ally, or perhaps he helped out of a favor? Xu Fei asked. It could even be that Yuan Tian did it on his own accord. However, no matter what the reason is, we must be on guard against Yuan Tian. We must include him in our upcoming plans. Hearing his words, Yang Zhaoge nodded. The Devil Saint Yuan Tian is indeed a problem. We need to be wary of him. Xu Fei said, Zhaoge, you have to be careful from now on. His gaze fell on the devilish mark on Yang Zhaoge's left hand. After all, Master's cultivation base is rather high. If the enemy wants to reopen the Great 9 Underworld's door in the Sand region, it is very likely that they will target you. Yang Zhaoge said straightforwardly, even if it isn't for the Great 9 Underworld's door, they might still target me. If I were to die, the pressure of the devilish mark would all fall onto eldest apprentice uncle. This way, eldest apprentice uncle's attention would be drawn further, making it easier for them to do other things. Xue Fei's expression was a little solemn. Yes, he was an open-minded and forthright person, but apart from being open and candid, he was also relatively steady. He didn't like to speculate, so there were some things that were difficult to say out loud. Yang Zhaoge, however, immediately understood the meaning behind Xu Fei's words. If there were still people of Broad Creed Mountain who were spies of the decimating abyss, especially experts whose cultivation bases were rather high, if they intended to assassinate Yang Zhaoge, it would be extremely covert, hard to guard against. After all, he couldn't look at everyone with suspicion or completely isolate Yang Zhaoge. He could only rely on Yang Zhaoge's own vigilance for everything. Yang Zhaoge patted Xu Fei's shoulder. Relax, senior apprentice brother Xu. I will take care of myself. Saying thus, Yang Zhaoge laughed. While I don't really like it, it seems like there are always such things that come looking for me. It looks like I was born to be a bait, with the clan just being able to create a circle around me, ambushing and killing spies of the decimating abyss. Xue Fei said sternly, that's true, but you'll be taking a huge risk. I know Zhaoge, you have a strange treasure on you, and you are not afraid of a spirit vessel martial grandmaster, but what if an essence spirit martial grandmaster suddenly attacks after getting close? You might not be able to fend off the reinforcements of the experts lying in ambush. Xue Fei paused for a moment. If it was an essence talisman martial grandmaster, he wouldn't even have the time to react. Yang Zhaoge smiled. Senior apprentice brother Xu, you are right, it is indeed like this. But now, the enemy is in the dark while we are in the light. There are some things that can't be helped. However, I won't joke around with my life. Although I don't plan to be quarantined in the near future. I want to reduce my personal contact with the higher-ups of the sect. Except for a limited number of people, the rest of the elders can only apologize first. I believe they will understand. Xue Fei nodded. It's good that you know what to do. After sending Xu Fei off, Yang Zhaoge did not directly return to the secluded room as he instead strolled leisurely outside. Traversing the forest, Yang Zhaoge came before a waterfall, quietly looking at the flowing water. After who knew how long, when Yang Zhaoge was about to turn and leave. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. He looked in a certain direction and saw a figure appear in the distance. It was a woman. The woman's appearance was beautiful, but her temperament was somewhat cold. It was Sikong Qing. Sikong Qing only discovered Yang Zhaoge after getting close. As she looked over, she could only feel that Yang Zhaoge seemed to have merged as one with his surroundings, making it hard for her to detect him. Senior apprentice brother Yang, Sikong Qing first bowed. Yang Zhaoge nodded. Junior apprentice sister Sikong. It's been a long time. Congratulations on your rapid progress in cultivation. Compared to the time of the Qingze Lake Alliance meet, Sikong Qing's current cultivation had already stepped from the inner aura stage to the outer aura stage. Yang Zhaoge heard the sound of her blood flowing. It was as heavy as lead mercury, but it didn't seem sluggish at all. Are you currently at the peak of the early outer aura stage, or have you already stepped into the mid-outer aura stage, the stage of condensing qi into weapons? Yang Zhaoge asked interestedly. Sikong Qing replied, at the middle stage of outer aura, one can already condense qi into weapons. As she spoke, she stretched out her hand. His upstanding qi transformed into a blade and floated beside his body. Shockingly, he was already at the middle stage of the physical invulnerability stage. Yang Zhaoge rubbed his palms together, sighing, it hasn't even been a year since we returned from Clear Concealed Lake, and you've already advanced by leaps and bounds to this stage. You really are a heaven-blessed genius. Sikong Qing shook her head. Compared to senior apprentice brother Yang's speed of advancing from the late inner aura stage to the early outer aura stage, and then to the mid-outer aura stage, it is much slower. The corners of Yang Zhaoge's mouth arched slightly, but he did not speak. Sikong Qing's situation was very special, very abnormal. Before she had become a martial scholar, while she had also been extremely outstanding, it hadn't been especially exaggerated, basically being at the average standard of direct disciples of sacred grounds. That year, after becoming a martial scholar, her speed of improvement had been so swift that even Yang Zhaoge had been taken aback. Amongst those of the same generation, her speed of improvement had surpassed that of the original owner of Yang Zhaoge's body, Lu Wen, Xu Fei. Only Feng Yunsheng had been slightly faster than her. However, Feng Yunsheng's situation had originally been special. With the extreme yin scripture, the yin-yang coexisting technique, as well as the recent stimulation of the cold marrow needles, she had been working on multiple fronts. Ying Longtu's improvement had been even more exaggerated, but because of his Big Dipper body, it had been especially convenient for Han Long to enter the body refinement realm. Having reached the martial scholar realm, while his improvement speed would also be very fast, he still might not be stronger than Sikong Qing. Everyone was curious, and Yang Zhaoge was the same. However, he was just curious, not having any thoughts of digging deeper. After all, Sikong Qing wasn't an enemy. Looking at Yang Zhaoge, Sikong Qing's gaze was a little strange. Yang Zhaoge touched his face. What, are there flowers growing on my face? Sikong Qing shook her head. No, it's just that looking at you, senior apprentice brother Yang, I thought of some things. Yang Zhaoge's interest was piqued. Oh? What things? Earlier at Clear Concealed Lake, I personally experienced it. This time at Yunwu County in the Sand region, while I wasn't there, I also heard about it. Sikong Qing said, Senior apprentice brother Yang, you have done something that many martial grandmaster experts are unable to do. From ancient times till now, whether or not you are the strongest martial scholar, I don't dare to say for sure, but I'm afraid that you are the martial scholar with the greatest ability. Yang Zhaoge smiled slightly. So? Sikong Qing said, so, I feel that I have to make some changes. You doubt yourself. Yang Zhaoge appraised her all over, doubting whether your heart having always been completely undistracted, not dabbling in formations, artifact forging and the like, instead wholeheartedly cultivating in the martial arts, is this path correct? Sikong Qing said calmly, no, I have never wavered. I firmly believe that my path is not wrong. While at Clear Concealed Lake, as well as now when a storm is about to descend upon our clan, I feel my own insignificance and powerlessness. I have never doubted my own choice. My insignificance and powerlessness are only because I am currently too weak. Looking at Sikong Qing, Yang Zhaoge saw that her eyes were glowing slightly, a rare sight. The girl continued, I feel that the environment that I have been in all along has been too comfortable. Under the guidance and protection of the clan, while I have also cultivated diligently, while I believe that I have been diligent in my cultivation, it has still been too comfortable. Sikong Ching looked straight at Yang Zhaoge. I want to go out adventuring for a bit, going a little further, seeing more things, tempering myself, life and death up to the heavens. Chapter 267. Looking at Sikong Ching, Yang Zhaoge smiled. Yang Zhaoge did not object to Sikong Ching's thoughts. After all, this was a world that belonged to martial artists. When a person had the ability to push forward unparalleled, everything else paled in comparison. The simplest example was Devil's Saint Yuan Tian. He did not need to use any other means. Just by standing there, he was a deterrent. In the current Eight Extremities world, a martial saint had the ability and capital to ignore most of the rules. Most of the time, only existences of the same level could restrict him. As Sikong Ching had said, she felt powerless, mostly because her current cultivation was still low. In fact, this couldn't be blamed on her. Compared to her age and cultivation time, she had already surpassed countless people. It was just that she was involved in a situation that her current cultivation and strength couldn't handle. Most of the tragedies in this world originated from this. From a certain perspective, Yang Zhaoge was also in the same situation, just that he had other countermeasures. It was also precisely because he was always able to solve problems that, logically speaking, he was unable to solve with his current level of cultivation, that Yang Zhaoge had his current position and reputation. Looking at Sikong Ching, Yang Zhaoge said, "Before this, when you were out tempering yourselves, while there were people who brought you along, on the whole, as long as it was not a life or death situation, they would not care about you. The clan also considers the effects of tempering." Sikong Ching said, "Even so, we always have feelings of dependence in our hearts." She looked at the distant waterfall, listening to the rumbling sound of water. For senior martial sister Feng to have what she has today, those 2 years of wandering alone and being chased by others were very important. Although, that's not a good thing. Yang Zhaoge knew that Sikong Ching's words were unrelated to Feng Yunxing's extreme yin physique as well as the cold marrow needles and the extreme yin scripture. She was referring to Feng Yunxing's strength, which far surpassed her peers. On one hand, it was talent, and on the other hand, it was experience. Feng Yunxing's combat ability far surpassed most martial artists of the same realm. As far as Yang Zhaoge knew, Feng Yunxing and Sikong Ching were both disciples of Fu and Shu. They would often spar with each other. This pair of apprentice sisters was also very interesting. Feng Yunxing addressed Sai Kongqing as senior apprentice sister Sikong, while Sai Kongqing addressed Feng Yunxing as senior apprentice sister Feng. Of course, there was no conflict between the two. He didn't mean to oppose her at all. Because Feng Yunxing entered the sect late, she respectfully addressed Sikong Ching, who was younger than her, as senior apprentice sister. And the reason why Sikong Ching addressed Feng Yunxing as senior sister was very simple. There was no enmity between fellow disciples, so there was no need for them to fight to the death. After exchanging blows, Feng Yunxing had always been slightly superior. If it was a fight to the death, Feng Yunxing would have an even greater advantage. Not in the mood to interfere with Sikong Ching's decision, Yang Zhaoge smiled, having such thoughts. You are also wholeheartedly devoted to the martial Tao, striving to improve yourself. I naturally have no objections to this. While it might be hard to say for others, it might indeed be a feasible path for you. However, first, it's best if you ask for Uncle Master Fu's opinion before making a decision. Second, even if you want to leave, it's better to wait for Grandmaster to come out of seclusion. It's better to wait until the dust has settled. It's been a troubled time recently. Hearing this, Sikong Ching nodded, saying, Senior apprentice brother Yang's words are reasonable. I understand. She cupped her hands towards Yang Zhaoge, then took her leave. Yang Zhaoge looked at Sikong Ching's back. He sighed, 100 vying barges, who will emerge victorious? Shaking his head, Yang Zhaoge returned to his residence. Speaking of diligently cultivating and improving one's strength and realm, Yang Zhaoge's desire to improve had never been weaker than others. While he had been enjoying limitless glory recently, having accomplished great things that many martial scholars had been unable to accomplish, Yang Zhaoge's urgent desire to raise his strength was even stronger than most people's. Returning to his secluded room, Yang Zhaoge sat in the meditative position, the aura qi within his body ceaselessly regulating his breathing. A spiritual light shot into the skies from the top of his head. Raising his left hand, Yang Zhaoge examined the devilish mark on the back of his hand, unceasingly analyzing the concept contained within. Within his dantian, the chaotic qi mass was still hazy. After regulating his breathing for a moment, the spiritual light above his head gradually retracted as he took out an item. It was a piece of stone that resembled a mirror, not being transparent as it looked completely gray. However, as Yang Zhaoge's gaze fell on it, radiance seemed to vaguely flicker on its surface, reflecting Yang Zhaoge's face. It was precisely the life-illuminating immortal stone that Yang Zhaoge had previously obtained from the foreign dimension that loose practitioner he had resided in. This treasure's usual use, and one that most people of pre-Great Calamity times knew of, was to reflect the circulation paths of one's aura qi as one cultivated, displaying it for others to see. In other words, its main use was actually to guide disciples and teach. When the seniors of the clan cultivated, they would use the life-illuminating immortal stone to display the circulation paths of their aura qi, demonstrating it for the juniors, making it easier for them to observe and comprehend. However, Yang Zhaoge knew that this treasure still had other uses. He extended his finger, lightly swiping it on the surface of the life-illuminating immortal stone, drawing a series of patterns. Different scenes of light instantly appeared on the surface of the stone. The originally grey stone actually gradually turned clear and transparent at this moment, resembling a crystal, resembling the true surface of a mirror. The spiritual light above Yang Zhaoge's head rose once more, just that an image also arose within the spiritual light, looking exceptionally unique. In the following days, Yang Zhaoge began his days of secluded cultivation once more. Every day, he would either cultivate unceasingly accumulating in preparation for his breakthrough into the martial grandmaster realm, or analyze the devilish mark on the back of his left hand, or forge devil-shattering arrows with the internal crystal furnace. Time passed quickly, and some time had already passed since the old clan chief Yuan Zhengfeng had entered secluded cultivation. Broad Creed Mountain operated as per usual internally, Yang Di already fully immersed in his role. Meanwhile, in the outside world, whether it was the Sacred Sun Clan or the Decimating Abyss, they also temporarily did not make any major movements. At this moment, it was as though they were all united, eagerly anticipating Yuan Zhengfeng's success in his cultivation, successfully stepping into the martial saint realm and emerging from seclusion. However, whether it was Yang Zhaoge or Yang Di and the others, they all knew that all this was merely an illusion, just the final calm before the storm. One day, as Yang Zhaoge sat quietly within his room, the surface of the life-illuminating immortal stone that was clear as crystal before him already riddled with cracks, resembling dense spiderwebs. Yang Zhaoge's expression was calm as he extended his finger, tapping on the life-illuminating immortal stone. The crystalline stone soundlessly shattered, turning into fine powder before turning into dust, dissipating within the air, as though it had never existed in the first place. Meanwhile, the spiritual light above Yang Zhaoge's head erupted with light. Radiance seemed to be emitted from every single acupoint of his entire body. Bathed completely within the radiance, Yang Zhaoge's illusory aura qi seemed to have transformed into actual auspicious clouds, supporting his body. The bright spiritual light above his head now began slowly retracting from the top of Yang Zhaoge's head, while the light emitted from his entire body grew even denser. Today, Yang Zhaoge officially advanced towards the martial grandmaster realm. To be continued. Chapter 268. Yang Zhaoge's entire body shone with radiance, his aura qi roiling as he looked like he was surrounded by auspicious clouds. As the acupoints of Yang Zhaoge's entire body pulsed, a shocking force emanated from within his body. Gradually, there seemed to be true dragons moving up and down in the auspicious clouds. The true dragons could only see their heads but not their tails. They let out resounding and tyrannical dragon roars in unison. At this moment, the two auras of cold and heat were no longer distinct. One could only feel a vigorous power. Yang Zhaoge's closed eyes now opened. At this moment, the radiance of the auspicious clouds that flickered with radiance around him gradually receded. The dragon-like astral energy also calmed down. The dazzling auspicious clouds gradually became quiet, and in the end, they seemed muddle-headed. Yang Zhaoge's current location was vaguely hard to describe. He was clearly there, yet it seemed impossible to ascertain his position, unable to distinguish between front and back, unable to distinguish between up and down. Time and space seemed to have lost their meaning at this moment, leaving only chaos. Currently, the mass of qi surrounding Yang Zhaoge's body was shockingly the same as the scene within his Dantian's qi ocean. At this moment, the spiritual light above Yang Zhaoge's head had completely vanished, and the light within his eyes had also been completely retracted, looking completely ordinary and unremarkable, restrained and warm. The chaotic qi mass formed of his aura qi also gradually returned to the acupoints of Yang Zhaoge's entire body. Standing up from the ground, Yang Zhaoge resembled a famed, peerless sword that had revealed its sharpness to the fullest, sheathed at this moment. Not only was the edge of the sword not blunt, but it was even sharper. It was just that it was temporarily restrained, and would only be revealed again when there was a need, erupting with even greater power than before. Yang Zhaoge smiled slightly, only feeling that his aura qi that was rich with spirituality was even more restrained, even more condensed, even more vigorous, even heavier. He vaguely felt that he had gained a deeper understanding of martial arts cultivation. His own understanding, his own learning. Combining it with the martial arts he cultivated, a path to sublimation was already faintly discernible before his eyes. Yang Zhaoge knew that it was his true martial soul. Now that he had the foundation to nurture it, all he had to do was continue to accumulate and analyze it before he could finally comprehend it and sublimate it. And at this moment, he had already successfully stepped into the great Grandmaster realm. It was as if a door had been opened in front of him, and he had stepped into a whole new world. Great Grandmaster realm. Spirit nurturing initial stage. The spirituality of the stellar energy returned to its original state, and the fist intent heaven and earth turned from illusory to real, beginning to form spirit soil. This was precisely where the foundation of a martial Grandmaster lay. The spirit soil formed of Yang Zhaoge's fist-intense aura qi resembled the chaos within his Dantian's qi ocean, profound and indiscernible. Yang Zhaoge adjusted his condition for a moment, then got up, pushed open the door and walked out. Waiting outside, Ahu immediately saw that spiritual light that connected to the heavens above Yang Zhaoge's head vanish. According to Yang Zhaoge's personality, other than a few special circumstances, he would never retract the spiritual light above his head. At this moment, the light disappeared. Carefully appraising Yang Zhaoge, Ahu felt the acupoints of Yang Zhaoge's entire body pulsating, resembling a true divinity, communicating with the two heavens and earth within and outside his body. Ahu was someone who had experienced it once. He was slightly startled at first, then overjoyed. "Young master, you've successfully become a great grandmaster." Yang Zhaoge smiled. A new beginning, a new beginning. Ahu praised sincerely, "Young master, you almost broke the record of the clan head as the youngest great master. If we start counting from the beginning of the physical invulnerability stage to the grandmaster stage, you used even less time than the clan head." Usually, when Ahu said such words, he would still more or less have the intention of bootlicking. But at this moment, he was filled with admiration from the bottom of his heart, only feeling that it was inconceivable. Don't look at how the big guy was usually very carefree, following by Yang Zhaoge's side like a lackey. However, this was only when he was facing Yang Zhaoge and Yang Di, only then would he be like this. When facing others, while he was all smiles on the surface. Most of the time, he, Ahu, Huang Huting, actually also had his own pride within his heart, resembling a ferocious tiger of Mount Buddha. However, seeing Yang Zhaoge at such a young age, having already stepped into the martial grandmaster realm, Ahu also felt that it was too amazing. This had nothing to do with Yang Zhaoge's identity at all, but was purely in admiration of Yang Zhaoge's individual excellence. Yang Zhaoge smiled, father becoming a martial grandmaster at the age of 22, wanting to break this record is not easy. Currently, of those that are known, we can only see if Han Longer has any hope. He looked at Ahu. "Right, from the looks of it, you were specially waiting for me here. Is there something important?" Ahu nodded, grinning, revealing a mouthful of white teeth that vaguely seemed a little savage. "Young master, things seem to be a little unstable at home." Hearing his words, Yang Zhaoge raised his brows slightly. Oh? Home. The home that Ahu spoke of was naturally not the Thunder Domain's Zhao region's Yang family, but the Central Heaven region's Yang family that Yang Zhaoge had come from. After having split off from the Thunder Domain's Zhao region that year, in order to avoid the persecution of the Thunder Domain's Zhao region's Yang family, they had traveled a long and arduous journey to the Heaven Domain, finally settling down in the Heaven Domain once more. The Central Heaven region was where Broad Creed Mountain was. Here, by convention, other first-rate powers were not permitted to exist. Wanting to develop in the Central Heaven region, they were at most some second-rate powers. The only two exceptions were the Yang family of Yang Zhaoge and Yang Di, as well as the Zhong family of the Grand Elder Zhong. Because of Yang Di and Elder Zhong, these two families had settled down in the Central Heaven region. However, comparatively speaking, they were both very low-key. Following Yang Di's rise in cultivation and position, the Central Heaven region's Yang family had also become a famed family of the Eight Extremities world. Of course, the Thunder Domain's Zhao region's Yang family refused to acknowledge this. However, the Central Heaven region's Yang family also didn't care whether they acknowledged it or not. The current patriarch of the Yang family was Yang Zhaoge's father, Yang Di. However, Yang Di spent most of his time at Broad Creed Mountain. His status as an elder of Broad Creed Mountain was also far greater than that of the Yang family's patriarch. Yang Di was the head of the Yang family. However, most of the family's daily affairs were handled by the elders, who then reported them to Yang Di. How is the family unstable? Yang Zhaoge asked, looking like he was smiling whilst also not. Whose expression was savage as he answered, some people are gossiping, suspecting that family head is not the old master's biological son, also speaking rudely towards young master, even insulting madam in the process. Yang Zhaoge chuckled coldly, not getting angry. This is interesting. Seeing that father's position in the sacred ground, Broad Creed Mountain, with hopes of ascending to the position of clan chief, they don't want to hug his thigh tightly, instead causing trouble at this time? First, not mentioning how trustworthy those filthy rumors are, even if they are true, the sensible choice at this time would be to stand on father's side, even helping to destroy the evidence and quell the dispute. The stronger father, the more stable his position, and the more stable the position of the Central Heaven region's Yang family, rising with the tide, the more benefits there are. Jumping out at this time to cause trouble, don't you think that they are stupid? Yang Zhaoge muttered to himself, they are not stupid in the slightest. That means that there is another reason. Father is temporarily acting as Broad Creed Mountain's clan chief, having to attend to numerous affairs every day, unable to find the time. However, this kind of internal fire, he can't just ignore it. His own family is not at peace. How can he manage Broad Creed Mountain? It is also not suitable for others to suppress it. As the patriarch's son, it would be most suitable for me to return home to handle it. Yang Zhaoge smiled coldly, gazing into the distance. Indeed, the calm before the storm has ended. The other side is preparing to make a move. Chapter 269. Ahu asked, it was their trap, and their target from the start was you, young master, trying to kill young master? Yang Zhaoge said mildly, this is a matter of the Yang family, and it is not suitable for others to deal with it. Father cannot deal with it, so only I can return. Ahu looked at Yang Zhaoge, young master, then you, return. Yang Zhaoge said nonchalantly, of course I have to return. After packing up the things on hand, Yang Zhaoge walked to a courtyard by the side, where Pan Pan was currently resting. Seeing Yang Zhaoge arrive, Pan Pan instantly became spirited, no longer as lazy as before. Yang Zhaoge patted his big head, saying to Ahu, father already knows the whole story, right? Ahu answered, yes, family head already knows. Yang Zhaoge nodded, good, then it is fine. Father will naturally make the arrangements. Let's go home. Descending Earth Peak, exiting the clan, Yang Zhaoge flipped and sat on Pan Pan, Ahu doing the same. The chubby and clumsy Pan Pan, who looked charmingly naive, ran as fast as lightning, moving far away in an instant. Yang Zhaoge's figure jolted along with Pan Pan's running, gazing into the distance, seemingly pondering something. He lowered his head to look at the back of his left hand. The devilish mark on it was already extremely dim. Normally speaking, It would not be long before it completely dissipated. Ahu glanced at it. Young master, do you think the ones causing trouble this time are the decimating abyss or the sacred sun clan? Yang Zhaoge said, the possibility of it being the decimating abyss is a little higher. The sacred sun clan is firstly waiting for Huang Guanglie to leave seclusion, and secondly, their corrosive abilities are not that strong. However, Yang Zhaoge's gaze was a little deep and distant. Whether or not they are aware of it is another matter altogether. The sacred sun clan might just be waiting for the decimating abyss and us to both suffer heavy losses. That way, even if Huang Guanglie does not leave seclusion, they would still have a chance to take advantage of it. Ahu pulled back the corners of his lips. The sacred sun clan and the decimating abyss shouldn't be joining hands, right? Yang Zhaoge said, they shouldn't be joining hands, since the sacred sun clan shouldn't be able to do such a thing where they have no bottom line at all. Still, they might be thinking of reaping the benefits of the third, to get us all in one fell swoop. Through the matter of the wind domain, I've figured out a few things. In the current world, not mentioning what their understanding of the 9 underworlds is, the one who has the deepest understanding of the decimating abyss might be the sacred sun clan. Yang Zhaoge shook his head. Both sides are trying to divide and rope in the remnant descendants of Black Nightmare Mountain, but the remnant descendants of Black Nightmare Mountain have also unknowingly become a channel for both sides to understand each other. Ahu scratched the back of his head. Are they all trying to use each other to kill each other? Yang Zhaoge said, it is just my guess. There is no basis for it. The foundation of the Central Heaven Region's Yang family was established in the southwest of the Central Heaven Region's Yunjin County, also some distance away from Broad Creed Mountain. Riding on Panpan, Yang Zhaoge had also experienced a long journey before finally arriving. After entering the boundaries of Yunjin County, there was already someone waiting there. It was a middle-aged man with the cultivation of a spirit vessel intermediate martial grandmaster. His name was Yang He. Seeing Yang He, Yang Zhaoge did not bother with formalities. Uncle He, what's the matter? Not long ago, during a family banquet, fourth uncle suddenly took out a letter, saying that it was left behind by eldest uncle when he was still alive. Yang He also did not bother with formalities as he led Yang Zhaoge forward, saying as they walked, the contents of the letter. It says that brother Di is not eldest uncle's biological son, instead having been adopted when he was young, his origins unknown. Yang Zhaoge's expression did not change as he listened calmly. The eldest uncle that Yang He spoke of was Yang Di's father, Yang Zhaoge's grandfather. On their way to the heaven domain, they had met with danger and perished. At that time, Yang Di had still been young, and there had not been a person called Yang Zhaoge in this world. Afterwards, Yang Zhaoge's great-grandfather, Yang Di's grandfather, had brought their entire family to settle down in the heaven domain. Afterwards, Yang Di had entered Broad Creed Mountain, rising up step by step, also bringing the Central Heaven Region's Yang family along with him to rise up. After the previous family head, Yang Di's grandfather, had passed away, the position of family head had not been passed to his descendants, instead being directly taken up by his grandson, Yang Di. Now, Yang Di's third uncle, fourth uncle and seventh uncle were all still alive. Usually, when Yang Di was at Broad Creed Mountain, the daily affairs of the Central Heaven Region's Yang family were discussed and settled by these few elders. Yang He sighed, I don't know what fourth uncle was thinking, causing such a huge commotion that everyone knew about it, even insisting on investigating this matter. Unable to suppress him, third uncle and seventh uncle could only inform brother Di. Of the few elders, Yang Zhaoge's third granduncle and fourth granduncle were both Essence Spirit Martial Grandmasters, while seventh granduncle was of the Spirit Vessel stage. Father is currently temporarily acting as chief, having many matters to attend to, unable to leave, Yang Zhaoge said simply, therefore, I have returned this time to see what exactly is going on. While Yang Zhaoge was young, he was Yang Di's son of the first wife. At the same time, he was currently renowned throughout the entire Eight Extremities world, his position in the sacred ground Broad Creed Mountain not being low. Even the elders of the family were unable to easily suppress him based on seniority. Yang He said, it's good that you were able to return. At the very least, let the situation calm down first, not continuing to escalate. As they arrived at the ancestral mansion, before they had even entered the courtyard, They could already feel the tense atmosphere. Raising his head and looking over, Yang Zhaoge saw the winds and clouds surging in the air above the ancestral mansion, terrifying power fluctuations emanating in all directions. This was clearly a scene that could only occur when two Essence Spirit Martial Grandmasters were in a standoff. Entering the mansion, passing through many courtyards, they indeed saw two old men currently facing each other, both having solemn expressions on their faces as they remained silent. Meanwhile, behind them, their respective supporters were currently in the midst of an argument. Could it be that you have all gone mad? Jumping out at this time to drag the family head down, what exactly are your intentions? Those on the side of Yang Di glared furiously at those on the other side. The other side did not back down in the slightest. Words cannot be justified without proper justification. Yang Di's position as family head was not obtained through proper means in the first place. When the entire family migrated to the Heaven Domain that year, his parents both perished, with only him surviving. No one knows what exactly happened at that time. Now, with the letter that his father left for the family head, it has already been proven to be true. Yang Di is not a descendant of our Yang family at all. When his parents perished that year, who knows if it was his own doing, concealing his identity and plotting against our family head? The side on Yang Di's side was angered to the point of laughing. The family head being able to reach where he is today is all due to his own heaven-defying talent. In choosing him to succeed, the family head also saw his ability. Back when he entered Broad Creed Mountain, the family head's meteoric rise was not due to having borrowed much of our family head's strength. On the contrary, as the family head's position rose day by day, our family head also benefited greatly from it. All of you bear resentment in your hearts, probably because you resent the family head's strict rules, not giving you the chance to use your connections to intimidate others. Hearing this, the other party snorted coldly. Whether or not Yang Di is in the wrong first aside, the truth behind the deaths of his parents back then must be investigated. His origins must be investigated as well. A person of unknown origins becoming the head of a family is truly laughable. His son Yang Zhaoge is the same. His mother's identity is unknown, who knows where she came from. Before he had finished, a figure flickered, appearing before him. It was precisely Yang Zhaoge. Yang Zhaoge smiled nonchalantly. I am also very interested in the background of the person who urged you on. That person forcibly composed himself. Yang Zhaoge, you've returned just in time. The family elders have something to ask you. Bang! The next moment, this person was sent flying backwards in a straight line. Yang Zhaoge dusted off his trousers. Other than answering my questions, you do not have the right to say anything else. Chapter 270. As soon as Yang Zhaoge had appeared, the two old men had already discovered his presence. It was just that they were restraining each other, unable to divert their attention to other matters. When Yang Zhaoge had sent him flying with a single kick, that old man on the right finally could not hold it in any longer. Yang Zhaoge, what status you have in Broad Creed Mountain is another matter altogether. Now that you still dare to be so impudent in the ancestral mansion, do you really think that there are no family laws that can punish you? Yang Zhaoge looked calmly at this old man. Yang Wendao, at the most critical moment for Broad Creed Mountain and my father now, what attitude do you think I should have towards people like you who have rebelled against your superiors and plotted against us? Hearing Yang Zhaoge directly call him by his name, fourth granduncle Yang Wendao was greatly enraged. Good brat. He was after all an Essence Spirit Realm Martial Grandmaster. When he was enraged this time, it really had the might of a landslide. As his quintessential essence circulated, rays of light seemed to transform into horned dragons that coiled around him. With a single stride, he was already before Yang Zhaoge, a palm striking downwards towards him. Beside him, a power of the same lineage surged. His third granduncle Yang Wenzhen, who had been in a standoff with him earlier, flashed to Yang Zhaoge's side, raising his palm upwards, also accompanied by a horned dragon. Two Yang family longtime elders, Essence Spirit Martial Grandmasters, clashed head-on with their palms. Both of them were worried that they were in the ancestral mansion and didn't dare to unleash their full power. Thus, their fight seemed ordinary and uneventful. However, everyone present felt as if there was a strong light shining in front of them, and everything was white. There was a deafening roar in his ears, and he couldn't hear anything else. Some of the Yang family warriors with lower cultivations could not help but feel weak. Yang Wendao glared furiously at Yang Wenzhen, just based on the fact that he, a mere grandson, dares to speak to this old man in this manner. This old man will be executing the family's laws today. Yang Di has no reason to protect him. Yang Wenzhen's expression was calm. Old Four, I'm also very interested in which side is standing behind you. Sacred Sun Clan? Broad Creed Mountains Elder Fang? The Lightning Domains Zhao Region Yang Family and the Heavenly Thunder Hall? Or Decimating Abyss? The two elders exchanged another move, and a light pattern lit up on their foreheads. The light pattern floated into the air and instantly expanded. The entire Yang family's ancestral home also began to shake. The white formation patterns were like dragons, roaring as they rose up and down. An enormous spirit formation that covered the entire Yang family's ancestral home was instantly formed. However, the circulation of the spiritual formation was clearly sluggish and unstable, as if it could be torn in half at any time. Yang Wendao and Yang Wenzhen both glared at each other. As the two longtime elders of the Yang family who were at the Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster realm, the two of them usually jointly controlled the grand defensive formation of the Yang family ancestral mansion. At this moment, the battle just happened to be right between them, and the grand formation could not be put to use for the time being, instead becoming the focal point of the struggle between the two sides. Seeing that he was temporarily unable to do anything to Yang Wenzhen, Yang Wendao's figure suddenly flashed once more, continuing to lunge towards Yang Zhaoge. His and Yang Wenzhen's strengths were about the same. One wanted to kill, and the other wanted to protect, so the former undoubtedly had the upper hand. Brat, you have to pay the price for your arrogance. Yang Wendao roared coldly. Looking quietly at Yang Wendao, Yang Zhaoge suddenly laughed. Yang Wendao, you seem to have gotten something wrong. Saying thus, Yang Zhaoge lightly tapped his forehead. There, a flickering rune appeared as well. Just speaking of this place and time, if we are talking about the family's laws, I am the one. Accompanied by the rune lighting up on Yang Zhaoge's forehead, the grand formation of the ancestral home instantly shook. The next moment, Yang Wendao and Yang Wenzhen discovered that the flickering rune on their foreheads had shockingly faded. Yang Wenzhen was fine with it, but Yang Wendao's heart suddenly sunk. The family head, Yang Di, was the true controller of the Yang family ancestral mansion's grand formation. Yang Zhaoge, with Yang Di's help, clearly also possessed the authority to control the Yang family ancestral mansion's grand formation. Meanwhile, this youth's attainments in formations far surpassed these old fellas, even surpassing them Essence Spirit Martial Grandmasters. Smiling lightly, Yang Zhaoge extended his hands, palms facing downwards, spreading his fingers before abruptly pressing downwards. The ancestral mansion instantly reacted. The courtyard they were in was instantly filled with white radiance, numerous dragons of light shooting out from within, all lunging towards Yang Wendao. Helpless, Yang Wendao could only resist. However, Yang Wenzhen behind him had already let out a long roar, her palms flying as she swiftly attacked. Faced with Yang Wenzhen's pincer attack as well as the ancestral home's grand formation, Yang Wendao was instantly unable to hold on. He shockingly discovered something. Under Yang Zhaoge's control, the grand formation of the Yang family ancestral mansion actually unleashed its peak power, not inferior in the slightest to the control of them Essence Spirit Martial Grandmasters. The power of the grand formation was even greater than that of him, Yang Wendao. Without Yang Wenzhen's help, he would also be hard-pressed to resist, only being able to struggle for a period of time at most. Yang Zhaoge said mildly, laying down a trap to lure me over. The ambushers should have already appeared by now, right? Otherwise, the bait will be used up. Before his words had landed, a few black figures had already shot out from the crowd, lunging towards Yang Zhaoge together. So it's people of the decimating abyss. Yang Zhaoge's expression did not change as he extended his hands, palms facing each other, abruptly bringing them together. Accompanied by this palm strike of Yang Zhaoge's, the power of the Yang family's grand formation surged madly, numerous dragons of light congregating, forming a massive dragon head that overlooked the surrounding area. The dragon head opened its mouth, suddenly letting out a long roar that shocked the heavens, shaking the attackers to the point that they were all unable to stand stably, their bodies floating as though they were about to collapse from drunkenness. With a wave of Yang Zhaoge's hand, a short stone rod flew out, transforming into a massive pillar of the divine palace that pressured downwards, suppressing the enemies. Beside him, Ahu laughed savagely as he rushed out, like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, slaughtering the enemies. As someone attacked from behind, the immortal crane wings on Yang Zhaoge's body expanded mightily, feathers shooting out in all directions like a torrential storm. Those suppressed by the grand formation of the Yang family ancestral mansion were all on Yang Wendao's side. Yang Zhaoge's seventh granduncle, Yang He, and the others were not affected. Although seeing Yang Zhaoge quell the internal chaos like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves, some of the Yang family martial practitioners still felt a little uncomfortable within their hearts. However, having also been moved by Yang Zhaoge's thunderous methods of distinguishing between friend and foe, they immediately launched attacks together. Other powers aside, everyone from the decimating abyss had the right to exterminate them. Towards those of the decimating abyss, they mainly focused on capturing those of their own clan, showing no mercy at all towards those decimating abyss martial practitioners who intended to attack Yang Zhaoge. The chaotic situation, with Yang Zhaoge, looked like it was about to be quelled very quickly. However, the moods of everyone present could not relax at all. After all, this was internal strife within the Yang family, not something that was all that glorious. After killing an opponent, Yang He retreated to Yang Zhaoge's side, asking in a low tone, "Those decimating abyss martial practitioners who snuck in are fine, but what about fourth uncle and the others? Let's first capture and lock them up before talking." Yang Zhaoge swiveled his head to look in the direction of Yang Wendao. Just having shifted his gaze, Yang Zhaoge suddenly felt a chill envelop him. From the corner of his eye, he saw Yang He currently smiling coldly at him, a strange box opening within his hands, from within emanating waves of cold qi. Swept by the cold qi, Yang Zhaoge felt a piercing pain in his right eye, the purple light of thunder flickering within. However, it seemed to have been temporarily paralyzed, coming to a momentary halt. "Yang Zhaoge, if we talk about the family's laws, you are also not fit to talk about them." Yang He smiled coldly, the sword within his hand stabbing viciously towards Yang Zhaoge. Who was rather far away, not being able to arrive in time. Swept by the cold qi, Yang Zhaoge was unable to even wield his golden talisman body, looking like he was about to die under Yang He's sword. Yang Zhaoge, however, smiled slightly. "Here and now, of all the people here, I am the law." Saying thus, Yang Zhaoge flipped his palm, mightily slamming it down towards the top of Yang He's head. To be continued. Chapter 271. Yang Zhaoge raised his palm high above his head, before flipping it over and slamming it downwards. His movements were large, simple and heavy, not seeming fast at all, instead seeming a little slow. However, a strange, terrifying feeling arose within the heart of the Yang He before him, as though no matter how he dodged or resisted, he would still not be able to escape from this palm of Yang Zhaoge's, his head being smashed into smithereens. That feeling was as though the entire heavens and earth were within Yang Zhaoge's palm. Accompanied by the flip of Yang Zhaoge's palm, the entire heavens and earth reversed, the sky smashing downwards, leaving one nowhere to run, unable to resist, only able to close their eyes and wait for death. As this palm descended, from Yang He's perspective, Yang Zhaoge's entire person seemed to have grown much taller, resembling a descending divinity. A majestic, vast power enveloped Yang He's entire body, the majestic, heavy aura qi directly locking down the surrounding space, with Yang He at its center, space itself seemingly collapsing. One of Broad Creed Mountain's three supreme arts, heavenly Broad Creed Palm. As this palm descended, it was as though the heavens were collapsing. Yang He forcibly raised his spirits, resisting the suppression and destruction of this palm intent of Yang Zhaoge's towards his mind, a hand unconsciously rising. He was confident that with his cultivation base as a mid-spirit vessel martial grandmaster, he would not be defeated by Yang Zhaoge so easily. With the dim cold miasma temporarily sealing all of Yang Zhaoge's treasures, he had a chance. Before he had finished his thoughts, Yang Zhaoge's palm had already descended, landing on Yang He's palm. Without the slightest obstruction, from his palm, the bones of Yang He's entire body began to shatter. He stared, only to discover that he was completely powerless to resist, as though he was nothing more than a speck of dust after the sky had collapsed. Looking calmly at Yang He, Yang Zhaoge said mildly, "I have quite a few treasures on me, which seems to cause people to somewhat overlook my personal strength. My current cultivation base is still rather low, but in terms of cultivation base, if you want to assassinate me, at least you are still far from it. With Yang his strength, while he was a mid-spirit vessel martial grandmaster, as long as he was a core, direct disciple of a sacred ground, any early spirit vessel martial scholar would have the ability to surpass levels and defeat him. Yang Zhaoge had virtually swept through all the geniuses of the 6 great sacred grounds. Martial Yang, he was a martial grandmaster of a sacred ground. Even though he had just stepped into the martial grandmaster realm, he was a martial, it would also be. Even if Yang he launched a sneak attack, it wouldn't change the outcome. Yang his expression was ashen, and his gaze was slack. Yang Zhaoge was already no longer looking at him, instead looking at that box which contained the dim cold miasma. At this moment, the cold air had already dissipated. Originally, it was only to buy a sliver of time for the assassination, but now it had already become a fleeting cloud. On the other side, Yang Wendao was also being suppressed by Yang Wenzhen. His defeat was imminent. With the Yang family ancestral mansion's grand protective formation, it was impossible for him to escape. Those who could fight for it were either killed on the spot or captured alive. Looking at Yang Zhaoge, the crowd of Yang family martial practitioners all vaguely felt shocked. A martial grandmaster Ever since Yang Zhaoge's father, Yang Di, there had never been a martial grandmaster below the age of 25 in this world, until this Yang Zhaoge before them. Over the past 2 years, Yang Zhaoge's meteoric rise had been even more exaggerated than that of his father, Yang Di. With his martial scholar cultivation, in a sacred ground like Broad Creed Mountain, he held the authority of a first-seat elder, his authority and position vaguely above the leaders of all first-rate powers in this world. From ancient times till now, how many people could there be? Yang Zhaoge had not returned to the Yang family ancestral mansion in Yunjian County these past few years, to the point that the Yang family always felt that his achievements were a little illusory. There were many things that people had not seen with their own eyes, only having heard the rumors, and thus placing less importance on them. And seeing Yang Zhaoge for real today, it had a huge impact on everyone, causing even Yang Di's supporters like Yang Wenzhen to be rendered somewhat speechless. Yang Zhaoge was already no longer concerned about Yang Wendao and the others. After nodding towards Yang Wenzhen and the others, he raised his head to look at the sky. It's not as impressive as the plan of Yaroshan and the others in the Great Desert. It feels more like a personal plan of Yang Wendao and Yang He. Then, for the 9 underworlds and the decimating abyss, where is the true killing blow? While they were separated by many courtyards, Yang Zhaoge still swiveled his head to look towards the northeast, in the direction of Broad Creed Mountain. The old clan chief Yuan Zhengfeng had already been in secluded cultivation for many days. Currently, Broad Creed Mountain was in an orderly state, everyone seemingly already used to the days when the old clan chief was in secluded cultivation and Yang Di was managing things on his behalf. Everything seemed no different from how it had been in the past. But actually, Broad Creed Mountain was tight on the inside, the higher echelon experts on the alert at all times, and even the middle and lower echelon martial practitioners could feel that the atmosphere was different from before. Ending his cultivation, Xue Fei walked out of his residence, raising his head to look at the sky. Today was not as sunny as usual, being a cloudy day. However, it did not give one a cool feeling, instead feeling a little stuffy and hot. In the region of Broad Creed Mountain, the sky above was filled densely with dark clouds, causing one's mood to be a little stifling. Xue Fei knit his brows slightly, calming his heart as he strolled amidst the forest. Along the way, some of his fellow disciples saw him, bowing, senior apprentice brother Shu. Xue Fei nodded in return. As he walked, Xue Fei's footsteps suddenly slowed as he looked towards the side of the road. There stood a white-clothed young girl clothed in a blue robe, currently gazing into the depths of the forest with a worried expression on her face. Xue Fei recognized this young girl as well. She was an elite disciple of the same generation as him. While she was not a core, direct disciple, she was still highly regarded by the clan, having been heavily groomed. The girl was much younger than Xue Fei, roughly the same age as Yang Zhaoge. The reason why she had drawn Xue Fei's attention was that, as far as he knew, this junior apprentice sister Wang was rather close to Lu Wen. Lu Wen might still view her as a fellow disciple and junior apprentice sister, but junior apprentice sister Wang rather admired Lu Wen. And at this moment, the direction she was gazing in was precisely where Lu Wen was in secluded cultivation. Xue Fei knit his brows. If he was not wrong, Lu Wen had already been in secluded cultivation for a rather long time. Junior apprentice sister Wang is waiting for junior apprentice brother Lu? Xue Fei asked. Regaining her wits, junior apprentice sister Wang hurriedly answered, senior apprentice brother Xu, senior apprentice brother Lu has already been in secluded cultivation for over a year, almost 2. Hearing this, Xue Fei thought, ever since losing to junior apprentice brother Yang, he has always been in secluded cultivation, not having left at all. Xue Fei and Lu Wen were not very familiar with each other. The other could not bear to see him indulging in wine, and he also did not have much in common with Lu Wen. Therefore, they kept a respectful distance from each other. Xue Fei also knew that Lu Wen was proud and arrogant, but hearing that Lu Wen was currently in a state of distress, Xue Fei could not help but feel a little worried. Especially with the matters of the 9 underworlds and the decimating abyss having arisen in recent years. While Xue Fei was a little worried, he did not show it on his face, instead consoling junior apprentice sister Wang, relax, junior apprentice brother Lu might be able to shock the world with a single brilliant feat this time, even after 3 years of seclusion. After consoling junior apprentice sister Wang, Xue Fei did not leave, instead sucking in a deep breath, walking into the forest. A sealed stone room built against the mountain appeared before Xue Fei's eyes. To be continued. Chapter 272. Xue Fei looked at the tightly shut door of the stone room and fell into deep thought. Generally speaking, when a martial artist was in seclusion, others were strictly forbidden to disturb them. Barging into someone's seclusion grounds depended on the situation, and it might even result in a death grudge. Within the same sect, when a martial artist entered seclusion, even if it was a senior of the sect, they would only be allowed to enter if there was a prior agreement. Otherwise, unless it was absolutely necessary, he wouldn't easily barge into someone else's seclusion grounds. This was not just a matter of etiquette. Sometimes, when a martial artist cultivated, a small disturbance could cause all their previous efforts to go to waste, or even cause serious injuries. When a person was at a critical juncture of seclusion and was suddenly disturbed by others, the consequences would be unimaginable. This was also the reason why most people would hire people to protect them or set up powerful formations to protect them when they went into closed-door cultivation for a long time. For a core disciple of Broad Creed Mountain like Lu Wen, while his secluded cultivation grounds weren't specially guarded, there were protective formations that had long since been set up by the clan. For example, the stone room in which Lu Wen was currently in secluded cultivation was not Lu Wen's original residence, but a secluded cultivation area specially prepared by Broad Creed Mountain for its peak disciples. Xue Fei had once entered a similar place when he was cultivating behind closed doors. However, at this moment, looking at Lu Wen's stone chamber, Xue Fei couldn't help but feel a little uneasy in his heart. After he had relinquished his position as the acting elder of Suzhou City in the land of the Sand region and returned to the clan, he had a new assignment. It was not the disciplinary hall that his master Shatai was in charge of, but the martial inheritance hall where Yang Di had originally been. Xue Fei was currently the youngest principal elder in the Hall of Inheritance. The Technique Inheritance Hall was in charge of managing the seclusion stone rooms allocated to the disciples. The main reason why Xue Fei had the ability to open Lu Wen's seclusion stone chamber was for safety reasons. There was once a martial artist who had gone into seclusion. Because of his own cultivation, he had suffered a cultivation deviation and died from serious injuries. Because he had died in a secret chamber, no one knew about it for a long time. Thus, in order to guard against similar situations, the Cultivation Inheritance Hall had specially made some arrangements. However, this was just a precaution. If there was no need, the elders of the Cultivation Inheritance Hall would not step into the place where others were in closed-door cultivation. After pondering for a moment, even though Xue Fei felt that it was inappropriate, he still placed his hand on the door of the stone chamber. After a short while, the stone room's door opened, and Xue Fei carefully entered. After passing through the corridor, Xue Fei arrived at the deepest part of the seclusion chamber. There, he saw a man sitting cross-legged there. The man had an unkempt beard and his face was covered by long hair, making him look like a savage. No matter who saw him for the first time, they would find it hard to associate him with the elegant and graceful Lu Wen of the past. However, Xue Fei was still able to recognize Lu Wen with a single glance. However, what caused him to pay more attention to was the fact that Lu Wen's body was currently clearly trembling, akin to a sieve. Xue Fei couldn't sense that Lu Wen was currently circulating his qi. The trembling of the latter wasn't due to martial arts, but due to his agitated emotions. Something's wrong. Xue Fei's heart abruptly sunk as he hurriedly approached Lu Wen. Xue Fei didn't conceal his tracks, but Lu Wen completely ignored him, only minding his own business as he sat there, his body trembling uncontrollably. Looking carefully at his face, Xu Fei was shocked to discover that Lu Wen's eyes were currently tightly shut, his face pale and covered in sweat, as though he had just suffered a great illness. Xue Fei shouted in a low voice, "Junior brother Lu." Lu Wen abruptly awoke, finally opening his eyes. His eyes stared straight ahead, yet there was no focus in his gaze. Looking carefully at his pupils, Xue Fei saw that a faint blood-red light was clearly flickering within them. As Lu Wen opened his eyes, an indistinct, yet unresigned feeling emanated from his body. Xue Fei could clearly feel it. They were clearly the inner emotions of a person, yet at this moment, they gave off the feeling of something real. Xue Fei's expression turned grave. Through interrogating those who had been lured by the decimating abyss and were plagued by devilish intent, Broadcreed Mountain and Xue Fei now had a general understanding of the situation. Humans falling to the dark side were divided into stages. Evil intent, obsession, poison intent, desire. The vast majority of people, or even everyone, had them. It was just that humans could control them, rather than letting these negative thoughts control them. However, when a certain kind of intent was drawn over by the 9 underworlds, breaking through a certain boundary, it would transform into devilish intent. The devilish intent grew stronger and stronger, accumulating until it finally interacted with the devilish qi of the outside world, finally transforming the illusory within into the real on the outside, completely falling to the dark side. The characteristics of fallen practitioners were very obvious, their pupils turning completely orange-yellow, at the same time emitting an obvious blood-red light. However, before truly falling to the dark side, those who harbored devilish intent would appear no different from ordinary people on the outside. There was only one exception, and that was when the intent in their heart broke through a boundary, transforming into devilish intent. There would also be some characteristics. These characteristics were precisely Lu Wen's current appearance. At this moment, Lu Wen was shockingly at the critical point of his heart's obsession transforming into devilish intent. While he was facing this Xue Fei, Lu Wen's gaze was unfocused, as though he couldn't see Xue Fei at all. He muttered to himself in a low, indistinct manner, "Yang, Zhao, Ji, Yang, Zhao, Ji, Yang, Zhao, Ji." Seeing this, Xue Fei sighed inwardly, but didn't dare to hesitate as he extended his hands, forcefully patting Lu Wen's shoulders. "Junior apprentice brother Lu." Lu Wen didn't react, as though he had been possessed. Xue Fei said in a heavy tone, "Junior apprentice brother Lu, did you train in martial arts just to suppress junior apprentice brother Yang by a bit?" Hearing these words, Lu Wen's body shook intensely, ceasing his muttering, but his eyes were still lifeless. Xue Fei said, "You entered the clan for so many years, painstakingly training in martial arts for what exactly? Why did you want to become his disciple in the first place?" The expression on Lu Wen's face changed. One moment it was a painful struggle, the next moment it was a frenzied resolution, the two alternating. Xue Fei softened his voice, "Junior apprentice brother Lu, think carefully. What exactly do you want? What was it that allowed you to walk to where you are today?" The trembling of Lu Wen's body gradually ceased, the blood-red light within his eyes also gradually dissipating. Seeing this, Xue Fei finally heaved a sigh of relief. After a while, Lu Wen's gaze regained its focus. Looking at Xue Fei, he said in a hoarse voice, "Senior apprentice brother Xu." Xue Fei said, "Stabilize your mind." Lu Wen nodded slowly, closing his eyes once more. His face was frail, sweat pouring down like rain, pale as paper. However, his body was already no longer trembling, his expression also becoming calm. Shuefei looked at him. Junior apprentice brother Lu, I know that your emotions have only just stabilized now, and you might not be willing to recall some things. However, this concerns the foundation of our clan, and cannot be delayed. There are some things that I need to understand as soon as possible. Previously, was there someone who came into contact with you, arousing the obsession in your heart, causing it to grow stronger and stronger, even to the extent of communicating with the 9 underworlds? Opening his eyes, Lu Wen slowly nodded his head. There's indeed someone whispering by my ear. Following his voice, there seemed to be a voice reverberating unceasingly from the depths of my heart, growing louder and louder, until it completely filled up my mind. Chapter 273. Hearing Lu Wen's reply, Shuefei inhaled deeply. Who is that person? He felt uneasy. Lu Wen shook his head. I don't know who that person is. His voice seems to have been disguised, and I'm unable to distinguish it. However, his cultivation is definitely very high. Hearing Lu Wen's reply, Shuefei's heart did not relax. Although Lu Wen didn't mention any shocking names, the people who could freely enter and exit his seclusion grounds were definitely not light. His master, Fang Zhan, could freely enter and leave this place. It was just that unless there were special circumstances, Fang Zhan would generally not do so. Other than Fang Zhan, the other Essence Talisman martial grandmasters also had the ability to enter this place without a trace or sound. Even in a sacred ground like Broad Creed Mountain, Essence Talisman martial grandmasters were also limited existences, all of them bigwigs of the clan. The final situation was comparatively better. That was someone like Shuefei, a principal elder of Broad Creed Mountain who was in charge of matters in the martial inheritance hall. But even if it was the last situation, it wasn't very optimistic news. Shuefei calmly asked, how long has it been since that person came to find you? After silently calculating the time, Lu Wen replied, approximately 10 days ago. Shuefei nodded calmly, but his heart felt heavy. 10 days ago was something that had happened recently. It had been a long time since Elder Liu and the others had been captured. Naturally, it could not have been these exposed spies of the decimating abyss. This meant that there really were still people of the decimating abyss within Broad Creed Mountain, and also that their cultivation bases and positions were likely not low. Shuefei waited for Lu Wen to recuperate, before saying, Junior brother Lu, if there's nothing wrong with your body, let's go meet the seniors of the sect together. Although Lu Wen's mental state was somewhat dispirited, he still stood up, all right. The two of them first met Shuefei's master, Shitai. Shitai's expression was calm, without the slightest change. After carefully asking Shu and Lu, he said, let's go see junior brother Fang first. They headed to the assignment hall, yet were informed that Fang Zhan had left not long ago. He did not return from Fang Zhan's residence. Shitai and the others were stunned to discover that they were actually unable to find any traces of Fang Zhan for a time. Although with Fang Zhan's cultivation, if he wanted to hide it from others, only a limited number of people in the entire Broad Creed Mountain would be able to discover it. If there was no special reason, Fang Zhan clearly did not need to do so. At such a sensitive time, it was natural for one's imagination to run wild. Shuefei and Lu Wen exchanged glances. Lu Wen's originally bloodless face had now turned even paler. Only Shitai remained as calm as ever. He calmly said, this matter is unusual, but before we understand the situation, we shouldn't think too much about it. Let's look around first, but don't make it public. Just inform junior apprentice brother Yang, senior apprentice uncle He and the others, and it will be enough. Saying so, Shitai's gaze swept past Shuefei and Lu Wen, finally stopping on Lu Wen. I, myself, am willing to believe in junior brother Fang. Shuefei and Lu Wen both nodded their heads in agreement, but could not suppress the worry in their eyes. If Fang Zhan was not someone of the decimating abyss, then his current disappearance probably meant that the situation was far from good. It was possible that he had discovered something at the last moment, and had been tied up, unable to extricate himself. However, there was also the possibility that he had already been killed, even though Fang Zhan possessed outstanding strength. If even Fang Zhan was unable to deal with it, then the viciousness and ferocity of the other party's attack this time could be imagined. This was actually still thinking from the positive side. As for the negative side, if Fang Zhen had joined the 9 underworlds and the decimating abyss, Xue Fei and Lu Wen were both silent, practically not daring to continue thinking about it. Shatai said, "What exactly is the situation with junior brother Fang is still unknown at the moment. However, considering the matter of junior brother Yang's family and what happened to you, Lu Wen, as well as junior brother Fang's abnormal disappearance, we can be sure that the other party is already getting restless, accumulating their strength and waiting to act. The matter of finding junior brother Fang cannot be made public. However, the entire clan must raise their vigilance against the attacks of external enemies, as well as possible spies within the clan. We must be on full alert. If the other party wants to act, it will be right before our eyes." On the way here to look for Shatai, Lu Wen had already heard Xue Fei narrate the various major events regarding the decimating abyss in the outside world while he had been in secluded cultivation. At this moment, he and Xue Fei solemnly replied together, "Yes, this disciple understands. We will inform the others immediately." Raising his head to look at the sky filled with dark clouds, Xue Fei's gaze was heavy. The storm this time looks like it really won't be small. At this moment, in the central heaven region's Yunjin County, within the ancestral mansion of the Yang family, Yang Zhaoge stood within the courtyard, similarly raising his head to look at the sky. The sky here was clear for 10,000 li, the sunlight bright and beautiful. However, Yang Zhaoge did not relax as he pondered unceasingly within his heart, "If I were the other party, what would I do? If the Grand Master in secluded cultivation successfully steps into the martial saint realm, he will be the hope and guarantee for our clan to advance a step further in the near future. However, from a certain perspective, Grand Master is currently in his weakest state. If there are enemies working together from within and without, he will simply be the best target and target. As the saying goes, pulling the firewood from under the cauldron, it is nothing more than this. With the clear chi robe and the clan's guardian grand formation in hand, Father is currently our clan's strongest point. However, on the other hand, if Father is defeated, our clan's heavens would immediately fall and the earth would collapse. Eldest apprentice uncle and I both have devilish marks on our bodies that have yet to be completely removed. If the two of us perish, the great 9 underworld's door of the sand region might open once more. To our clan, this is also something that we have to guard against. Eldest apprentice uncle's cultivation base was originally high, and with me continuously wrecking the plans of the devilish domain grand formation and the decimating abyss, I think this will also draw their attention, and they will focus on killing me. Yang Zhaoge rubbed his temples. The key is that we don't know if there are still people from the decimating abyss amongst our clan's higher echelons. Many of our plans cannot be executed, otherwise, if the secret is leaked, we will be counterplotted against by the other party, losing even more terribly at that time. That's why it's said that guarding day and night is hard to guard against a thief in the family. As Yang Zhaoge pondered, who hurriedly rushed over, "Young master, an urgent report has come from the principal elder of Lianhu County. Someone has set up a formation there, wanting to guide the descent of the 9 underworld. TSK, there's no need to guess whether there is a traitor this time. There definitely is. The only problem is who it is." Yang Zhaoge rolled his eyes. Like Yunjin County, Lianhu County was in the central heaven region, belonging to the core of Broad Creed Mountain. Someone had infiltrated this place and set up a formation with the intention of opening the Great 9 Underworld's door. If there wasn't a traitor, that would really be strange. Also, it had to be a traitor with a high status. After receiving the news, Yang Wanjin and the others all had heavy hearts. Yang Zhaoge said, "It's not that simple. Starting a fire at our clan's doorstep, any random basin of water would be enough to extinguish it. Wanting the fire to really burn, there would definitely be other methods to obstruct us who extinguish it." As he said this, an immense pressure that caused Yang Zhaoge's mind to feel numb and tremble suddenly arose from the distance, instantly enveloping the heavens and the earth for 5,000 kilometers. Fuck. Who regained his wits, directly cursing, "Martial Saint." Yang Zhaoge let out a long breath, his indeed here. The Devil Saint, Yuan Tian. Chapter 274. While Yang Zhaoge had always thought highly of himself, he could not help but feel that if someone was specifically targeting him, there really would not be a need for a martial saint to personally take action. The appearance of the devil Saint Yuan Tian was undoubtedly the external pressure the decimating abyss was exerting on Broad Creed Mountain, drawing the attention of all of Broad Creed Mountain, luring the tiger away from the mountain and fighting for opportunities elsewhere. After all, no matter how high the level of the traitor was, wanting to sneak Yuan Tian into Broad Creed Mountain's territory would really be looking down on Broad Creed Mountain too much. However, what left Broad Creed Mountain helpless was that with Yuan Tian having appeared, they could not just ignore him. Otherwise, if this person were to destroy without restraint, the damage he would cause in a short period of time might not be any less than the descent of the 9 underworlds. Having outsiders causing such trouble in their own territory, yet still keeping their doors shut and not leaving, Broad Creed Mountain's face would be completely lost. As for Yuan Tian coming to Yunjin County to take care of Yang Zhaoge along the way, that was something that had happened in passing. Within it, there was also the possibility that he wanted to force Yang Di to bring the clear Qi robe out of the mountain. While Yang Di and the others were not people who were afraid of trouble, now was a sensitive time, with Yuan Zhengfeng in secluded cultivation at a critical juncture. With internal and external troubles appearing simultaneously, it was possible that Broad Creed Mountain's lineage would suddenly act in the opposite direction, forcibly suppressing their anger and slowly settling the score with Yuan Tian afterwards. Taking down Yang Zhaoge was to add another bargaining chip to Yang Di's success. Now that Yuan Tian had appeared, it would be too late for him to leave. Yang Zhaoge calmed his mind, simply gazing into the distance. Streaks of grey mist appeared in the distant horizon, blotting out the sky and drifting toward the Yang clan's ancestral grounds. The originally bright and beautiful sky and sunlight had all disappeared at this time, leaving only a grey haze between heaven and earth. In the vast sea of grey clouds, countless figures appeared. The dark clouds seemed to have turned into faces that were twisted in pain. They looked down and let out soundless roars. Yang Zhaoge, Hu, and the others could clearly feel waves of gloomy coldness. It wasn't a coldness that came from his physical senses, but a chill that rose from the bottom of his heart, as if he was facing an innate terror. Looking at that dark cloud, Yang Zhaoge nodded to himself. There is indeed some shadow of the impermanent devil sect of the past. It is just that I wonder if the thoughts of Buddhism's impermanence have already been integrated within. From what Yang Zhaoge knew, the impermanent devil sect of pre-Great Calamity times had once undergone a huge change. From the essence of the sect's martial Tao to the legacies of its experts, there had all been disputes and changes. Yang Zhaoge didn't know much about the specifics, only having heard the general news. However, with the advent of the Great Calamity, the impermanent demon sect seemed to have turned to dust along with the heavens and the earth. Looking at those dark clouds that obscured the heavens and covered the earth at this moment, Yang Zhaoge could not help but feel slightly dazed as many memories of the past surfaced within his mind. Dark clouds instantly shrouded the entire area, blocking out the sunlight and causing Yunjin County to seem to have fallen into darkness. At this point, Yuan Tian did not waste any more words. His powerful martial path fist intent pressed down, and the illusory fist intent condensed into substance. In front of Yuan Tian, the grand protective array of the Yang family's ancestral home did not seem to exist. The light dragons still danced in the air, but they were useless, unable to stop Yuan Tian at all. Seemingly not needing to differentiate, Yuan Tian's fist intent directly locked onto Yang Zhaoge. Yang Zhaoge's body began rising uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Hu, Yang Wenzhen and the others within the Yang family's ancestral home all felt their bodies go numb. Following that, they could only feel as though their internal organs were being grabbed by someone's hand and squeezed forcefully. The bones of their entire bodies emitted cracking sounds, their bodies seeming like they were about to explode, their blood vessels breaking apart as blood spurted out from their pores. Of everyone present, Yang Wenzhen, the one with the highest cultivation base, was merely at the 4th level of the martial Grandmaster realm, the early essence spirit stage. Without having to show himself, Yuan Tian would already be able to sweep through everyone present, wanting to capture Yang Zhaoge alive while also flattening the Yang family's ancestral home. However, as his target, Yang Zhaoge, who was directly facing Yuan Tian's sharpness, his expression was calm, not changing in the least as he instead observed Yuan Tian's fist intent rather interestedly. Yuan Tian might have noticed Yang Zhaoge's abnormality, but he did not open his mouth to ask anything, instead continuing at his own pace. As one of the 6 great martial saints of this world, he had this strength and confidence. Sadly, his thoughts were destined to never become reality. The heavens and the earth suddenly shook, numerous streams of clear qi surging, instantly diluting the all-encompassing dark clouds. The sunlight in the sky fell sparsely, penetrating through the cloud layer once more, illuminating the great earth. A tyrannical saber intent tore through the horizon, shattering the fist intent Yuan Tian had exerted on the Yang family's ancestral home. Within the Yang family's ancestral home, Yang Zhaoge's body that had just risen 2 or 3 meters into the air descended once more. Ah Hu, Yang Wenzhen, and the others all heaved a sigh of relief, no longer being pressured to the point where it felt like their bodies were about to explode. The dark clouds in the sky roiled, parting to the sides as a person was revealed. It was a middle-aged man with a pale face, dressed in the garb of a scholar. It was precisely the devil saint Yuan Tian whose name resounded throughout the 8 extremities world. Yuan Tian frowned slightly. Clear qi robe, Yang Di? The winds and clouds between the heavens and the earth surged as a valiant man who looked to be in his early 30s but whose temples were dotted with a bit of frost appeared. It was precisely Yang Zhaoge's father, the current temporary chief of Broad Creed Mountain, Yang Di. Seeing Yang Di appear, Yang Wenzhen and the others simultaneously heaved a sigh of relief. Yuan Tian gazed at Yang Di, or rather, his attention was focused on the white robe that Yang Di was wearing. The wide-sleeved white robe that enveloped Yang Di seemed to distort the surrounding space, containing infinite profundities as it transformed the space between the heavens and the earth into a robe. From the white robe, streams of clear qi extended in all directions, even seeming to encompass the surrounding world within. Clear qi robe, Yuan Tian nodded, looking at Yang Di. Why are you here? Actually leaving Broad Creed Mountain of your own accord with the clear qi robe, could it be that you have come specifically for this Yuan? How did you know that this Yuan would definitely appear here? His hands behind his back, Yang Di looked calmly at the exalted martial saint Yuan Tian, not answering him as he instead asked, Yuan Tian, with your strength and position, why were you also willing to submit yourself to the 9 underworlds? What can they give you? Could it be that in order to seek longevity, you have given up on being a human? Yuan Tian shook his head. It also doesn't matter. Anyway, it was originally to force you to leave Broad Creed Mountain. Now that you are willing to come out of your own accord, it is in line with my intentions. I can roughly guess what you are thinking. It is nothing more than trying to grasp the initiative in your own hands, catching me unawares. You saving your son, then immediately rushing back to the mountain. This way, our people might instead not be able to react in time, making a move at Broad Creed Mountain. Down below, the corners of Yang Zhaoge's mouth arched slightly upwards. His father and Yuan Tian both had no intention of answering the other's question, their tones calm, but they were still at loggerheads. The terrifying concepts of the 2 great experts had even clashed intensely from the moment they had met, pressuring each other as the surrounding heavens and earth shook. Looking at Yang Di, Yuan Tian said indifferently, however, in front of me, do you think it will be so easy for you to bring your son away? Saying thus, he raised his hand, clenching it into a fist. A terrifying force, instantly agglomerated. As his fist struck out, it shook the earth and the heavens. To be continued. Chapter 275. Yuan Tian punched out, dark clouds surging between the heavens and the earth as a massive vortex was formed, shooting towards Yang Di. Within the vortex, there seemed to be countless faces howling in pain. The vortex formed by the dark clouds was like purgatory on earth, devouring all living beings in the surroundings and pulling them into it. Yang Di raised his brows slightly. Garbed in the clear qi robe, he spread his arms wide as streams of clear qi surged, majestic as the heavens. Obstructed by Yang Di, Yuan Tian's fist intent that had solidified was instantly unable to advance any further. He also seemed to have a feeling that while he was clearly a martial saint while Yang Di was still a martial grandmaster, Yang Di seemed to be lofty as he overlooked him like the vast sky. Yuan Tian frowned slightly. Suddenly, he opened up his clenched fist. He changed his fist into a claw and tore with force. The boundless grey mist transformed into a terrifying demonic claw that seemed as if it would tear apart the sky at this moment. Impermanence Devil Claw. Specks of radiance now surfaced on the surface of the white robe that Yang Di was wearing. The radiance was fragmented like corn. The color was half black and half yellow. It was neither resplendent nor dim. However, it seemed to contain an unbearable heaviness amidst the power concept that was as vast as the heavens. Wearing the clear Qi robe, Yang Di's aura rose unceasingly as though there was no end to it. He faced Yuan Tian's impermanence devil claw head-on and struck out with his palm. His palm shone with a clear and bright light, like a glazed Vajra. While Yang Di's attainments in the martial Tao of the Vajra body were inferior to Shatai's, with the clear Qi robe on him now, striking out with his palm, it was like a martial saint executing the Vajra body. The terrifying Vajra condensed palm clashed against the impermanence demon claw, not giving Yuan Tian the slightest advantage. As the palm and the claw collided, Yuan Tian's eyes shone with a cold light. Within that clear, transparent palm of Yang Di's suddenly blazed fiercely with a purplish-red fiery light, radiating outwards from his palm. The terrifying Tusita fire that seemed able to refine and incinerate all things erupted from Yang Di's palm with an unimaginably powerful explosive force. What caused even Yuan Tian to be taken aback was that Yang Di had simultaneously executed the two supreme martial arts of Broad Creed Mountain, the Vajra body and the Tushito palm, in an incomparably harmonious manner. The power of the purple Tushito fire erupted, but the eternal strength of the Vajra body was not affected in the slightest. It remained indestructible. Furthermore, the will of the indestructible body didn't restrict the power of the Tushito palm. The two ultimate techniques complemented each other and contributed a shocking amount of power. The terrifying impermanence devil claw, which seemed capable of plucking the stars and the moon, actually began to tremble. Wisps of grey mist kept dispersing from the huge claw. The demonic claw seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Yuan Tian nodded calmly. "You are the best among your generation. You live up to your reputation." His claw wanted to change, yet discovered that it was being sucked in by Yang Di's palm, actually being hard-pressed to shift. Gazing over, radiance surged on Yang Di's palm, streams of faint golden light appearing, resembling numerous golden ropes. The golden chains entangled the impermanent demon claw, making it difficult for it to escape. It could only face the attacks of the Vajra body and the Tushito palm head-on. Other than the Vajra body and the Tushito palm, this move of Yang Di's clearly contained another supreme martial art of Broad Creed Mountain's 8 extreme arts. Golden Canopy Palm. Having mastered the 3 supreme martial arts, Yang Di's palm force erupted mightily. The violent purple Tushito flames exploded, instantly incinerating the massive heaven-obscuring hand formed of the dark clouds into a sea of flame. Yuan Tian looked coldly at this scene. Clear Qi robe, sacred artifact. What a good thing. Seeing his impermanent devil claw broken, Yuan Tian's expression did not change in the slightest. "Sadly, you are not a martial saint at the end of the day." As he said this, Yuan Tian's outstretched palm suddenly clenched. The dark clouds that had been incinerated and extinguished by the purple Tushito flames suddenly appeared once more, drifting about without end. It was as if everything that had happened earlier had only been an illusion. The surging purple flames surged up once more, incinerating the dark clouds. However, the sea of dark clouds still existed. It was clearly an all-encompassing, majestic, boundless dark cloud that obscured the heavens and the sun. However, at this moment, it seemed like it was in a realm that was hard to touch, hard to touch. No matter how violent the purple Tushito flames were, no matter how the golden ropes formed of the golden canopy palm bound the winds, clouds, sun and moon, no matter how fearless and unyielding the Vajra body was. The dark clouds always existed there, not dissipating and not extinguishing, gathering and dispersing unpredictably. On the ground, seeing this scene, Yang Zhaoge raised his head slightly. There are already some traces of Buddhism's impermanence. Clashing head-on with Yuan Tian, Yang Di could see even more. Within the depths of those dark clouds, there seemed to be a wheel spinning unceasingly. Every time Yang Di's attack landed on the dark clouds, that wheel would spin even more rapidly. That was where the true core of Yuan Tian's fist intent lay, causing boundless dark clouds to surge, gradually surrounding Yang Di. "With the clear Qi robe on me, I am already not much different from a martial saint. Yang Di said mildly, the image of Vajra suddenly dispersing from his palm, the power of the golden canopy palm and the Tushato palm also vanishing. His fingers formed a saber as he raised them high into the air, and if there isn't much of a difference between our cultivation bases, as he said this, Yang Di's raised right hand chopped downward. A sharp saber intent swept through the surrounding area. Between the heavens and the earth, the scene seemed to suddenly distort. A massive crevice appeared amidst space, completely pitch black. Space was truly ripped apart at this moment. As Yang Di's saber chopped downwards, an immeasurable, limitless power was imbued onto the blade of the saber. At this moment, Yuan Tian only had a single feeling, that the vast, immeasurable sky above his head seemed to have transformed into the blade of Yang Di's saber, chopping downwards towards him. One of Broad Creed Mountain's 3 supreme arts, the immeasurable heavenly saber, a supreme saber art inherited from the exalted heaven shaker Zhondonga, invincible in the 8 extremities world in the past, infinite and immeasurable, the saber of the sky. Currently, with the clear chi robe on Yang Di, the power of this saber far surpassed that of when the Eastern Tang had battled the sacred Sun clan. Once upon a time, when he had still only been a junior, Yuan Tian had once personally witnessed the exalted heaven shaker Zhondonga brandishing his saber. Facing Yang Di at this moment, he could only vaguely feel that the invincible existence of the 8 extremities world that year actually seemed to have reappeared in this world once more. The dark clouds were broken apart, that wheel at their center also split into 2 by that saber. As the saber intent that cleaved through the sky scattered, Yang Di said calmly, if there isn't much of a difference between our cultivation bases, I win, you lose. The heavens and the earth were completely silent, as if shocked by Yang Di's declaration of absolute victory against a martial saint as a martial grandmaster. Looking at Yang Di, Yuan Tian chuckled, Yang Di. Invincible Yang. Heh, what a good invincible Yang. He extended his hands horizontally to the sides, before slowly bringing them together towards the center. Winds surged and clouds surged between the heavens and the earth, a boundless sea of grey clouds obscuring the sky once more. I admit that with the clear chi robe, you are an opponent of sufficient weight, just like Huang Guanglie and the others. Yuan Tian's expression was indifferent. Having been able to reach his current height, his will was extremely firm, however. As for who wins and who loses, words alone are not enough to prove it. Only when one side is completely dead can a conclusion be made. Yuan Tian said coldly, what I don't know is, with you and me clashing here, how will Broad Creed Mountain avoid this great tribulation? Whatever the reason, you and the clear chi robe having left Broad Creed Mountain, you are all alone and without help. Even if Huang Guanglie has not left seclusion, as long as the sacred Sun clan has the great Sun heaven measuring ruler, they will definitely come. Chapter 276. Faced with the grey clouds that obscured the heavens and concealed the sun once more, Yang Di's expression did not change as he hacked out with his saber. The majestic and boundless saber intent forcefully tore apart the grey clouds. Faced with Yang Di's immeasurable heavenly saber, those indistinct, indeterminate dark clouds were also hard-pressed to maintain their previous indiscernible, profound state. It was as though Yang Di's saber had chopped down to the mundane world, now within reach once more. In the face of such a tyrannical and terrifying attack, Yuan Tian snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, a long grey whip suddenly appeared. The long whip swam about, merging with the dark clouds, changing unpredictably. From that long grey whip, a powerful spiritual energy fluctuation and concept was created. It was a high-grade spirit weapon. Although it wasn't a holy weapon, Yuan Tian's aura was different with the whip in his hand. His martial true intent and the weapon's spiritual energy fused together, boosting each other and instantly unleashing an astonishing might. Yang Di let out a clear roar, his palm making the motion of drawing a saber in mid-air. A purple long saber fell into his hand. With a flick of his wrist, the saber slashed out. Not only did the power of the clear chi robe augment Yang Di, it also merged with the high-grade spirit artifact in his hands, the heavenly dragon saber. Beneath Yang Di's saber, the dark clouds dispersed, the whip in Yuan Tian's hands wailing as though it had a life of its own. Yuan Tian's expression did not change in the slightest. There was not the slightest trace of humiliation or anger on his face. The long whip in his hand unfurled, and it was as if a 10,000-li-long dragon was soaring through the sky. The dark clouds had completely turned into a sea of clouds, enveloping a radius of 10,000 miles and concealing Yuan Tian's figure. There was only that roiling black whip which traversed the clouds, resembling an evil dragon extending its head as it peered down at Yang Di. Streaks of pitch-black lightning descended from the sky like a heavy rain. In the center of the dark clouds, a huge vortex was formed once more. The range of the vortex was so vast that it seemed to fill up the entire sky. On the great earth below, Yang Zhaoge and the others stood within the Yang family ancestral mansion. Raising their heads, it was as though the entire sky above their heads, all the way to the distant horizon, was enveloped by a vortex of dark clouds. Looking up, it was as if the entire sky was spinning. As the earth trembled, everything, including the shattered rocks, began to float into the air, as if they were about to be sucked into the vortex in the sky. As far as the eye could see, it seemed like the entire Yunjian prefecture was about to be overturned by Yuan Tian. Only the place where Yang Di stood, as well as the Yang family ancestral mansion beneath him, remained completely unscathed. Yang Di would naturally not sit by and watch as Yuan Tian wreaked so much havoc in the lands of the Central Heaven region. Other than the Yang family, there were also countless lifeforms living and thriving within Yunjian County. He held the heavenly dragon saber in his right hand and slammed his left palm into the ground. Yang Di's left hand manifested the image of Vajra once more, radiating a glazed light. An unwavering, powerful will merged with the clear qi robe, specks of black and yellow radiance condensed and heavy, pressuring down towards the great earth down below. Streams of clear qi filled the surroundings. They seemed as inconspicuous as air, but they instantly froze the surroundings. At the same time, Yang Di chopped out with his saber upwards with his right hand, a majestic saber-light cleaving the heavens and splitting the earth as it pierced straight into the cloud. Yang Di's immeasurable heavenly saber hacked into the massive vortex within the sky. As the vortex circulated, the jet-black light dragon bobbed up and down, wanting to grind Yang Di's saber-light to pieces. However, the boundless saber-light, which seemed to have gathered the boundless power of the world around it, remained standing. The saber-light did not shatter. As it flickered, it was that vortex formed of dark clouds that began shaking unceasingly, seemingly gradually approaching the point of collapse. Despite suffering a setback, Yuan Tian's will did not waver in the least as he continued clashing with Yang Di. He did not clash head-on with Yang Di's immeasurable heavenly saber, instead calming his heart and tangling with Yang Di in a roaming battle. As an exalted martial saint expert, facing Yang Di and the clear qi robe, he actually had to use such a method. It was inevitable that he would feel disappointed. However, Yuan Tian did not mind this. While his devilish arts were strange and domineering, as compared to the immeasurable heavenly saber, they were not suitable for head-on clashes. Yang Di's immeasurable heavenly saber swung widely, domineering and domineering. Clashing head-on with it unceasingly would not be wise for Yuan Tian. Moreover, while it was true that Yang Di's strength had skyrocketed thanks to the clear qi robe, he was not a true martial saint at the end of the day, and wielding a sacred artifact consumed a great deal of his strength. Correspondingly, the most crucial problem was that the longer Yang Di and the clear qi robe left Broad Creed Mountain, the greater the danger that Broad Creed Mountain was in. As long as he could delay Yang Di here for a long time, it would already be a victory for Yuan Tian. Amidst the dark clouds, Yuan Tian's gaze was cold as he looked calmly at Yang Di, no anger or anxiety visible on his face at all. It was just that what caused Yuan Tian to feel wary was the fact that Yang Di similarly appeared as stable as Mount Tai, not panicking in the least. Yang Di was indeed not in a rush. As he struck out with his saber, hacking at the vortex of dark clouds above his head, he asked calmly, "Zhaoge, how are your preparations?" In the Yang family manor down below, Yang Zhaoge stood in the ancestral temple, the guardian grand formation beneath his feet circulating to the maximum. Yang Zhaoge was currently standing on the core of the formation, a stone pillar standing beside him. It was precisely the pillar of the divine palace. If the pillar of the divine palace returned to its original size, it would burst through the roof of the Yang family ancestral temple. Therefore, Yang Zhaoge had controlled its size, keeping its height to around 3 meters, allowing it to stand within the ancestral temple. Everything is in place, Yang Zhaoge smiled. Yuan Tian frowned. He had already personally experienced the power of the Guardian Grand formation of the Yang family ancestral manor earlier. Let alone him, even Essence Talisman martial grandmasters could be seen as nothing by it. However much of a heaven-defying genius Yang Zhaoge was, the gap between them was currently too great. It was also impossible for these things to be of much help to Yang Di. With regards to the current battle situation, it was merely a drop in the bucket. This current battle of the martial saint realm was completely not something that Yang Zhaoge and the others of the Yang family could participate in. If not for Yang Di's protection, just the aftershocks of their clash alone would be sufficient to flatten Yunjin County, even overturning the heavens and earth of the surrounding 5,000 kilometers. However, the keen intuition of his many years of dominance told Yuan Tian that there really was danger. As these thoughts flashed through his mind at lightning speed, Yuan Tian suddenly retreated. However, as Yang Di chopped out with his saber, the majestic saberlight transformed the toughness of 100 times tempered into the softness of a finger. The immeasurable heavenly saber was not just tough and ferocious. The gentle saberlight resembled a long meandering river, sucking in the dark clouds within the sky, causing Yuan Tian to be unable to immediately retreat. Seeing this, Yuan Tian completely understood what was going on, knowing that the situation was not good, having to first retreat before making any further plans. However, in the Yang family ancestral temple down below, after bowing to his ancestors, Yang Zhaoge circled around the pillar of the divine palace. With every step he took, he punched out towards the pillar of the divine palace. 9 consecutive steps, 9 punches, Yang Zhaoge's fist intent shook the pillar of the divine palace, its surface lighting up with a dazzling radiance. A rune mark lit up on Yang Zhaoge's forehead. The Guardian Grand formation of the Yang family ancestral manor lit up with an unprecedentedly bright glow. Clashing with Yuan Tian in mid-air, a rune mark lit up on the forehead of Yang Di. On the great earth, a thick pattern of light lit up, rapidly extending towards the northeast. Where the light illuminated, the boundaries of space seemed to be blurring. Yang Di's saberlight sucked in Yuan Tian, the figures of the two gradually turning blurry amidst the air. To be continued. Chapter 277. Faced with this sudden change, Yuan Tian's emotions fluctuated as he let out a low roar filled with shock and anger. However, his and Yang Di's silhouettes became blurry in the air, finally disappearing into the horizon. The dark clouds that enveloped the heavens and the earth also dissipated along with them. Sunlight reappeared in the clear sky above everyone's heads. Seeing Yang Di and Yuan Tian's silhouettes disappear, Yang Zhaoge let out a long sigh. It wasn't easy, but we succeeded. Ah Hu, Yang Wenzhen and the others looked at Yang Zhaoge blankly, not understanding. Zhaoge, where are the family head and the devil saint? Yang Zhaoge looked towards the northeast. They were sent to Broad Creed Mountain. Ah Hu and the others looked at each other. Yang Wenzhen and the others didn't know how to reply, constantly thinking about how to phrase it. Ah Hu directly asked, "Young Master aren't we trying to prevent external enemies from invading? Especially a peak expert like the Devil Saint Yuan Tian. If he enters the core of Broad Creed Mountain, wouldn't he be opening the door to thieves? At that time, if other enemies work together with him?" Yang Zhaoge said, "Relax. Although they were sent back to Broad Creed Mountain together, under Father's control, the Guardian Grand formation has long since changed. A foreign dimension has been temporarily constructed in the air above Broad Creed Mountain. Father and Yuan Tian have been transported there. There, Father can still draw on the power of the Guardian Grand formation, making use of the geographical advantage. This way, he will have the upper hand when fighting Yuan Tian. At the same time, he can also watch over the clan." Yang Zhaoge said, "Even if the other experts of the clan have to attend to their own duties, guarding against other enemies and not being able to leave, with Father's clear chi robe and the assistance of the clan's Guardian Grand formation, if it were just a one-on-one battle with Yuan Tian, it would be questionable whether Yuan Tian would be able to leave Broad Creed Mountain alive. Compared to other enemies, Yuan Tian is still the most obvious threat. If we can get rid of him first, we will save a lot of effort later. If a martial saint went all out, without being restrained by someone of the same level, he would form an unstoppable destructive force. Hu, Yang Wanzhen, and the others all looked towards the pillar of the divine palace within the Yang family ancestral hall. Yang Zhaoge lightly rubbed his temples. He had only discussed this plan with Yang Di. The higher echelon bigwigs over there only knew that Yang Di had adjusted the Guardian Grand formation and created a temporary foreign dimension to act as a battlefield, preventing the clan itself from being attacked. However, he didn't know that it was a cage specially prepared for Yuan Tian or the great Sun Heaven measuring ruler. After all, it was extremely difficult to teleport a powerhouse of this level to that place. Normally, this would be almost unimaginable. This time, he had to satisfy multiple conditions at the same time to be able to succeed in one fell swoop. Basically, it was very difficult to replicate. Only Yang Zhaoge and Yang Di knew all the steps and main points of the plan beforehand. If my dad is a member of Decimating Abyss, then I can only admit that I'm unlucky this time. Yang Zhaoge thought as he kept the pillar of the divine palace. Swiveling his head to look at Yang Wanzhen, Yang Zhaoge said, "Third granduncle, the Guardian Grand formation of our family's ancestral mansion is currently virtually completely destroyed. If we want to set it up again, we will probably have to expend some effort. It doesn't matter. This is something that can't be helped." Regaining her wits, Yang Wanzhen said emotionally, "Chaos is hard to come by. If Broad Creed Mountain meets with a calamity, my Yang family will also be affected." Yang Zhaoge said, "The family should still have some of the treasures needed to set up the formation. If we really lack them, we can only temporarily use other things to replace them. I will first help to set up the formation. As for the rest, after this battle, when my father is free, I will then make adjustments." Without needing to hear the rumors, just from what they had just seen and heard, Yang Wanzhen and the others could confirm that Yang Zhaoge's attainments in formations far surpassed that of ordinary martial practitioners of the same cultivation level, even far surpassing everyone present. Yang Wanzhen immediately gave the order, and they all assisted Yang Zhaoge in rapidly setting up the formation again. Although it wasn't as good as the grand formation of the ancestral ground from before, at least it was able to allow the formation to circulate once more. Yang Zhaoge said, "I have to hurry over to Lianhu County. Third granduncle, be careful here." After taking his leave of Yang Wanzhen and the others, Yang Zhaoge brought Hu and Pan out of the ancestral mansion. He did not return to the clan, instead hurrying over to Lianhu County. "Young master, with the decimating abyss causing trouble in Lianhu County, wanting to guide the opening of the Great Nine Underworld's door once more, there will also be bigwigs of the clan rushing over to deal with it, right?" Hu asked. Sitting on Pan's back, Yang Zhaoge gazed into the distance. The two grand elders, Elder He and Elder Zhong, will both have to sit over the clan, taking turns to take turns. One will stand guard over Grand Master, while the other will sit in the center, guarding against any unexpected situations. The first seat of the Heaven-Sealing Gorge, Elder Gong, will also have to stand guard over the Heaven-Sealing Gorge at all times, unable to leave even for a moment. Father will specialize in dealing with the martial saint experts or sacred artifacts of the other side. If someone comes to deal with the situation in Lianhu County, it will be either eldest apprentice uncle or second apprentice uncle. The clan currently only has these few transcending mortality martial grandmasters and late essence talisman martial grandmasters. If eldest apprentice uncle and second apprentice uncle cannot leave, senior apprentice uncle Fu may also come. After calculating for a moment, Hu scratched his head. "Young master, did you forget someone?" The first seat of the martial repository, Elder Shin Dongping, is an existence even stronger than the two grand elders, Elder He and Elder Zhong, only being inferior to the old clan chief. While it is hard to say who is stronger between him and the family head, he definitely has a place amongst the top 3 experts of Broad Creed Mountain. Yang Zhaoge did not speak, raising his head slightly, asking after a while, "Now, it can already be confirmed that there are still people of the decimating abyss amongst the clan's higher echelons. Hu, if you had to guess the most likely one, who do you think it is?" "I only mean feeling and guessing." Hearing his words, Hu opened his mouth. If I were to guess, Elder Shin and Elder Fang are both possible." Yang Zhaoge nodded. "That's right, similar fates, one losing to Grand Master, the other losing to father. Because of the former's defeat that year, A barrier has always remained in his heart, unable to break through that final bottleneck and step into the martial saint realm. The latter is hailed as a hidden dragon, but will very likely remain hidden for the rest of his life. Yang Zhaoge gazed into the distance. The human heart is inscrutable, and no one knows what others are thinking. That aside, everyone knows that those two are unhappy within their hearts. Ahu grinned. Young master, you seem to be even more wary of Elder Shin. Yang Zhaoge said, while second apprentice uncle is the one who is directly competing with father, perhaps it is precisely because we are more familiar with each other that I instead hope for him not to change. Of course, I do not deny that there is another reason. If Elder Shin changes, the danger he poses may very well be even greater than second apprentice uncle's. Don't just look at how this old man seems like an otherworldly expert. Actually, his influence in Broad Creed Mountain has always been not small. This has something to do with Grand Master never being able to step into the martial saint realm. It is also that Elder Shin himself similarly lacks that crucial final step. Otherwise, if he had become a martial saint first, the one who would be embarrassed would be Grand Master. Ahu said, because of this, perhaps Elder Shin instead has hope, his obsession not turning into a devilish will. Instead, for Elder Fang's side, unless the family head perishes or falls into the same situation as the old chief, he will never have hope. But the possibility of this is also too low. Yang Zhaoge nodded. That's right, it is also possible. Ahu hesitated for a moment before asking, then, young master, if it is both Elder Shin and Elder Fang, Yang Zhaoge narrowed his eyes, then this tribulation of our clan today will really not be easy to pass. Chapter 278. Yang Zhaoge, Ahu and Pan Pan hurried to Lianhu County together. There, he met Shatai and Shuefei, who had just arrived. In the end, Shatai had been the one to deal with the problem here at Lianhu County, while Yang Zhaoge had also obtained the news regarding Fang Zhen and Lu Wen. Ahu's face was bitter as he looked at Yang Zhaoge. Yang Zhaoge lightly rubbed his temples. Eldest apprentice uncle, senior apprentice brother Shu, how are the other peak experts of the clan now? Shuefei answered, senior apprentice uncle Yang is fighting with the demon saint in the foreign dimension. Elder Zhong and Elder Shin are guarding the Mountain Gate Grand Formation, guarding against other enemies while helping senior apprentice uncle Yang. Elder he is guarding Grand Master, while senior apprentice uncle Fu is looking for senior apprentice uncle Fang. Yang Zhaoge nodded soundlessly, the group chatting as they walked. There were many lakes within the boundaries of Lianhu County. They formed a continuous stretch, resembling a small country of water. Walking here, Yang Zhaoge had the feeling of having returned to the region of the lake domain's clear concealed lake. As they approached the southern part of Lianhu County, the terrifying aura that could shake one's heart and soul appeared once again. Looking from afar, one could see a thick black fog covering the sky. Within the black fog, blood-red lightning flashed and flickered. It looked like the end of the world. The lake below was as black as ink, and one could vaguely see a huge array laid on the ground. The array patterns flickered with black light. Yang Zhaoge swiveled his head to look at Shatai, eldest apprentice uncle. The technique that the other party used to shift the location of the descent of the Great Nine Underworld's door is extremely profound, and not easy to break. It should not be used just once. This time, we should also make preparations beforehand. Shatai said, most likely so. The group of people charged towards the core area of the Demon Domain Grand Array. What was rather unusual was that they did not encounter any decimating abyss martial artists blocking them. Yang Zhaoge's pupils dilated slightly. They must have set up some sort of mechanism. If the core of the Devilish Domain Grand Formation here is destroyed, the descending location of the Great Nine Underworld's door will change once more. The reason why they are not stopping them now is not because they don't care. Instead, it's because they want to make use of the time when we are suppressing the door of the Nine Underworlds to launch a surprise attack. At that time, we will be distracted by suppressing the door of the Nine Underworlds, and the situation will be greatly advantageous to them. Shatai and the others frowned when they heard this. Yang Zhaoge let out a long breath, and it is impossible for us to sit back and watch as the Great Nine Underworld's door descends. However, looking at the devilish mark on the back of his left hand, Yang Zhaoge narrowed his eyes into slits. However, our understanding of the devilish domain grand formation has also improved greatly from the previous 2 times. Along the way, they stepped into the central region of that crimson devilish domain once more. Seeing the tall golden tower standing towering before them once more, Yang Zhaoge's expression was neither sad nor joyless. This place was completely empty, leaving only the demonic domain great array that was still rumbling in operation. At the top of the golden tower, a red door of light was projected onto the ground, guiding the 9 underworlds to descend into this world. Black runes extended from all directions and converged once again, wrapping around the golden tower like chains. Yang Zhaoge did not hesitate in the slightest as he flew forward, his palms flipping through the air, palm after palm striking down on those numerous black spirit patterns as though piercing through flowers and brushing willows. As these spirit patterns were struck by Yang Zhaoge, a small ring instantly surfaced on their surface. Within the ring that flickered with white light, a complex, profound pattern appeared, engraved on the spirit patterns of the devilish domain grand formation like a seal. While the pillar of the divine palace is temporarily unable to be used. Yang Zhaoge's gaze was calm as he struck out with palm after palm. Finally, he came to the foot of the golden tower, his hands simultaneously drawing out a massive rune before imprinting it on the golden tower. "Eldest apprentice uncle," Yang Zhaoge called out. Having long since been prepared, Shatai also strode forward, treading the air as he arrived at the top of the tower, his palm descending. The golden tower shook mightily, the numerous black spirit patterns entangling it beginning to roll mightily in reverse. The devilish domain grand formation gradually dissipated, but the devilish chi did not move elsewhere as the decimating abyss martial practitioners had hoped. Meanwhile, the aura of the 9 underworlds here was growing dimmer and dimmer, that tall golden tower clearly beginning to shrink at this moment. It shrunk stably, not instantly collapsing. Seeing this, Xu Fei and Hu both heaved a sigh of relief, Hu breaking into a wide grin. "Young master, at this time, even the formation experts of the decimating abyss are probably not as proficient as you in this devilish domain grand formation." Yang Zhaoge's hands had already left the golden tower at this moment. With Shi Tai, a late essence talisman martial grandmaster, suppressing it, it would be enough. Before they could reply, a vigorous dark light appeared before their eyes, easily penetrating the boundless darkness as it shot fiercely towards them. The speed of that dark light left Yang Zhaoge, Xu Fei, and Hu completely unable to react. It resembled true black lightning, its power condensed to the extreme as it seemed able to directly rip the great earth apart. However, Shatai was able to detect the other party's attack in time. His body transformed into Vajra, light shining to the extreme. Even within the domain of devilish chi, he resembled a pillar of support, causing the devilish chi to be hard-pressed to approach him as most of the surrounding black fog was dispersed. One hand still pressed on the golden tower, Shatai punched out with his other, directly forcibly meeting that terrifying dark light. Bright light lit up between the heavens and the earth, illuminating the gloomy great earth. Shatai gazed at the newcomer. It was precisely his old opponent, the scaly dragon king Sima Chue. The two could already be considered to have known each other very well. Meeting on a narrow path, they did not waste time on words, directly making their move. However, as Yang Zhaoge had predicted, Shatai, who had to focus on suppressing the devilish domain grand formation and the great 9 underworlds door, was unable to deal with Sima Chue with his full strength. Pressing his palm on the golden tower, Shatai was temporarily unable to move his body as he wished, only able to remain where he was to face the enemy. However, he dealt with the myriad changes by remaining unchanging, resembling a rock amidst tempestuous storms and tempestuous waves, never collapsing. His techniques seemed to be sealing whilst also sealing, his defense impenetrable, not giving the enemy any chance to take advantage of him. Sima Chue's powerful attacks were all unable to advance a single step. However, Yang Zhaoge's expression was calm and heavy, not having relaxed in the slightest. Hu also stopped smiling, turning to look in another direction along with Xu Fei. There, many figures flickered, stepping into the world enveloped by the red light before them. Some of them looked familiar to Yang Zhaoge. Even if they didn't, the garb of Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners on them told him that they were Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners originally stationed in Lianhu County. Everyone's cultivation level was high and low. The high ones were Grandmaster martial artists, while the low ones were only body refinement martial artists. However, the commonality that all of them shared at this moment was that their spirits were all dispirited, their bodies limp as they were clearly under someone's control. Some of them were injured, but unable to receive treatment at this moment, they could only watch as their blood flowed freely. Beside the group of Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners was another group of martial practitioners who possessed a rather evil aura. Seeing one of them, Yang Zhaoge's gaze hardened slightly. His entire body was enveloped in a black robe, a cloak concealing his head and face. The only half of his face that was revealed was even a jet black mask. To be continued. Chapter 279. Like Zhong Yaro, Yi Zhongzhou, and the others who had been captured by Liu Shengfeng back then, these Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners had clearly all been persecuted and tortured. The other party had intended to force them into despair, hatred, fear, and fury, unable to extricate themselves, finally losing control of their mental states. Under the influence of the aura of the 9 underworlds, devilish intent would quickly grow within them, even falling to the dark side. As for those decimating abyss martial practitioners, their cultivation bases also varied. However, there were 5 among them that Yang Zhaoge and the others paid particular attention to. As those 5 breathed, their auras resembled thunder, their acupoints shaking as though they possessed divinity, their aura cheese filled with spirituality yet also returning to simplicity. They were clearly all martial grandmasters. Of the 5 martial grandmasters, their cultivation bases also varied. Yang Zhaoge and Xu Fei both recognized the white-haired old man among them. He was a late spirit vessel martial grandmaster of Broad Creed Mountain. It was just that this old man's eyes were yellowed, emitting a blood-red light. He had clearly already fallen completely to the dark side. However, the one who attracted Yang Zhaoge and Xu Fei's attention the most was still the person beside that white-haired old man. That masked man who had once clashed with them. The gazes of the other decimating abyss martial grandmasters were also focused on Yang Zhaoge, Xu Fei, and Hu. There was only that person enveloped entirely in a black robe who now suddenly raised his head, his gaze burning as he looked at Shatai battling Sima Chue on the Golden Tower. His entire face was concealed beneath a mask, only his 2 yellowed eyes emitting a piercing blood-red light. While Shatai on the Golden Tower was simultaneously suppressing the Golden Tower while also clashing with Sima Chue, he was still constantly alert to the surroundings. The arrival of a group of people down below did not escape his eyes. Looking at that masked martial practitioner, gazing at those eyes that seemed to be blazing, Shatai's unwavering gaze that was like an ancient well without ripples suddenly flickered. On the decimating abyss side, that white-haired old man looked towards Yang Zhaoge and the others. The other decimating abyss martial practitioners also looked warily at Yang Zhaoge, Xu Fei, and Hu. Seeing Yang Zhaoge, Shatai, and the others, the faces of the captured Broad Creed abyss martial practitioners lit up once more. After glancing at the white-haired old man, Yang Zhaoge's gaze returned to that masked man. Gazing at the other party, Yang Zhaoge said slowly, "Change to a new mask. But it's meaningless. I've already seen everything I should have seen in that foreign dimension." Yang Zhaoge sighed. "It is senior apprentice brother Shi Songtao, right? Although I hoped that you would return safely, I never thought that it would be in such a way." That masked martial practitioner now finally retracted his gaze from Shatai, looking at Yang Zhaoge indifferently, not speaking. Yang Zhaoge shook his head. "Do you think I'm tricking you? Even if you weren't sure before, the way you stared at eldest martial uncle just now has already explained everything." When Xue Fei saw the mask on the other party's face, he could not help but reveal a sorrowful expression. Yang Zhaoge said calmly, "If I don't guess wrongly, not using your original martial arts is actually not because you are worried that we will see through your identity, but because you despise Broad Creed Mountain, despise the martial arts that eldest apprentice uncle taught you, therefore intentionally not using them. Concealing your face with a mask, while it is true that you do not want others to recognize you, it is more because you do not want others to mention that you were once a disciple of Broad Creed Abyss, the son of eldest apprentice uncle." Yang Zhaoge's tone was complex. "You despise having your past mentioned, not because you feel ashamed or have no face." Hearing his words, the decimating abyss martial practitioners present all had different expressions on their faces, clearly shocked within their gazes. Swiveling his head to look at the person beside him, that white-haired old man's expression was also a little strange. You are Songtao, the son of Shatai? That year, weren't you? That masked martial practitioner remained silent, but the gaze with which he looked at Yang Zhaoge contained even more fury. Yang Zhaoge sighed, since your identity has already been revealed, why do you still need to wear that mask? In your own heart, it is not that you have no face to see others are. The black mask was finally taken off, revealing a face that Yang Zhaoge and the others were familiar with whilst also unfamiliar with. That was a young man who looked to be in his early 30s. His facial features were 90% similar to Shatai's, as though they had been cast from the same mold. Full of bitterness, Xu Fei virtually squeezed out 3 words from the gaps of his teeth. Senior, apprentice brother Shi. This martial grandmaster who had nearly assassinated Xu Fei in the devilish domain grand formation at Clear Concealed Lake was shockingly the son of Shatai who had been missing for many years, the former genius of Broad Creed Mountain's direct lineage, Shi Songtao. In mid-air, Shatai repelled Sima Chue with a single punch, his gaze falling on Shi Songtao, unable to shift away for a long time. Having taken off his mask, Shi Songtao no longer cared if his voice could be recognized by others, finally opening his mouth to say, "Long time no see. How have you been?" "I've returned from hell." A simple greeting, but it caused the bodies of Yang Zhaoge and the others to feel a chill run down their spines. That mild tone contained venom and coldness, seemingly inscribed into their very bones. Xu Fei said with difficulty, "Senior apprentice brother Shi, have you been in the decimating abyss all these years? That year, was it them who saved you?" Shi Songtao nodded mildly, "Otherwise, it would have been you." He raised his head to look at Shatai on the tall golden tower. It was him? Treading within the air, Shatai resembled a stone statue as he stood there, unmoving. "Junior apprentice brother Xu, what do you want to say? You want to say that your master, my father, also had his own difficulties that year?" Shi Songtao's tone was very indifferent, causing one to feel a chill down to the very core. Everyone has their own difficulties, but that doesn't mean that others can understand them, can accept them. Shi Songtao raised his head to look at Shatai. He chose to protect Broad Creed Mountain's interests, choosing to take care of the many, sacrificing me. "Sacrificing me, so be it." Shi Songtao said mildly, "If it were just that, I actually wouldn't hate him. Since he gave birth to me, I'll just take it as returning this life to him. However, it wasn't just me who was sacrificed." Shi Songtao's tone finally fluctuated, a blood-red light shooting out from his yellowed pupils, as though there were flames blazing within. "My wife, my son, were sacrificed together with me. Yuzhen, my wife, she wasn't a disciple of Broad Creed Mountain. Just because she married me, just because she's your daughter-in-law, she had to be sacrificed for Broad Creed Mountain? Jun'er, he was only 3 that year, an ignorant child. Was he also going to lose his life because of this?" Shi Songtao stared at Shatai. "There are some questions that I've always wanted to ask you. If the ones in danger were other disciples of Broad Creed Mountain, protecting the clan's interests while also saving us, which side would you choose? If 2 sides were in danger, one being other disciples of Broad Creed Mountain, the other being our family of 3, which side would you choose?" Shatai was expressionless, resembling a statue, but his low voice reverberated in the air. "This has nothing to do with who it is." Hearing his words, Shi Songtao chuckled. "Indeed, an answer you would give. In your heart, the whole is more important than the individual, the many more important than the few. Your responsibility towards the clan overrides your personal feelings." As Shi Songtao spoke, he suddenly took a step forward. "Then, you can try to make another choice now." Chapter 280. Shi Songtao walked to the center of the captured Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners, raising his head to look at Shatai. A low, hoarse voice resounded. "Now, there are 7 people on my left and 15 on my right." Shi Songtao raised his head to look at Shatai. "If I say that I want to kill all of them on one side, which side do you think I should choose?" An oppressive cold light shot out from Shatai's eyes, his palm on the golden tower moving slightly, but not moving away. He extended his free hand towards Shi Songtao, but Sima Chue attacked with his spear, blocking Shatai. Shi Songtao said indifferently, "With your cultivation base, if you don't care about the core of the grand formation, even with the scaly dragon king blocking, you can still jolt all of us to death through the air. But you can't ignore the grand formation that guides the descent of the 9 underworlds, right? Shi Songtao swiveled his head to look at those broad creed mountain martial practitioners. Your current experiences are like mine that year. Compared to the consequences of the descent of the 9 underworlds, which could be 20,000, 200,000, 2 million, or even more people dying, the lives of your 20-odd people, in Shatai's eyes, seem insignificant. Some of those broad creed mountain martial practitioners had complex expressions on their faces, while some stubbornly glared angrily at Shi Songtao. Shi Songtao looked at Shatai. Since that is so, then I already know your answer to the question just now. He looked left and right. 7 and 15, you definitely want to protect 15. Shi Songtao laughed lightly. The side with more people, right? Despair instantly appeared on the faces of the 7 broad creed mountain martial practitioners on his left. However, Shi Songtao was not in a hurry to act, instead swiveling his head to look to the right. But, of the remaining 15 people, if we split them into 5 on one side and 10 on the other, which side would you choose to protect? Shatai's gaze turned heavy. Shi Songtao said mildly, the side with more people? Then it would be to protect 10 and give up 5. Very in line with your style, but... Shi Songtao spread out his hands and coldly said, in that case, there will be 10 survivors and 12 dead. Which side is more and which side is less? Shatai looked at Shi Songtao and did not speak for a long time. Shi Songtao's gaze was also fixed on the tall figure in mid-air. Senior apprentice brother Shi, I'll interrupt you for a moment, Yang Zhaoge suddenly said. I won't say much, just 3 sentences. First of all, there are many times when it's not a simple matter of quantity. Given eldest martial uncle's personality, if he really had a choice, I feel that he wouldn't choose to sacrifice the majority, nor would he choose to sacrifice the minority. He would choose to sacrifice himself. Yang Zhaoge looked at Shi Songtao. As the old saying goes, no one knows a son better than his father. Conversely, this also makes some sense. I feel that your understanding of eldest apprentice uncle should be deeper than mine. Shi Songtao's gaze shifted from Shatai to Yang Zhaoge, cold and silent. Yang Zhaoge met his gaze calmly. The second sentence is actually to ask something. Sister-in-law Yuzhen and Jun are they already dead, or are they like you now? Shi Songtao's wife, surnamed Ying and named Yuzhen, was a solitary practitioner. After getting to know Shi Songtao, the two had grown very close, becoming husband and wife, living harmoniously together. Afterwards, the son they had given birth to was named Shijun. It was even the old clan chief Yuan Zhengfeng who had helped to name him. The years following Shijun's birth had been the happiest days of Shatai and Shi Songtao's family. Sadly, however, good times didn't last long, as that tribulation had come afterwards. Shi Songtao's family of 3 had all met with disaster, all of them nowhere to be seen, unable to even collect their corpses. Now, Shi Songtao had finally reappeared, but Ying Yuzhen and Shijun were still nowhere to be seen. Looking at Shi Songtao, who resembled a wounded lone wolf, Yang Zhaoge, Shatai and Xu Fei all felt their hearts sink. As compared to Shatai and Xu Fei, this question was still asked by Yang Zhaoge. Hearing this question, Shi Songtao's breathing abruptly halted, the fury and pain within his gaze even more intense than before. Looking at Shi Songtao, Yang Zhaoge said slowly, the third sentence. At this point, Yang Zhaoge suddenly moved. The cloak formed of crane feathers on his shoulders abruptly flipped, transforming into 2 massive wings. As they shook, he shot towards Shi Songtao and the others like a bolt of lightning. The purplish-green light of thunder flickered within Yang Zhaoge's right eye. The next moment, a perfectly round purple orb appeared above his head. A desolate, ancient aura emanated, the orb flickering with the light of thunder, jumping abruptly. It was as though a person's eye had lightly blinked. Boom, 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 boom. An intense rumble of thunder resounded as the ball of light transformed into a thunderbolt, ripping through space in an instant. The thunderbolt was so fast that no one could react at all, directly striking down before that white-haired old man of the late spirit vessel martial Grandmaster realm. It was as though a thunderbolt had descended from the heavens, destroying all filth and evil. As soon as Yang Zhaoge moved, the white-haired old man was alerted. The acupoints of his entire body pulsed, his aura chi circulating as his body flickered, wanting to evade. But the thunderbolt was really too fast. Fast to the point that his thoughts and his body were completely unable to react, having no time to react or judge, not even having the time to instinctively react. After Yang Zhaoge had stepped into the martial Grandmaster realm, activating the Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment and blazing it with all his might, an instant's thunder had skyrocketed madly. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderbolt mightily exploded above the white-haired old man's head, shattering his protective aura chi, shattering the armor on his body. Finally, his fleshly body that had been tempered 100 times and was even tougher than metal exploded into a mist of blood. Insta-kill. Directly insta-kill. The third level of the martial Grandmaster realm, the late spirit vessel stage, was directly instackled on the spot by an instant's thunder. From Yang Zhaoge making his move to the white-haired old man being blown to the point where not even his bones remained, only a blink of an eye had passed. Meanwhile, Yang Zhaoge expanded his immortal crane wings, instantly arriving before them. A green swordlight that resembled a jade dragon traversing the heavens flashed past. Of the 5 martial grandmasters of the decimating abyss side, following the white-haired old man, another one, an early spirit vessel martial grandmaster, was nailed to death by Yang Zhaoge's sword. Having been informed beforehand by Yang Zhaoge via sound transmission with his aura chi, Xu Fei and Ah who also shot out, each dealing with one of the other 2 decimating abyss martial grandmasters. At the same time, Yang Zhaoge arrived by Shi Songtao's side. Dim light shone within Shi Songtao's hands as he sent a sword towards Yang Zhaoge. Yang Zhaoge's hands interlocked, his body turning as he continuously stepped on the ground, resembling the movement of the stars as he speedily arrived behind Shi Songtao. His left hand chopped out, bringing with it the roar of thunder as it resembled a massive heaven-splitting blade, chopping down on Shi Songtao's sword-wielding right arm. A muffled cracking sound resounded as Shi Songtao's left arm instantly went limp, the sword in his hand falling to the ground. Sorry for the offense, at the same time, Yang Zhaoge kicked out from below, kicking Shi Songtao's leg. Like brandishing a great axe, chopping down a large tree, he directly kicked Shi Songtao into a half-kneeling position. Yang Zhaoge extended his right hand, his fingers forming a claw as he grabbed Shi Songtao's neck from behind, suppressing him to the point that he was unable to move. My third sentence. Yang Zhaoge exhaled, of the 22 fellow disciples here, senior apprentice brother Shi, you will not be able to kill a single one of them. Accompanied by his words, the white-haired old man was shattered by the thunder, transforming into a rain of blood that filled the entire sky, his splattering flesh and blood landing on the ground. To be continued. Chapter 281. When the surrounding decimating abyss martial practitioners heard the rumbling of thunder, their minds were greatly shaken. They looked at the white-haired old man with the highest cultivation in their group, only to see a rain of blood splattering in the air. Flesh and blood splashed onto their faces. Everyone was stunned, not daring to believe that the late-stage spirit vessel martial grandmaster white-haired old man had been killed so easily on the spot. Only when the scattered blood turned into black smoke and disappeared did they come back to their senses. And in the blink of an eye, Yang Zhaoge had killed yet another person, simultaneously restraining Shi Songtao. Towards these decimating abyss martial practitioners who had yet to become martial grandmasters, Yang Zhaoge stood where he was, the immortal crane wings expanding behind his back. Like a rain of light, the immortal crane feathers shot out in all directions, instantly turning the decimating abyss martial artists into sieves. On the other side, Xue Fei and Ah who were also dealing with their opponents. The Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners who had been captured now discovered that in the blink of an eye, they had already escaped from danger. Everyone was rather stunned as they looked at Yang Zhaoge who resembled a divine soldier descending from the heavens, instantly purging the enemy. The decimating abyss martial practitioners, Shi Songtao included, didn't even have the chance to take hostages or kill to vent their anger before they had already been instantly swept away by the trio. Seeing that relaxed look on Yang Zhaoge's face, if not for him wanting to prevent the decimating abyss martial grandmaster from killing his fellow disciples at the first possible moment, even without Xu Fei and Ah who having to make a move, he alone would have been able to forcibly clear the area. Even the attention of Shi Tai and Sima Chue in mid-air, as they clashed, was diverted to the ground below. This time, it was Shi Tai who had acted, leaving Sima Chue with no time to spare for anything else. Yang Zhaoge stood where he was, unceasingly inhaling and exhaling. At this moment, the purple orb formed from the fragment of the Eye of the Thunder Emperor had uncontrollably sunk into a state of complete dullness, completely devoid of spiritual qi. It resembled a grey stone orb, inconspicuous to the extreme as it was kept by Yang Zhaoge. The instant's thunder burned everything in an instant, concentrating all of its power in a single moment. With a single strike, Yang Zhaoge had expended all of the power that he could currently wield the fragment of the Eye of the Thunder Emperor. However, it was precisely because of this that the might of an instant's lightning could be said to be extraordinary. The white-haired elder was at the late stage of the spirit-nurturing realm. He had formed a spirit seed and sprouted a spirit sprout. His martial arts true spirit had already begun to take shape. He had fought in hundreds of battles, big and small, and was extremely experienced. If Yang Zhaoge were to clash head-on with him, regardless of victory or defeat, it would definitely not be something that could be decided in a single exchange. Now, however, it had been directly blown to smithereens by Yang Zhaoge's an instant's thunder. While an instant's thunder possessed peerless power, causing even gods and ghosts to flee, the sacred artifact fragment was closely linked to Yang Zhaoge's essence, qi, and spirit. As the Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment fell into a slump, Yang Zhaoge's essence, qi, and spirit also declined greatly along with it. Yang Zhaoge had long since been prepared for this. Therefore, even as he activated the Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment, in that short instant, he had also erupted with all of his potential. Before his condition truly deteriorated, he had managed to insta-kill Shi Songtao and his other opponent. At this moment, Yang Zhaoge's fingers were locked around Shi Songtao's neck, suppressing the circulation of the aura qi within his body, shaking his flesh and blood, rendering him unable to move. However, Yang Zhaoge could clearly feel that Shi Songtao was struggling unceasingly to resist. Beneath his skin, an explosive force surged unceasingly, shaking Yang Zhaoge's fingers to the point of numbness. Even though he had grabbed hold of his opponent's vitals, having been weakened along with the Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment, Yang Zhaoge felt that he would soon be unable to suppress Shi Songtao for just a few breaths' time. However, as Yang Zhaoge breathed in and out and regulated his body, gradually recovering some of his vitality, he still managed to firmly capture Shi Songtao. Xue Fei and Hu also very quickly finished off their respective opponents. Hu came to Yang Zhaoge's side, looking inquiringly at him. Yang Zhaoge shook his head slightly, indicating that he didn't need his help. Meanwhile, Xue Fei helped to treat the injuries of those injured fellow disciples while also casting his gaze towards Shi Songtao. In midair, seeing that he was unable to do anything to Shatai, also noticing that the golden tower being suppressed by Shatai was getting shorter and shorter, Sima Chue knew that if he didn't retreat quickly, in the instant that the golden tower was completely ground flat, Shatai would be completely freed. At that time, whether or not he would still be able to successfully retreat would be another matter altogether. After making a feint with his spear, Sima Chue began to escape. Shatai's fist intent expanded, enveloping the surrounding area, protecting Yang Zhaoge and the others. He didn't give chase, his palm still resting on the golden tower. Beneath his suppression, the golden tower shrunk unceasingly. The devilish domain grand formation was already on the verge of collapsing at this moment. With Yang Zhaoge suppressing Shi Songtao, the other Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners who had been saved could finally heave a sigh of relief. It was just that their gazes began to shift between Shatai and Shi Songtao, a strange atmosphere brewing unceasingly. Hu. Yang Zhaoge sighed lightly. Hu nodded, taking over Xue Fei's job, treating the injuries of those Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners while also bringing them away from this place. The Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners all had complex feelings. After a moment of silence, they finally didn't ask anything as they left with Hu. Xue Fei's expression was grave as he came before Shi Songtao. Shi Songtao instead calmed down now. He was currently unable to swivel his head to look at Yang Zhaoge behind him, but said mildly, "Your reputation is well deserved." Yang Zhaoge asked, "Senior apprentice brother Shi, I've offended you. Still, what exactly was the answer to my second question?" Shi Songtao abruptly fell silent. On the golden tower, Shatai's gaze swept over Shi Songtao's entire body as he suddenly said, "Check his shadow shrinking pouch." Xue Fei nodded, retrieving a shadow shrinking pouch from Shi Songtao's body. Shi Songtao looked coldly at him and Shatai, his gaze finally falling on the shadow shrinking pouch, pain appearing within his eyes. Opening the shadow shrinking pouch, 3 transparent ice coffins appeared. One of the ice coffins was completely empty, while the other 2 contained a person each. One of them was a beautiful girl who looked to be in her early 20s, just that her eyes were tightly shut, as though she was in a deep sleep. And the other was a boy who looked to be around 10 years of age. The boy's face resembled that girl's, while his features were similar to Shatai and Shi Songtao's. Shui Fei's expression did not relax. Jun is still alive, but his life is also hanging by a thread. But sister-in-law Yuzhen. Yang Zhaoge looked over. Shatai's grandson, Shi Songtao's son, Shi Jun. When he had gone missing that year, he had only been a little over 3 years old. His current appearance was virtually equivalent to that of normal growth. However, the situation was also not optimistic. And with the current state of Shi Songtao's wife, Ying Yuzhen, it was very hard to say whether she was still alive. These ice coffins will temporarily suppress their bodies. After this matter, we will carefully think of a way. Yang Zhaoge looked at Shi Songtao, senior apprentice brother Shi. Now that things have come to this, why don't you say some things? That year, who exactly was it that saved you, also guiding you to the 9 underworlds? Is it someone from our sect? To be continued. Chapter 282. Hearing Yang Zhaoge's question, Shi Songtao was silent for a long time before he said quietly, "Within your hearts, you should also have guesses, right?" Yang Zhaoge and Shu Fei looked at him. Shatai's gaze was also focused on him. Shi Songtao raised his eyes and met Shatai's gaze. He said indifferently, "Actually, I have never seen his true appearance. Even when he saved me and taught me the dark light killing technique and other martial arts, I have never really come into contact with him. However, if you ask me, I feel that it's Martial Uncle Fang." Hearing this, Shatai's eyes flickered as he stared at his son. Yang Zhaoge and Shu Fei's gazes hardened. "Since you have never seen his true appearance, how can you be sure that he is second apprentice uncle?" Yang Zhaoge asked in a heavy tone, based on his voice. "To us, that person's cultivation base can disguise his or her voice, and it's very difficult for us to distinguish his or her cultivation base." Shi Songtao said lightly, "That's why I said it was my opinion. Of course, I wouldn't come to this conclusion out of thin air. I came to this conclusion after the Abyss Master provided me with a devilish domain formation that can guide the descent of the 9 underworlds without relying on the domain of Earth." His neck being held by Yang Zhaoge, he was unable to turn his head, but he still asked Yang Zhaoge, "Why do you think that senior apprentice uncle Fang Zhen, who had originally always been of the moderate faction like the longtime elders of the clan, later changed his style to be tough and radical, becoming like our fathers?" Shi Songtao looked at Shatai. "Do you really think that it's because he and Grandmaster both lean towards being unyielding that Martial Uncle Fang changed his mind? How could someone like Martial Uncle Fang change his ways so easily?" Shi Songtao's expression was indifferent. There was no sadness, no pride, no mockery. His tone was as calm as clear water. Yang Zhaoge restrained him from behind, asking, "Second apprentice uncle is the lord of the decimating abyss?" Through the higher echelon experts of the decimating abyss that they had captured earlier, Yang Zhaoge and those of Broad Creed Mountain already knew that the leader of the decimating abyss was internally known as the Abyss Lord. In reality, to the martial practitioners who had joined the 9 Hells and the decimating abyss, the true leader was the 9 Hells. As for the Abyss Master, he was the strongest expert in their group. He had the deepest understanding of the 9 underworlds and grasped many secrets. To a certain extent, he was like the spokesperson of the 9 underworlds. The Abyss Master was the one who proposed to guide the descent of the 9 underworlds and create the domain of demonic chi. As for whether it was created and comprehended by itself, or if it was imparted after communicating with the 9 underworlds, no one knew. At the same time, the Abyss Master was also extremely mysterious. No one knew his true identity. The Devil Saint Yuan Tian is not an isolated master. Yang Zhaoge gazed at Shi Songtao. "The meaning of your words is that the change in second apprentice uncle's way of thinking is related to the 9 underworlds and the decimating abyss?" Shi Songtao said mildly, You should also know what Broad Creed Mountain's radical faction thinks of the moderate faction. Perhaps you've been influenced by senior apprentice Uncle Yang. I remember that you're also of the radical faction. While it was in front of Shatai, while it was discussing some seniors of the clan, Yang Zhaoge still said calmly, conservative fantasy, unrealistic, placing all hope on the enemy. A considerable portion of Broad Creed Mountain's longtime elders who had lived through that darkest period of the past, hoping to avoid conflict as much as possible with the external enemies at the head of the Sacred Sun clan, silently accumulating their strength until they rose to power once more. When necessary, he could make some sacrifices and concessions to buy time. This way of thinking was the same as when the Heaven Diviner Zhon Shilo had been in power that year. At that time, Broad Creed Mountain had slowly survived its darkest period just like that, finally welcoming the dawn of its rise to power once more. However, the experts of the senior generation, led by the old chief Yuan Zhengfeng and led by Yang Di, Shatai, and the others, held the opposite view. Because as they saw it, while they were developing, other powers like the Sacred Sun clan were also developing vigorously. It was impossible for them to be so kind as to just stand where they were, waiting for Broad Creed Mountain to develop and catch up to them, even surpassing them. Not just that, suppression, containment and annihilation would come flooding over like the tides. And the current era was also different from when the Heaven Diviner Zhon Shilo had been in power. The greatest difference was that Zhon Shilo had already perished. Any disciple of Broad Creed Mountain would admit that when the exalted Heaven Shaker Zhon Donga had perished that year, Broad Creed Mountain's experts had suffered disastrous casualties, their vitality greatly damaged. If not for Zhon Shilo's sudden appearance, Broad Creed Mountain would probably already no longer exist now. With Zhon Shilo alive, the Broad Creed Mountain of that time had been able to bide its time, keeping a low profile and ensuring that its core interests would not be harmed, having the confidence to ensure that its bottom line would not be compromised. And now, if they still blindly retreated conservatively, that would be no different from carving a boat to seek a sword. Placing their hopes on their enemies was something that the radical faction was unable to accept. Shi Songtao said, "Then, under what conditions do you think the thinking of the moderate faction can be feasible?" Yang Zhaoge knit his brows slightly, "Unless, the Sacred Sun clan is like our clan in the past." Broad Creed Mountain's decline from its peak had begun with the invasion of the Flame Devil world. Countless Broad Creed Mountain experts had faced the Flame Devils, suffering disastrous casualties. That had still not happened on Broad Creed Mountain's territory, not in the Heaven Domain. And as Yang Zhaoge saw it, if the thinking of the moderate faction did not become a castle in the air, a situation like the invasion of the Flame Devils that year occurring again, the main victims would still have to be the Sacred Sun clan or the Heavenly Thunder Hall. If it had happened to the Heaven Domain and Broad Creed Mountain, there would be no need to talk about what had happened afterwards. Yang Zhaoge looked at Shi Songtao. "What you mean is that the second apprentice uncle of the moderate faction back then set his sights on hell, on the 9 underworlds. He intended to guide the 9 underworlds to descend on the territory of the Sacred Sun clan, artificially creating a great calamity for the Sacred Sun clan?" Shi Songtao's expression finally changed as he revealed a somewhat mocking smile. "The history of the decimating abyss is not long. The Earth Domain's turbulence was intense, with more and more people being drawn over by the 9 underworlds more and more easily. This was all a matter of recent years. It was precisely because someone entered deep into hell, attempting to unravel the secrets within, opening a forbidden door. Sadly, in the end, some obsessions and evil thoughts within his heart may have been drawn over by the 9 underworlds, thus transforming into devilish thoughts. Originally intending to guide the 9 underworlds to descend, it has now instead become his target. Why did he fall towards the radical faction afterwards? Because he discovered that the more fierce the conflict between Broad Creed Mountain and the Sacred Sun clan, the 2 great sacred grounds of the 8 extremities world, the more opportunities the 9 underworlds would have. Before this, whether he was radical or stable, it was all for Broad Creed Mountain. However, now that he is doing everything for the 9 underworlds, whether he is radical or stable is no longer important. It is no longer a concept, only a disguise and a method, because the goal of his life has already changed. Shi Songtao's expression was also a little complex. The decimating abyss that has brought calamity to Broad Creed Mountain, to the 8 extremities world, was precisely created by Broad Creed Mountain's own people. Xu Fei and Yang Zhaoge exchanged looks. Shi Tai's expression was calm and solemn as he pressed down on the golden tower with his palm. That golden tower, at this moment, gradually disappeared, finally completely sealed by Shi Tai. Shi Tai's expression did not change in the slightest as he walked towards Yang Zhaoge and Shi Songtao. To be continued. Chapter 283. Shi Tai walked in front of Shi Songtao. His tall body was like a mountain. However, the hearts of Yang Zhaoge and Xu Fei both felt sour. Although his back was still ramrod straight and his facial features were still firm, they could clearly feel a rare feeling of lethargy from Shi Tai. Shi Tai shook his head slightly, saying to Yang Zhaoge, "Leave it to me." As he spoke, he stretched out his hand, and the will of his fist pressed down on Shi Songtao's body. Yang Zhaoge nodded, releasing Shi Songtao's neck as he retreated. But in the instant Shi Tai's fist intent suppressed Shi Songtao's expression suddenly changed. The expressions of Shi Tai, Yang Zhaoge, and Xu Fei also changed slightly at this moment. From within Shi Songtao's body, an extremely powerful force suddenly erupted. Shi Tai's expression changed drastically, and his martial arts fist intent instantly manifested. A clear light shone in all directions, enveloping Shi Songtao's entire body, trying to suppress that power. Shi Songtao's eyes were filled with astonishment as he felt the raging power in his body. Blood spurted out of his mouth. His entire body was trembling. Every bone, every blood vessel, every acupoint seemed to be erupting like a mountain flood. Yang Zhaoge and Xu Fei were just standing by the side, not even having approached, when they already felt the infinite, boundless sword intent being generated within Shi Songtao's body. It was as if at this moment, Shi Songtao's entire being was composed of sword qi and sword intent. Boundless sword intent shot out from Shi Songtao's body in an endless stream. Blood seeped out from every pore on Shi Songtao's body, as if they were going to spray out at the same time. His entire body shattered, turning into countless blood swords that exploded. The vast and powerful sword insight seemed as high and boundless as the sky, yet it was also as heavy and powerful as the earth. Under the sword, it was as if it was a whole new world. However, at this moment, Shi Songtao's body was about to be turned into a world of flesh and blood. And the target of this sword will was Shi Tai. The vast, powerful force left Yang Zhaoge and Xu Fei unable to approach. However, they were not unfamiliar with this sword intent. One of Broad Creed Mountain's 3 supreme arts, the limitless heavenly sword, created by the heaven diviner Zhon Shilo that year, a supreme martial art that stood alongside the heavenly Broad Creed palm and the immeasurable heavenly saber. It was just that at this moment, its target was the martial practitioners of Broad Creed Mountain. Shi Tai's eyes flickered with brilliance. He took a deep breath, and his entire body turned into a Vajra figure. At the same time, he became as resplendent and transparent as glass. His powerful martial arts fist intent was activated to the extreme, suppressing the power that had suddenly erupted from Shi Songtao's body. Unfortunately, this power came from within Shi Songtao's body, so the first thing that was destroyed was his body. Shi Tai gritted his teeth and spread his palms apart, forming a distorted suction force. Instead of completely suppressing it, he guided it while suppressing it. The terrifying sword intent condensed into a tangible sword light. Like an endless waterfall, it rushed out of Shi Songtao's body and headed straight for Shi Tai. Shi Tai's expression was firm as a boulder, the high-grade spirit artifact on his body, the profound light divine armor, having been removed at this critical moment. The profound light divine armor transformed into a streak of black light, enveloping Shi Songtao's body, wanting to temporarily suppress his body that was on the verge of shattering. However, at this moment, a strange golden light flashed in the magnificent and bright sword light. As the streaks of golden light swam about, they actually entangled the profound light divine armor, obstructing it for an instant. And that magnificent sword light directly hit Shi Tai's chest and abdomen. A powerful light erupted from Shi Tai's body, flickering unceasingly. However, that sword light also seemed infinite and limitless as it unceasingly struck Shi Tai's body. Shi Tai roared, mightily punching downwards, shattering that sword light. Looking over, Yang Zhaoge and Xu Fei saw that Shi Tai's chest was not bleeding, but a large crater had been sunk in, numerous cracks densely covering it. That concept that was indestructible and inextinguishable like Vajra had also dimmed greatly at this moment. Shatai's expression did not change in the slightest, as though he could not feel any pain at all. Looking at Shi Songtao, some unsuppressible grief could be seen within his gaze. While he had guided the sword intent to attack him in time, even intending to protect Shi Songtao's body with the profound light divine armor, the sword intent had originally originated from within Shi Songtao's body. Whether or not it had injured Shatai, Shi Songtao would first have to suffer this sword. And this sword was not something that Shi Songtao could bear. Even as the other party had buried a streak of sword intent within Shi Songtao's body, he had also secretly set up other mechanisms. The essence of the wondrous flower, dormant dragon slumber, was rare throughout the world as it specifically countered the main material for forging profound light divine armors, the profound light divine metal. While Shatai had acted decisively and gone all out, Shi Songtao had still been heavily injured. Shi Songtao opened his mouth, blood spurting unceasingly from it, but he didn't seem to mind it much as he chuckled. Unexpectedly, Senior Apprentice Uncle Fang actually buried a streak of sword intent within my body. I also don't know when. He looked at Shatai. Haha, it looks like it was specially prepared for you. Only your fist intent would be able to stimulate this sword intent. After all, you cultivate in the Vajra body, your fist intent being different from others, being unique under the heavens. That golden light is dormant dragon. It was also specially used to deal with your profound light divine armor. Shatai clutched the wound on his chest with one hand, his other hand suppressing Shi Songtao's body with his fist intent, preventing it from shattering. He sucked in a deep breath, first swiveling his head to look at Yang Zhaoge and Xu Fei, saying in a heavy tone, "Immediately send a message back to the clan at the fastest possible speed, reporting the identity of the traitor, the decimating Abyss Lord." Shatai said slowly, one word at a time, "The decimating Abyss Lord is not junior apprentice brother Fang, but senior apprentice uncle Xin Dongping." Yang Zhaoge and Xu Fei both raised their brows, while a stunned look appeared within Shi Songtao's gaze. Hearing Songtao's words and suffering this sword, only then can I confirm this matter. Shatai slowly shook his head, looking at Shi Songtao. "You have been misled by someone." Raising his eyes to meet Shatai's, Shi Songtao said mildly after a long time, "You have always prioritized public matters before private matters. Why don't you feel that it was me who knew the truth, but intentionally did not say it, that it was me who misled and deceived you? You are in charge of the clan's punishments, and are familiar with all the great punishments of Broad Creed Mountain. Interrogation is your speciality, but you have still not made a move. On what basis can you determine that I have not deceived you, that the one who has been misled is me?" Shatai said calmly, "I can see it." Shi Songtao was silent, saying after a while, "Whether senior apprentice Uncle Fang is the Abyss Lord or not, to me, is actually not important." He swiveled his head to look at the two crystal coffins containing the bodies of his wife and children. "To me, what is important is them." Looking at the third crystal coffin, Shi Songtao sighed, "Fallen devils dissipate into nothingness after death. Even after I die, I will not be able to accompany them." While there was the suppression of Shatai's fist intent, Shi Songtao's body, which had originally already been on the verge of collapse, finally began to completely shatter at this moment. His expression was mild, seemingly not minding this at all, just that the gaze with which he looked at his wife and children was filled with endless longing. Yang Zhaoge suddenly asked, "Senior apprentice brother Shi, what you hate the most in your heart, is eldest apprentice uncle's choice of responsibility for the clan and abandoning his own familial ties, or your own inability to protect your wife and children?" Shi Songtao said indifferently, "It's all not important anymore." His voice lingered, dissipating within the air. Shatai looked fixedly at Shi Songtao's body shattering. His entire person resembled a statue. To be continued. Chapter 284. Accompanied by his death, Shi Songtao's body transformed into black smoke, disappearing without a trace. Shatai closed his eyes, standing where he was for a long time, not speaking. But very quickly, he opened his eyes once more. While the wound on his chest still existed, his figure became tall and unyielding once more. Shatai swiveled his head to look at Yang Zhaoge and Xu Fei, who said, "I've already had Ahu inform the clan. Lianhu County's devilish domain grand formation has already been taken care of. Let's hurry back to the clan. We'll talk on the way. Shatai raised his hand, a stream of qi sweeping Yang Zhaoge and Xue Fei along as they flew upwards. I hope that we can still make it in time. Those 3 crystal coffins had already been kept back into Shi Songtao's shadow shrinking pouch by Yang Zhaoge, before being handed over to Shatai, who silently accepted them. After instructing the other Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners who had hurried over to take care of the aftermath, bringing along Ahu and Pan, Shatai strode through the air, speeding back to the clan. Yang Zhaoge and the others looked worriedly at Shatai's wounds. That injury was not light. More importantly, Shatai cultivated in the Vajra body, his entire body flawless and without flaws, possessing great power in both attack and defense. However, as soon as damage appeared, the Vajra body would have a loophole, causing Shatai's strength to drop greatly, not just being affected by his injuries. Some martial practitioners could forcibly suppress their injuries. While there would be side effects, it would not affect their strength for a short period of time. But at this moment, Shatai would inevitably be affected. If he were to clash with others in the future, his injuries would increase unceasingly. Shatai's expression was calm, firm as a rock, seemingly not affected in the slightest. As they hurried along, he said, "There are some things that you know, and some things that you do not. The existence of the 9 underworlds has existed since ancient times, but there are many things within that everyone does not understand. Due to their fear of the 9 underworlds, everyone is conservative and wary of their exploration of hell, their progress being extremely slow." Junior apprentice brother Fang walked deeper than others, indeed being the first to come into contact with some of these secrets. However, he very quickly discovered the 9 underworlds' influence on one's mind, as he stopped at the precipice in time, giving up on venturing deeper. Hearing his words, Yang Zhaoge's gaze flickered. From the very beginning, second apprentice uncle was of the radical faction. Xue Fei also sucked in a deep breath, looking straight at Shatai. "Also, his thinking is even more radical than yours and senior apprentice uncle Yang's, even being the most radical and unyielding person in the entire Broad Creed Mountain, virtually to the point of being unscrupular." Shatai nodded. Junior apprentice brother Fang has indeed thought of guiding the descent of the 9 underworlds in the territory of the Sacred Sun clan. The reason why he is acting like a moderate faction is to conceal what is real and what is fake. On one hand, it is to cover for his plans, and on the other hand, it is to give the outside world the false impression that he and junior apprentice brother Yang are at odds with each other in every aspect, and even their way of thinking and style of doing things are completely different. This will make the competition between him and junior apprentice brother Yang look even more intense in the eyes of the outside world. However, he soon discovered that it was actually the 9 Nether influencing his mind, intending to make him the guide of the 9 Nether. Shatai said slowly, "Junior apprentice brother Fang is not an ordinary person." After discovering that he was gradually being led astray by the 9 Nether, he restrained himself with his supreme will, stopping his previous efforts in a timely manner, withdrawing from the quagmire. On the surface, junior apprentice brother Fang's style began to change, turning from stable to radical, but it was actually him finally expressing his true views. It is just that in order to prevent the change from being too sudden, he did so step by step. Shatai looked at Yang Zhaoge and Xue Fei. "It is very normal that you do not know about this matter, because in the entire Broad Creed Mountain, other than junior apprentice brother Fang himself, only Master, me and junior apprentice brother Yang know about it." On one hand, the more people who knew about it, the more likely that some people would be tempted by the 9 underworlds. On the other hand, it was also to protect Fang Zhen's reputation. After all, it was not a very glorious thing. Shatai said, "When we first learnt of the existence of the decimating abyss, Master and I immediately thought of junior apprentice brother Fang, conducting investigations on him more than once. The results of our investigations showed that junior apprentice brother Fang did not walk that old path again. The birth of the decimating abyss should have nothing to do with him." Shatai's voice was a little heavy. While junior apprentice brother Fang stopped in time, someone picked up what he had previously left behind, walking on this path. Yang Zhaoge said slowly, "It is impossible for Grand Master and Father to be the Abyss Lord. Otherwise, it would not have been so troublesome. Broad Creed Mountain would have already been destroyed. You, eldest apprentice uncle, are clearly not it, and it is most likely impossible for second apprentice uncle as well." With his previous experience, even if he himself had realized his error and turned back, the three of you would still have paid close attention to him, not letting him make the same mistake. Therefore, excluding the possibility of second apprentice uncle being more skilled than all of you, there is only one person left. Yang Zhaoge's gaze turned cold. Under the heavens, there are only two people who have such high attainments in the limitless heavenly sword. One is second apprentice uncle, the other is Xin Dongping. Shatai said, "It is indeed possible that junior apprentice brother Fang may have agreed on the surface but opposed on the inside, deceiving all of us. Therefore, before we have concrete evidence, no one can be certain of who the Abyss Lord is. It is also possible that he is not someone of our Broad Creed Mountain. However, having suffered this sword today, I can be sure that it was not junior apprentice brother Fang. Then, it can only be senior apprentice uncle Xin." Shatai's gaze was solemn. Perhaps senior apprentice uncle Xin unintentionally discovered junior apprentice brother Fang's earlier research, then continued to research deeper into it, or perhaps it was senior apprentice uncle Xin himself who discovered it. However, he still ultimately continued down this path, establishing the decimating abyss. He even wanted the 9 underworlds to descend into the 8 extremities world, resulting in the current storm. Shatai gazed in the direction of Broad Creed Mountain in the distance, his gaze virtually frozen. Xu Fei's brows were tightly knit. Elder Xin hid his sword intent within senior apprentice brother Shi's body to plot against you, not fearing that you would see through his identity. This means that our warning might already be too late. When we arrived at Lianhu County and began to deal with the devilish domain Grand Formation, meeting senior apprentice brother Shi, Elder Xin would probably have already begun making his move at the clan. Just as they were saying this, halfway through their journey, they received urgent news from the clan. The news was somewhat unclear, but everyone's hearts were raised. A change had occurred in the heaven-sealing gorge beneath the water ridge peak of the back mountain, a domain of devilish qi, with the heaven-sealing gorge as its center, expanded towards the surroundings of Broad Creed Mountain. Everyone exchanged looks, Yang Zhaoge letting out a long breath. While Xin Dongping usually hides himself very well, eldest apprentice uncles, it can't be that you aren't on guard against him at all, right? Excessive surveillance, vigilance, and distrust, even those who had not rebelled could be forced to do so. Broad Creed Mountain naturally wouldn't adopt such a method. However, for people like Xin Dongping and Fang Zhen who were clearly worth worrying about, their observation of them was also incomparable to that of others. Shatai sped at full speed, his gaze unwavering in the direction of Broad Creed Mountain. While we are on guard, we are currently in troubled times. Especially with junior apprentice brother Fang's current whereabouts unknown. Our clan's experts are stretched thin. With master in seclusion, I'm afraid that it will be up to junior apprentice brother Yang even more this time. Yang Zhaoge also looked in the direction of Broad Creed Mountain, his brows knit, who said that those in the scripture repository are all otherworldly experts, treasures of the clan? Or maybe it's something else. To be continued. Chapter 285. When Yang Di and the Devil Saint Yuan Tian arrived in the foreign dimension above Broad Creed Mountain, Broad Creed Mountain's Guardian Grand Formation was instantly activated. With Broad Creed Mountain's main peak, the Heaven Rising Peak, as their center, numerous spirit patterns resembled long rainbows streaking through the sky as they lit up in the surroundings of Broad Creed Mountain, coming together to form a vast, massive formation. The array continued to extend into the distance, and there was no end to it. Directly above the Heaven Rising Peak, the space shook slightly, an almost transparent massive cube appearing, its circumference unknown, thousands of times larger than even the entire Broad Creed Mountain, filling the sky. After appearing for a split second, the square became transparent again, and could not be seen by the naked eye. At the top of Gantian Peak, 2 old men looked up at the sky. With their cultivation, they could see what was going on. These 2 were precisely the 2 longtime elders of Broad Creed Mountain, the Grand Elder Zhongkuan and the first seat elder of the Martial Repository, Xin Dongping. Of Broad Creed Mountain's 3 transcending mortality martial grandmasters other than the old chief, Yuan Zhengfeng, and the other Grand Elder, Elder He, who was guarding Yuan Zhengfeng in seclusion, the other 2 were all here. Elder Zhong stared at the sky and muttered to himself, "It really is the demon Saint Yuan Tian." Yang Di actually shifted him into the clear Qi Grand Formation from the outside world. First, not mentioning how he did it, this is just too risky. Bringing a martial saint enemy into the core territory of our lineage, this is going to be a battle to the death. Xin Dongping similarly looked at the sky, not speaking. Yang Zhaoge and Yang Di being able to teleport the Devil Saint Yuan Tian back to Broad Creed Mountain was also completely out of his expectations. Yang Di's return was much earlier than he had expected. However, not only had Yang Di returned himself, he had also brought the Devil Saint Yuan Tian along with him. He was still being held back by Yuan Tian, unable to do anything else. As Xin Dongping pondered, he tapped lightly with his feet, activating the clear qi grand formation that had created that foreign dimension. In front of him and Elder Zhong, an illusion of light and shadow appeared. Within the illusion was the scene of the foreign dimension. Afterwards, the two shockingly discovered that the clear qi-robed Yang Di's saber intent rampaged as he looked down on all life forms, actually suppressing the martial Saint Yuan Tian into a disadvantageous position. Now that he had occupied the advantage of the Grand Clear lineage, Yang Di's strength had skyrocketed once more. In order to guard against external enemies, Yang Di had not completely drawn on the full power of the Grand Formation, instead stabilizing the foreign dimension and trapping Yuan Tian within. Even so, the heavenly dragon saber in his hand was still able to force Yuan Tian to retreat. The dignified demon saint was in such a sorry state. Since Yuan Tian had ascended to the saint realm, when had he ever been in such a panic? Elder Zhong took a deep breath and said, "If we can stabilize the situation in a short time and kill the devil saint here, it's not impossible." Xin Dongping looked at this scene. After a long while, he said, "That's right. However, the shorter the time, the better. The longer it drags on, the more variables there will be." Before his words had landed, the broad Creed mountain beneath their feet suddenly seemed to shake. Elder Zhong's snow-white eyebrows furrowed as he looked in the direction of the Water Ridge Peak. "Is it the heaven-sealing gorge?" In the direction of Water Ridge Peak, quakes that resembled the quaking of the earth and mountains resounded, with even the entire Broad Creed mountain seeming to be shaking along with it. With junior apprentice brother Gong presiding over the heaven-sealing gorge, why would a change suddenly occur in the heaven-sealing gorge? Elder Zhong gazed at Water Ridge Peak. Beside him, Xin Dongping's expression was calm. Whatever the reason, it has to be resolved as soon as possible. Fang Zhen's whereabouts are unknown. No one knows what he has gone to do. Xin Dongping said, "While it is still hard to come to a conclusion now, we should still be mentally prepared for some things." He looked at Elder Zhong. Junior apprentice brother Gong included, the others are not Fang Zhen's match. One of us should go over and take a look. The other will stay here and hold down the fort. Elder Zhong looked earnestly at Xin Dongping. Xin Dongping's gaze was calm and without ripples, resembling still water, not changing in the slightest. Because of the relationship between the 9 underworlds and the decimating abyss, of the peak experts of Broad Creed Mountain, excluding the old chief Yuan Zhengfeng, the ones he felt the most uneasy about were Xin Dongping and Fang Zhen. Elder Zhong and Xin Dongping had been fellow disciples of the same clan for many years. While he was unwilling to suspect this senior apprentice brother of his, it was not that he did not hold any grudges against him. Seeing Xin Dongping's manner of avoiding suspicion, letting him make the decision, Elder Zhong pondered for a moment before deciding decisively, "I'll have to trouble senior apprentice brother Xin to hold down the fort here. I'll go take a look at the situation over there." Currently, Fang Zhen was still the greatest suspect. Pressed for time and limited manpower, Elder Zhong still decided to believe in Xin Dongping. However, he also kept an eye on him. Leaving Xin Dongping to roam freely without anyone restricting him, other things aside, if Xin Dongping really did have a problem and went to the back mountain, slipping off to where Yuan Zhengfeng was in secluded cultivation, it would not be easy for Elder He to stand guard there alone. Leaving Xin Dongping behind at the heaven-rising peak seemed to be overseeing the overall situation, but as long as the clear qi grand formation remained in his hands, there would not be any major problems. If he went to the back mountain, if Xin Dongping went there to cause trouble, he would be able to join hands with Elder He to try and stop him. Xin Dongping seemed not to care about Elder Zhong's thoughts, nodding upon hearing his words, "All right, go and return quickly." Looking at Elder Zhong's departing figure, Xin Dongping's expression was gentle as he swiveled his head to look up into the sky once more. He lowered his head to look at Broad Creed Mountain beneath his feet, his gaze fluctuating slightly. After a while, Shin Dongping shook his head, smiling as he turned in the direction of Water Ridge Peak. There, a sword intent that surged to the heavens suddenly surged, at the same time also a powerful palm intent that seemed to want to overturn the heavens. The two collided, shocking the heavens and shaking the earth. Seeing this, Shin Dongping nodded slightly, no longer remaining as he rose into the air, treading on the air as he walked up into the sky. As he walked, he extended his hand and drew one spirit pattern after another within the air. Tens of thousands of spirit patterns were inscribed within the air, glowing brightly, gradually forming a formation as they manifested a shocking concept and aura. The formation formed of these tens of thousands of spirit patterns gradually merged into Broad Creed Mountain's Clear Chi Grand Formation. The core of the Clear Chi Grand Formation instantly began to distort and shake. Looking quietly at this scene, Shin Dongping's figure shook, the acupoints of his entire body pulsing as spirit talismans formed of his true essence flew out one after another, innumerable in number. These spirit talismans transformed into spirit arrays one after another, before the spirit arrays merged together, forming an existence that resembled a tall tower whilst also an altar that enveloped Shin Dongping's entire body. Finally, atop that altar, light flickered, a tall giant appearing, towering between the heavens and the earth. Shin Dongping himself extended his hands, that giant of light also doing the same, extending its hands forward, before forcefully splitting them apart. The Clear Chi Grand Formation shook, a door appearing within the formation. Within the sky, that massive, transparent square appeared once more. The passageway to the foreign dimension opened for Shin Dongping. However, it was not Yang Di who had opened the door for Shin Dongping, asking him to enter and help him. Rather, it was Shin Dongping himself who had opened the passageway. Shin Dongping walked in with large strides. In this process, he continuously wrote down talisman seal patterns, and then guided the power of the formation to strengthen himself. Other than his own formation, even the power of Broad Creed Mountain's Clear Chi Grand Formation was unceasingly drawn by him. Within the foreign dimension, hacking Yuan Tian into retreat with a saber, Yang Di swiveled his head to look at Shin Dongping. He could clearly feel that the other party was currently gradually seizing control over the Clear Chi Grand Formation. Shin Dongping said mildly, enduring bitterly for so many years in the martial repository, preparing so painstakingly for so many years, I finally have some results.